Okay, I'm starting slightly later than intended, as usual, I guess. But it is time for the Grand Champions Festival Encore. The Grand Champions Festival was the massive, I like to say 10,000 player tournament that I played in Pokemon Champions, because that feels kind of clickbaity. That is the number that signed up, but about 6,000 actually showed up to play. This time, I was going to say about 6,000 have signed up, so maybe it'll be like 40% of that. But actually, I looked at the registrations when I was checking in, and it looks like it's almost reached 7,000. So we should have a decent-sized field here. I'm wearing a Ghost-type hat because... Hi, Raymer King. I'm wearing a Ghost-type hat because... I'm back on my Mono Ghost nonsense for today. I am expecting things to kind of be stacked against me for a few reasons. One, I'm out of touch with the Regulation MB metagame. I've not been paying very close attention to it at all. I've not found VGC overall very motivating lately. I've even been playing Smogon singles. So my point is my attention is distracted elsewhere. But, so yeah, I don't necessarily know what the top threats are in Regulation MB. I've seen people for like a couple weeks now talking about a Big Six in this format, and that's something to take pretty seriously, right? Big Six, the 6 best Pokemon is typically what that means. Does the stream look okay, by the way, Raymer? And I did not know what this Big Six was until yesterday. I had some idea from context clues, but only yesterday did I learn what the 6 Pokemon are. Second reason that I think that the odds are kind of stacked against me here, now that I've seen what some of the top threats in this metagame look like, I don't know how I beat a bunch of them. I will tell you, I made a late change. Just yesterday, I think. I dropped Disable on Gengar for Taunt. I wasn't using Disable anyway. And Taunt is meant to give me some kind of answer to stuff like Toxapex and maybe some Blastoise teams. But yeah, for the most part, I don't know. I think I just get blown up by some teams. But we'll see. Third reason the deck is kind of stacked against me here. My team is made entirely of Ghost-type Pokemon. They all share a type, and that's usually disadvantageous in competitive play. And I think I had another reason that I was feeling like an underdog today, but now I can't remember what it was. I will say, though, 3 reasons that this day might turn out better than I think it will. Number 1, familiarity. I was using a team very like this all the way back in Scarlet and Violet Regulation H. I've been on this nonsense for a while, and so I know what this team does. I mean, it does a little bit more now that I've found better Pokemon in the last 2 slots, and hopefully I'll get time before the tournament starts to talk about that. But the core in the first 4 slots, I'm very familiar with what they do, and that's probably for the best, to use a team I'm very familiar with in a metagame that I don't know well. Second reason to be encouraged instead of discouraged. This Mono Ghost nonsense has always exceeded my expectations so far. I keep pushing it further, and it keeps holding up reasonably well. Oh, I remember now. The third reason the deck is stacked against me is this is more of a best of 1 team. I have used stuff like this in best of 3 before, but it doesn't necessarily translate super well. But this team, this core, has exceeded my expectations so many times. And third reason to be encouraged instead of discouraged. It turns out my favorite type is pretty broken. Pokemon like Basculegion and Annihilate are kind of nuts. So we'll see. Raymer King, can I even remember what Big Six is off the top of my head? I found out yesterday, like I said, because someone just happened to list them in a Discord message. Mega Charizard Y, Mega Floette, Whimsicott. That was the half I'd figured out already from context clues. And then I think it's Garchomp, Kingambit, Basculegion. You were expecting some form of Encore Disable with Sableye next to Gengar? I mean, that might be a better way to do it. I started off very close to what I had in Scarlet and Violet. All of the first 4 Pokemon here are exactly what I used in Scarlet and Violet Regulation H, except I've changed Sinistcha's last move from Strength Sap to Trick Room, but that's literally the only change to those 4. Yeah, the way that team generally worked in Scarlet and Violet was I try to set up Annihilate, and if that doesn't work, Basculegion in the back cleans up the game. I basically just brought those 4 to almost every game. The other 2 Pokemon had very niche roles that didn't do much. I have done better with the last 2 slots on this team. Do I have time to talk it through? I'll try to go quickly. So it used to be Hisuian Zoroark and Hisuian Typhlosion in the last 2 slots. Hisuian Zoroark did 2 things mainly. It was a Dondozo matchup piece, which is not relevant here. I wanted to disguise it and burn Dondozo with Will-O-Wisp. I don't think that ever actually worked a single time, but what Zoroark still did do was give me a special attacker to knock out the Glimmora that Dondozo teams often had, so that Annihilape and Sinistcha could sit on the field for a long time and stall out Dondozo. None of that's relevant now. The other thing I liked about Hisuian Zoroark was that having it in my team preview kind of warped the opponent's decisions, made it harder for them to know what was coming. That part I am trading off for not having Zoroark here anymore. And then Hisuian Typhlosion in the Scarlet and Violet version was the least used Pokemon on the team, but it was decent into some like Sun and Trick Room teams that could get going quickly offensively and give trouble to Annihilape, but Typhlosion could kind of blow those up. That's not super relevant in this format either. Sunroom does exist, but not in the same form and is not as common. Robbie, I don't know if they're doing Best Dressed Team either. I thought they weren't, but I could be mistaken. Anyway, so this version. So what I did in my team builder is I dropped those two Pokemon, and at first I put Aegislash in the 5th slot. The reason I had Aegislash was mainly that I can't turn my Annihilape into a Fire type in this game. The lack of the Terra mechanic definitely makes Annihilape's job harder, and so I knew I wanted good Fairy answers. And then Aegislash also gave me a very powerful Shadow Sneak to hit opposing Basculegion, which obviously is a giant threat as well. So I had that in the 5th slot, and then I didn't have a Mega yet, and I was not sure. I mean, I didn't necessarily feel like I needed a Mega, but I thought in a Mega Evolution format I should at least try one to start. I was actually thinking about Mega Bayonet at first, basically to double down on some of the things that some of the other Pokemon do, another strong Shadow Sneak, and also like another Prankster Thunderwave or something. But I wasn't sure that really brought enough to the table. But I don't know, there are not a lot of Ghost-type Megas, but a lot of them are pretty good. I thought about Frostlass, I thought about Chandelure. Bayonet was the one that grabbed my interest most, until I decided that I liked Mega Gengar because, one, it gives me a special attacker. Once again, I have a non-zero number of those, thanks to one of those last 2 slots. It's fast, it can do its job sometimes with minimal support, which is good because I focus support on other things. It can trap things, which can maybe create openings for Annihilape to set up. Originally, I had Disable in that 3rd slot. I never actually clicked it, I don't think. And yeah, Taunt is here now because I'm afraid of certain threats. And what else? Oh yeah, Gengar's also another Fairy answer, and I was pretty afraid of Fairies, being unable to turn my Annihilape into a Fire type. It's just about time to start, so I'm going to keep an eye on the tournament now, but the change to Ceruledge, I'm not sure the reasoning behind it is really that relevant. Basically, Mega Pyroar was having a moment. Wolf used it, a bunch of other people were noticing that it seemed strong, and I was like, wait, what's my Mega Pyroar matchup? And I had no idea. And then I realized that Ceruledge could do a lot of the same things that I wanted from Aegislash, while also giving me something stronger into Mega Pyroar and Mega Charizard Y. But it still resists Fairy. It's reasonably specially bulky. It has a pretty strong Shadow Sneak, and like Robbie just said in the chat, it does also just seem like a strong Pokemon. Yeah, I've used it on a few teams. I've used it on some more standard teams as well, and it does seem very, very good right now. And I went with Swords Dance instead of Bulk Up because I already have Annihilape as my main Bulk Up mode, and I just, I thought, well, to some extent I just didn't want to double down on the same thing. But also, Ceruledge, I'm not sure of exactly Ceruledge's role. I've only played a few games with this version of the team. I actually never lost a game with the Aegislash version. I just changed it because I got scared of Mega Pyroar, but I could see Ceruledge coming in later and wanting to do damage quickly and more sort of opportunistically going for Swords Dance if I see a window for it instead of a dedicated setup game plan. So I think Swords Dance is reasonable, but I was thinking last night about changing it to Bulk Up, and I just didn't. What are you saying, Raymer? Since the last tournament, I've made a couple changes, but I've used them in Wolfglick community tournaments. Went 4-3 and then 1-6 with a bye. Well, buy the dip. You'll be climbing back up in no time, I'm sure. We did get almost 7. I didn't do an intentional 7 there. Almost 7,000 registrations, so there must have been a few hundred at least that came in pretty last minute. And it looks like pairings are up. It also looks like Limitless is going to be slow to show them to me once again. I'm going to try to open it on my phone and see if that helps. I'm not logged in on my phone, though. Oh, no, okay. Pairings are open. What I should really be doing is going to my dashboard so I don't have to scroll through all this. It looks like it's a little slow, but it's doable. It also looks like probably a little over 4,000 people showed up because I'm seeing 2,009 matches to be played. My opponent hasn't checked in yet. I have now. They have Swampert Rain. Oh, with Megastar Raptor as well. Well, the nice thing is Megastar Raptor can never click close combat into my team. That's a real plus. Defiant Annihilate getting boosted by its Intimidate is also kind of nice. It went fast for when you went through your dashboard. Yeah, it hasn't been super fast for me, but it's been a lot faster than last time. Only 8 rounds today. That's good to know. I don't know how the math works on determining the number of rounds. I don't know how you like 4,000 is still a huge number of players. I don't know how that cuts around, but yeah, I'm not complaining either. I was up last Grand Champions Festival on day 1. I think I finished playing at like 10:30 p.m. my time, and I know you're a few hours ahead of me, Robbie. And they start at 11 a.m. for me, for reference. So no, it can't have been 10:30. I think it ran like 10 and a half hours, right? So I must have been finished at like 9:30. I only had dinner then, but that's still going to be late for you. Okay, my opponent is here. Maybe I should have made a room while I was waiting for them, but I just thought to do that right now when I'm not waiting for them anymore. It looks like a pretty standard Rain team, and then they have Mega Staraptor. So they might rather focus on the Swampert instead of the Staraptor into me. How do I beat Rain? Last time you went to bed at 1 a.m. after dropping after round 8. Yeah, that checks out. Okay, my opponent hasn't said anything yet. I'm going to say hi. My keyboard is mostly cooperating, so hopefully that'll hold up today. It has been lately. When I say my keyboard is kind of broken, what I mean is some of the keys are not very responsive sometimes now, but that hasn't been an issue lately. You're in Pokeball? Hey, I am too. I haven't laddered at all since the season changed over. Okay, my opponent hasn't said anything. I'm going to proactively make a room. And then if they still haven't said anything, I'll just send them the code. You went on vacation and got back Thursday? Oh, what were you up to? I don't know how long... My opponent checked in, but they haven't said anything, so I don't know how long to wait before... Oh, never mind. They're here already. Okay. Lake stuff? Nice. Definitely a good time of year for that. Okay, let's not use my VG Sari team. And the music for this team, sometimes I just do Jacynth. But I think I like, at least for now, for a little bit of variety today, random Legend ZA. Your opponent checked in and also hasn't entered the room yet? Alright, well. Oh, they said I'm in. I'll send them a good luck, have fun. And then it's time. Yeah, so how do I beat Rain? When I don't know what to do with... Going all the way back to Scarlet and Violet, when I don't know what to do with this stuff, I just force the Annihilate idea. So that's fine for game 1, I think. Also, like, Ceruledge and Gengar are just bad into Mega Swampert. So I think for game 1, at least, I do just play this team as straightforwardly as possible. And this is what that looks like. I just noticed that all my Pokemon have Ghost as their second type, except Gengar. There's no intentional pattern to that. I guess Gengar could be good, actually, to beat like a late game or Chaladon or something. Maybe I should think about that after game 1. But I think just the if I'm falling back on familiarity here, I think the main mode that I've been spamming since Scarlet and Violet is the answer. What's this, Canary music? I think so. Pelipper or Chaladon, okay. A little bit awkward because of how they can set up. What are the items on these things? Damp Rock, Pelipper, Leftovers, or Chaladon. Yeah, a little tricky. They get a lot of rain turns, obviously. I'll just light screen and bulk up turn 1. And it is Stamina or Chaldon. It usually is, but it's good to be sure. Raymer King, I've forgotten what you said no correlation to. Okay, they electroshoot the Sableye for a lot of damage. Hurricane Annihilate. All Ghost. Oh, I see, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Pelipper is kind of a problem, actually, because of that super effective Hurricane. It is definitely a mon that I have some trouble with here. Drain Punch the Arch. I know I'm stamina boosting it, but I think it's worth. I could think about a switch to Sinistra here. I really don't hate that. I could do switch to Sinistra and still Drain Punch. Or I could Thunder Wave something. I'll switch to Sinistra. Thunder Waving Pelipper might have been nice, though. I think a Sinistra switch is a little early. That did so much. It is leftovers Stamina or Chaldon, though. But yeah, I don't want to let it snowball too much. They didn't lead Swampert or Basculegion, so my Gengar would have been pretty well positioned here, but I didn't know. Okay, that's not in range of a Hurricane. The Tailwind, okay. Do they have Protect on our Chaldon? They do. What are their other Pokemon? They have so many offensive threats. I'm not going to read a Protect on our Chaldon right now. I was thinking about reading that and Rage Fisting Pelipper. I'm not going to do it this turn. I will Rage Powder so they can't Hurricane me. No, they just attack again. It's going to be +3 into Sinistra. It is resisted. That did not do very much at all. And then Hurricane also into Sinistra. That's going to do more. Doesn't KO. Alright. Get rid of our Chaldon. Nihilip has taken 2 attacks, I think, so yeah, 2 stack on Rage Fist. And it's not Sash Pelipper. So that's something to be thinking about, but let's see what they bring in. Another thing to be thinking about is that I haven't set Reflect. And Staraptor can never close combat this team, but I can Brave Bird. Okay, Basculegion. What is this thing set? Mystic Water. Swift Swim, of course. That's a giant threat. I think I sacked Sinistra to just Rage Fist that. Otherwise, I need to... okay, now they Protect. Yeah, that's very smart of them. I think what I need to do in that case is bring in Sableye after they knock out my Sinistra here and Thunder Wave the Basculegion. Or I could have set Trick Room with Sinistra. No, I never really had a good window to do that, because I would have had to let Annihilate take 1,000,000 damage if I didn't Rage Powder last turn. Okay, Trick Room was never the play, I don't think. But it is a little awkward right now. As long as they have their Rain and their Tailwind. Oh, they have Tailwind up still. My Basculegion outspeeds theirs if Rain and Tailwind go away, but that takes a while. Going for the Thunder Wave. I land it. But they have Swift Swim active and they have Tailwind, so they're still going to be faster, I think. Last Respects into Annihilate. Okay, good. Hurricane into Annihilate. Okay, good. But now we have a problem. Well, okay, but it's only Annihilate's almost at full. Oh, and their Tailwind ended here. And I can Reflect here, and it's only one stack, Last Respects. I also think there's a good chance they paralyze the Basket Legion here and try to get their Tailwind back, which is why I'm going to Rage Fist Pelipper and hope that doesn't throw the whole game. I think Reflect. I could also Foul Play Basket Legion, but I'm not sure I'll get the chance to actually do that, so I think Reflect is better here. Last Respects into Annihilate. Yeah. It's only one stack into +1 defense and a Reflect. Actually, outspeed Pelipper and knock that out. That's good to know. Oh, the stream is choppy. I'll try to fix that between games or something. And Swampert is their last Pokemon. How many turns of Rain are left? 2. Okay. I'm down to Protect Annihilate this turn, and I'll click Foul Play into their Basket Legion. Maybe I get away with it. I think probably not, but we'll see. I can't Thunder Wave the Swampert, so what else is there to do? There's their Mega. Leg isn't too bad. Good. Are they just doubling Annihilate? They Wave Crash it? They doubled Annihilate. Okay, I get the Foul Play. And that just KOs. Good thing Basket Legion is so strong, but it kind of backfired on them there. And somehow, that should do it, because there's only one turn of Rain left. And even if they, like, crit my Annihilate or something, I have my Basket Legion in the back. Okay, they're gonna Wave Crash Annihilate. That did a lot. That Swampert is a threat, but it looks like the Rage Fist will take it out now. I like Rage Fist's animation in this game. It looks like a move that means business. Okay, so that's game 1. But like I said, this team is built for best of 1. I don't... My opponent might find some adjustments. I still don't really see much room to bring Ceruledge or Gengar to this. Gengar could have been good there if I'd known the specific lead they would use, or if the rain had ever ended. But with that Damp Rock, it was actually raining for the entire battle. So for game 2, I think there's a good chance my opponent finds an answer, but I am just going to bring the same 4. That's not the right order. There we go. But again, their Basket Legion is faster than mine in Rain. Or it should be. So that's a real issue when they have that Damp Rock. Whimsicott Staraptor. Okay. What do they have on the Whims? Moonblast, Encore, Taunt, and Charm. Okay. So Annihilate probably has to just click Rage Fist. Always. And one weakness of this team is that I don't have a way to stack my own Rage Fist. But it is what it is. I can't get... They could Taunt Annihilate, or they could Encore it. So I can't be messing with setup. Ah, I guessed wrong. I thought they might just go for a Brave Bird, so I reflected first. But now Whimsicott's probably going to Moonblast when I don't have my light screen yet. And they could Moonblast Sableye, which is, you know, a way to potentially... Let's see how I take this hit. I mean, take it. Okay, so I should get the light screen as well. But yeah, that's the downside of not having like a side beat up anywhere on this team. The nice thing is, as soon as they attack Annihilate, they boost that damage. Okay, it's Mega Staraptor. So it's not Mega Swampert this game, so again, Gengar might have been good, but I didn't have much reason to expect that it would be. I like that cry. Side Charm. Oh, yeah, they can just get me with this and outpace my damage. Okay. Brave Bird. How much is it going to do? Probably a lot. It just KOs. Okay. Well, either Basculegion sweep or I lose. A lot of damage back. The nice thing is, with Staraptor Mega Evolved, I don't think they have any Last Respects resist or immunity. That is correct. I'll Thunder Wave it. I don't think they have Tailwind. Moonblast, Encore, Taunt, Charm. They don't have Tailwind on Whimsicott, so yeah, this Thunder Wave maybe is unnecessary even when I have Scarf Basculegion already. Faint, your goat. That must be a comment on your match because we haven't seen it in mine. Okay, so I stopped the Staraptor, but they got rid of my ape first. So we'll see what happens. Pelipper. It could be their Basculegion in the back. Oh, and they can charm me with the Whimsicott. They can lower my attack. That's really awkward. Well, let's just do what I can here. Which means spam Thunder Wave with Sableye. They probably have Basculegion in the back. So I'm not sure I can beat that. It might actually be for the best that I didn't get a KO this turn. Okay. If they have Basculegion in the back, do I have to try to win with Sinistra? If I can even do that? Or maybe I get another chance to foul play it, but they can pretty much knock out Sableye anytime they want right now. I didn't figure out the right moves for this turn. They're just focusing on the charm, okay. Real charm offensive from them. Get some chip into Pelipper, but it's not much. And Pelipper goes for Weather Ball and takes out Sableye. Now I can never switch Basculegion out. And I can't click Trick Room because they still have the Whimsicott. I needed to take out the Whimsicott there. Nope, that doesn't work regardless. Okay, I think what I have to do this turn is hope this KOs Whimsicott and I get my Trick Room up immediately. Otherwise, they can Encore Sinistra into Trick Room. They don't fall for it. They taunt Sinistra right away. Okay. I mean, that's the right play for them, yeah. But if I'd taken out Whimsicott last turn, I'm not sure I'm really much better off. And that just one-shots Sinistra this time. Okay, it crits. Well, I think this was probably lost anyway. Yeah, I mean, Sinistra wasn't doing anything that turn because it got taunted when I clicked Trick Room. So now I just lose to their Basculegion, and I try to figure out what I'm doing in Game 3. I can see them leading the Staraptor again. Really scare off my ape. You got a 2-0 win, Raymer. Congrats. I could lead Gengar in game 3. Of course, they can always switch turn 1. But yeah, I don't hate that. But then what do I have in the back? Maybe something like this? It means no Sinistra. Maybe I don't have room for my Basculegion. My Basculegion is kind of bad because it's outsped by their Basculegion as long as they have Rain Up, and they can have Rain Up whenever they want. Also, the Charm spam last game was a problem. But if they do a similar game plan this time, hopefully I can take out the Whimsicott more quickly. I'm going to try this. I don't know how it's going to go. I guess another option was lead Gengar Annihilate, and then Gengar can scare out the Staraptor or threaten it if they lead with that again, which they do. Okay. Last game, I'm just going to attack the Whimsicott aggressively. Last game we saw Whimsicott Moonblast, not one-shot Sableye. So I'm inclined to Reflect first again, just to cover for any kind of Staraptor shenanigans. They just protect the Staraptor again. Okay. They stay in, though. That's super interesting. They taunt Gengar, but what do they think? I'm taunting back? No. Not right now. I thought there was a good chance they'd switch Staraptor out there. Okay, do I get the poison on Whimsicott, or is it going to survive the turn? Survives the turn. Alright. Let's attack the Raptor this time. And I'll just go for the KO on Whimsicott. I don't want to have to deal with this later in the game. Side Charm. Big Sludge Bomb. Get the poison on Raptor. It's already almost gone. If it's Brave Birding here, which it has to because its other attacks don't hit anything on my team, it'll probably take itself out with Recoil. So we trade Megas. But I also get rid of the Whimsicott more quickly this time, because that's what's coming next. Now, do I go Basculegion for offensive pressure? Nope, because I didn't bring it. You know what? Maybe I should have. But it's just going to have to be Annihilate. Oh, taking out 2 of their Pokemon. I might just lose to their Basculegion now. I might have needed my Basculegion, actually. Here's the plan. Let's see if they fall for it. I'm just protected. And they didn't take the bait. Okay, Sableye narrowly takes that Water-type Weather Ball. This Basculegion can just win the whole game for them, so I'm going to Thunder Wave it this turn to minimize the chances of that happening. Oh, okay, smart, yeah. And I don't have any boosts on my Rage Fist. Yeah, I'd be putting out way more pressure right now if I had brought Basculegion instead of Sinistcha, which you saw me think about doing at preview. That Hurricane also does way too much. Okay, well, it does do too much. Hospitality can keep me somewhat in this game, but I don't think I ever beat this Pelipper now. Annihilate is faster. The way that I win this is Sinistcha takes the last respects. That doesn't seem very likely. They don't attack with Basculegion. Wait, they might have just thrown. Is Annihilate faster than Pelipper? We saw it move before once. I don't have enough damage. Okay. There might actually still be a chance. If I can take out the Basculegion with my next Rage Fist. I think I can still win this. Rage Powder. Basculegion knocks out Sinistcha. Annihilate knocks out Basculegion. Annihilate takes a Hurricane. Annihilate knocks out Pelipper. Is how I win this. If that's what happens. Protected again. I think that's GG. They got a double protect. That's a double protect, right? They just protected. So I mean that makes sense, right? I just mapped out exactly how I would win that if they didn't get the double, but I think they did just get the double. Well, that happens. I've gone for so many of those in my time playing VGC. I don't really have room to complain. This is Rage Fist and pray. Trust it misses. If only. GG's to my opponent. They found what they needed to do. I accidentally typed GG's with a Z there instead of an S. I didn't even need to do that. But now I look edgy and cool or something. Alright, well, that was only round 1. There are 7 more. Opponent said GG, really fun game in the chat. So we're so back. They called it a really fun game. Let's go. I didn't really plan anything to do between rounds. I was thinking about... I know Shadow in the PDL challenged everyone to build a mono flying team. I was thinking about doing that between rounds, but I think it's too much competitive brain. Anyone want to give me something to shiny hunt in Violet? Maple Lock, I thought about that. I could do that. I don't know if I like splicing it with another thing instead of just making it its own thing whenever I do it. That's an option, though. Actually, the other problem with Maple Lock is... So I do have a second monitor now. I've said many times that I didn't have one. There were a few reasons I was thinking of getting one. But Maple Lock actually was what gave me the final push to do it, because I can have information open on the second screen to help me track what I'm doing. But what I don't yet have that I'm going to need is like a USB hub, because right now I just don't have enough USB slots to use second monitor, microphone, and capture card all at the same time. So I would have to one monitor it. I should get a USB thing soon, though, because it's going to be useful sooner or later. But I don't have it today. Looks like we're making... Looks like the round is moving pretty quickly, though. So that much is good. Incineroar, number 1 in usage. Hunt Corviknight. So I will take the suggestion because I asked for suggestions and that's what you gave me. I have like 2 shiny Rookidee already that I randomly encountered when I was just EV training in that area, knocking them out for speed. But hey, if Robbie seconds you. Tinkaton, that's not a bad one either. Anyway, yeah, Incineroar number 1 in usage is really something here. Here, before I jump into Violet, let's, I'm going to read out the Pokemon that have gotten only 1 use according to the usage stats in this tournament. It's always an interesting list. We've got Pinsir, Blade form, Aegislash, so that's just someone putting in the wrong form. Simisage, someone's using Simisage in this thing. Avalugg, Blazebreed Tauros, Girafarig, that's not even in Pokemon Champions. Absol. Is Absol in Champions? It is. Yeah, I've lost to it on the ladder at some point. Goodra, Florges, Diggersby, Female Meowstic, Pangoro, Decidueye, Roserade, Ariados, Watchog, someone's trying to make that happen again, and Gourgeist. Sure thing. Someone must have just put in Girafarig by mistake when they meant Farigiraf. Cerulege at 5%. I think Cerulege is probably actually super good, but I haven't found the right serious team for it. But the strength it has into what people are calling Big Six is pretty obvious. Why am I here? Oh, because the last thing I did in this game was get my Cerulege for the team that I'm using today. I never mentioned, but it's shiny Cerulege because I don't know. I can't explain it, but I actually kind of like shiny Armarouge and Cerulege, even though I understand the hate for them. Only 1 Ariados is surprising, that's true. Alright, what is the recipe for a sandwich to hunt flying types? Prosciutto and 2 salty Herba Mystica. Oh, how many of those do I have? It's kind of expensive. Where are Herba Mystica? Did I pass them? Or no, they're probably in here. Only a 15. Well, I can do some raids if I need to later. Actually, this round, yeah, is progressing pretty nicely. I should save the game before I make the sandwich. I almost made a rookie mistake there. Especially because I might have to cut it short. Play the next round. Any pick preference, Raymer? A Rookidee mistake. That's right. No pick preference? Alright, I'll just use the one that I have the most of. There we go. That looks like a W sandwich, right? I'm trying to also keep an eye on the tournament, but like I said, one monitor. So maybe let me know if the round goes up. What are the other picks even from? I bought a bunch of picks once when I was using the Masuda method. I don't know. I bought a bunch of different kinds. Oh, is that Choppy? Yes, but it might be Scarlet Violet's fault. I think it's my takeaway. Oops. This Breloom is so funny to use as my go-to. I didn't even see that one. As my go-to Pokemon for catching things. Because I have Toxic Orb Poison Heal, but because I've traveled all over the region with this Breloom and it's really bonded with me, sometimes it shakes off the poison so I won't worry. And then it gets poisoned again immediately by its item. Oh, I thought you were... I saw that message, Robbie, without reading the context. I don't know how slow you are, by the way, but I see you're at least calm, and I thought you were saying that to me somehow, and I was trying to parse what that could possibly mean. But I see the context now. Oh, what is going on? I thought I saw a shiny Rookidee already, but no. It's just showing me its belly. It is a relatively easy shiny to spot, so that's nice. Do they also spawn along here? They do. Okay. Oh, hi, Cloth. Remember Cloth? I feel like I forget about that Pokemon relatively often compared to other Pokemon. Is Cloth in Champions? Mono Ghost W? Not yet. I lost round 1 on a double protect by my opponent, but we're having fun. Good luck for round 2. Thanks. Are you playing, Sari? Yeah? How'd your round 1 go? 1-0? Nice. We will probably not meet in round 2 then. But best of luck to you there. It's very likely I'm going to reset the game, so those Gimme Ghoul coins are probably not worth, but couldn't resist. Trico VGC playing, but don't know if it's our Trico. I think our Trico is pretty consistently doing things as Reckless Trico, but I could be wrong. Sylveon is your Mega now? It's not a bad one. I had to rush my team explanation earlier because the tournament was about to start, but I was close to using Mega Bayonet on my team. I mean, I don't know if it would have made it to the final version, but it was the first Mega I was thinking about, and then I decided on Gengar instead. They spec'd their entire team with Anti-Zard tech, so I just clicked Helping Hand Hyper Voice. I mean, I can definitely understand running a lot of Anti-Zard tech, but I guess there's a way to do it wrong. What's with this Cloth? It's just angled funny, I guess. I fought a Cloth right here, like almost 4 years ago. Wow. Time has flown. If your Chomp fails, you're mostly screwed. That seems a little bit worrying, Raymer. Mega Arrow did not have Wide Guard. Oops. kind of birds are over here? Oh, never mind. Just a steep cliff. Well, okay, let's go down here then. I guess there are no birds in this area. Makes sense. Just specifically on those ruins. Alright, can I fix this? Hopefully that'll help. They're drowsy here. I don't think I have a shiny drowsy. Maybe that's something to consider. I'm lost. How do I go back up to where I was? I see a Pokemon Center in the distance. Okay. This cloth is still just hanging out. If I go into the next round without a shiny Rookidee, I might call an audible and hunt Cloth instead. I don't know, maybe that's not good streaming because chat said Rookidee. Well, chat said Corviknight, I think. This is the start for that. Oops. Where are we at with this next round? A little over 100 matches still going, okay. Oh, hi, Charcadet. You were my last shiny hunt. So many birds. They're all blue. It looks like it should be okay. The stream should be okay, because I don't know what's going on. No, not okay. fiddle with some tech. I don't think that made any difference. We've gone down from 2009 matches to 2008. Somebody drop already? Oh, a bunch of people are here that missed the round, so we're gonna go. The numbers are gonna go up a little bit. Should I hunt Nummel and ZA? Well, if you want to, why not? Oh, sorry, you asked chat. I guess I'm the one person you didn't ask. There's like 180 messages in the I missed a round and do not want to drop channel. Oh no. I slept through my alarm this morning and still made it just fine. But I guess I have some advantages compared to a lot of time zones with this thing. Oh yeah, it's gonna draw out Squawkabilly and Oricorio over here. And Murkrow. The sandwich does all that too, huh? That Squawkabilly is just green, right? It's not shiny. It's just a green Squawkabilly. Yeah. No, shiny Squawkabilly has like a different colored hair thing, right? It's weird that it's there. I think they just spawn like that. Did I see another Murkrow? Okay, yeah, Murkrow at night along here makes sense. At least in the grass. Thought groups could only spawn the same color. I don't know. I don't know the mechanics. A solo one spawn next to the group. No idea. Another Gimmighoul. You're probably getting this coin back pretty soon, but I'll take it. Getting kind of hungry. Hopefully I can deal with that after round 2. I think I will wait. I don't want to poke too much fun at new players at a tournament designed to get them engaged and interested in the game, but what I noticed when I was looking through the Grand Champions Festival Discord the other day was a surprising number of people who seem to think that in a tournament of thousands of players, each round would be played one match at a time, and maybe Scraw would stream all of them. I don't even know how many days that would take. Be an awful lot of work for him, though. Poor Scraw. Guess it'd be kind of chill for the players because we could go about our lives for a long time between rounds, except that then what do you do if your round comes up at a bad time? Your match, I mean. We're almost there. About 20, a little over 20 matches still going. It's just a very large draft league. Yeah, something like that. Bunch of Murkrow here. I wonder what this item is. I'll probably reset and not keep it, but it's an iron. Guess I went a little off the beaten path just now. I am getting hungry. Oh well. Round 2 soon. I don't think I've caught any of the Titans. I think if I go to the desert, there's still an Iron Treads rolling around there after all these years. I didn't know during my first playthrough that you could catch the Titans, and when I found out later, I was just not that interested. Is Mega Tatsugiri in Champions yet? I feel like I would have seen someone using it if it were. I guess the thought that's coming from is, what if I made a team with the Titans in Champions, but that doesn't work anyway because Iron Treads is definitely not there. And your chat is confirming for me that Mega Tatsugiri is not there either. I was trying to remember the other day. I was like, I feel like every non-legendary, non-mythical new Mega is in this now except Golisopod. And I couldn't think... And the Z ones. I couldn't think of what else, but... Right, Tatsugiri. Cloth and Bombardier are also not in Champions. Okay, so there are many layers to why that doesn't work. The team would be... Orthworm. I thought that might be a shiny Rookie D, but it's just a Nacli. What other new Megas are not in Champions yet? Not counting Legendaries and Mythicals and Zeds. Golisopod, Tatsugiri. It's still hard for me to think of any more. I think all the ones used by notable trainers are in now. Matches still going. Making reasonable time compared to last Grand Champions Festival. I sit back a bit for comfort, so maybe I'll not talk as much before the round starts, but we'll see. Actually, I'm hungry. If I order food right now, that'll probably be reasonably well timed. Yeah, okay. You're playing Wordle, but you're just beating your head on a wall until something exists? Three matches. 2 matches. I clicked refresh and another one was ready. How did we get on this Wordle kick? I know Shadow created a thing for it in the Discord. I don't know why he did that. It's kind of fun though. W story. Well, we got one. Pretty much at the buzzer. Any ball preference? Shiny Corviknight's kind of yellowish, right? I don't know. What are we thinking? Silver. Okay. Quick Ball Trust. If you're joking, you have a small window to tell me. Actually, I think I like a Luxury Ball for this. How are we feeling? Ultra could work as well. Heavy. Do I have heavy balls? I think I do. I have a few. Chat seems to like luxury here. Where'd I go? Where was I? The ball just went flying from Miraidon's back on its own. Any nicknames? Quicksilver? Sure. We timed out? What are you saying? Oh. It's tournament. Is it tournament time? No. I think there's still 2 matches going. I don't know what you're saying, Raymer. Oh, I see. On Limitless. I follow now. Alright, well, I'll just go back to Champions then. Mission accomplished. Save twice. Childhood habit in situations like this. When I go through the footage later, I'll see myself clicking back to Champions, and I'll go, oh, that must be where round 2 starts, and I'll be fooled. But that's okay. We're close to where round 2 starts. A lot of people streaming this one. It's cool. Someone's playing Pokemon Unite between rounds. Is that Chuppa and Lorcy at the casting desk? Is that a usage graphic that does not have Incineroar in the number 1 slot? Did the numbers change as people showed up late? I guess I'll find out later. Next round hunt in ZA? Probably not. What are these last 2 matches? They've taken a while at this point. They're both in Game 3. That, I mean, yeah, I would hope so. We got some Melodic Staraptor stuff versus Melodic Floette stuff. Okay. And then the other one is... Trick Room. Torkoal, Oranguru, Vileplume, and some other weird stuff against Staraptor, Raichu Y. I wonder why that one's taking a long time. I mean, the answer is usually connection trouble, I guess. Oh, there's a bot. Thanks. Yeah, don't go to that link. The mods were awake, don't worry. Well, I'm looking at this Torkoal team. The only Mega is Scrafty. I thought the Lucario might be a Mega as well, but no, it's Choice Scarf Lucario with Final Gambit, Sunny Day, Helping Hand, and Shadow Ball. And 6 Mongol Dingo. Scarf Sunny Day, I mean, it's not the craziest thing I've ever seen, but it's an idea for sure. 2 people brought cast form to this thing. I'm looking at the low end of the usage stats again. 2 people brought Pikachu. Three Chimecho. Do we think Sari's one of them? Doesn't look like it. Three Bayonet. Maybe 4 in a different timeline. Bunch of fossil Pokemon hanging around 3 uses as well. And evolutions. We're getting into evolutions. We got Flareon, Espeon, 4 Vaporeon. Did you like hit Pokemon in the Alphax Mask Room? Yeah. Someone in the Wolfie sub-server the other day was saying something like, if we get a not fully evolved Pokemon in Champions, then I hope it's Clefairy. And I was thinking of my current draft team when I pointed out that we do have a not fully evolved Pokemon in Champions already. 4 people brought Musharna, 4 people brought Toucannon. Those are some interesting picks. 5 Morpeko. 5 Jotonian Typhlosion. 6 Audino. Okay. I hope one of those really pops off. Also the number of Beedrill that people brought. 6. Then things start to look more closer to what was expected. 9 Mr. Rhyme is kind of interesting. Did you bring Mr. Rhyme, Raymer? Are you one of the 9? Judging by this list of players, I don't think so. Hisui and Goodra. I've kind of taken an interest in Hisui and Goodra lately for the obvious reason. A lot of Houndstone. Well, 60, which is not that many in a huge field like this, but it's a decent raw number. Half of the Audino or Mega? I hope a Mega Audino pops off. I don't know how you make that happen, but it'd be cool to see. Are people running Houndstone? Is it good on sand teams right now? You know anything about this, Robbie? These do look like sand teams. The least used Pokemon that I've brought today is Annihilape with 123 uses, just under 3% of the field. There are 168 Gengar, 204 Ceruledge, 213 Sableye. 950 Basculegion, and the most used Pokemon that I've got is number 4, Sinistcha, with 1,284. So I didn't get super creative with any of the Pokemon choices this tournament, but that wasn't the goal, of course. Calm Mind, Draining Kiss, Hyper Voice, Wish. What's that, an Audino? Also, only Mega on the team. Oh, hope that player does well. That'd be fun to see. Oh, it looks like all the matches are finished. So we just need the host to start the next round. You wonder what it is we're waiting for? Yeah. I have no idea. Well, someone's asking in the tournament. The first thing I see in the questions in the Discord. I went to the Discord server right now, and I happen to have the questions channel already open. The first thing I see is, why hasn't round 2 started? As title says. And the answer they're getting is that the hosts are sorting out the people who missed a round and do not want to drop. Oh, it started? Okay. Let's go. My opponent has Sand, but no Houndstone. I don't know what to call this team, like good stuffs? Incineroar, Kingambit, Goldango, Whimsicott, Sneasler, or Tyranitar. Mega Tyranitar. Only Mega. The spacing of their team sheet is a little weird, and I wasn't sure why at first, but it's because their Incineroar has a Terra type listed. It's Terra Fire Incineroar. That's good to know, I guess. But none of their other Pokemon have Terra types. Oh no, I'm playing a Kleavor team as a Perish player? Oh, that's awkward. Good luck. Coaching on their Sneasler, so that's probably supposed to help them get Mega Tyranitar or Kingambit going. How do I deal with that? I don't know how. I don't know. It might be another lead Gengar kind of situation, but then Kingambit beats kind of my whole team except Annihilate and to a lesser extent Ceruledge, so leading Gengar kind of warps me out of position. Coaching Sneasler could be a real problem, actually. Well, First, my opponent has to check in. Oh, there's a joke. Okay. I guess I'll make a room. This time I'll learn my lesson and actually make a room while I'm waiting for my opponent to check in. Good luck in your rounds, folks. How do I beat Incineroar, Kingambit, Megaturret? They have 3 dark types. And I have 6 ghosts. And they have a ghost as well. They have Goldango. And then coaching Sneasler. I don't know how I beat this team. Maybe they won't show up. But obviously I'd rather play than not play. Hell matchup. Annihilape is so good against dark types that they're not usually a big problem. But 2 of the strongest physical ones with coaching. I mean, Incineroar is okay with Annihilape because it boosts me with Intimidate. But 2 of the strongest physical dark types with coaching? A little bit awkward. And I can't Thunder Wave them with Sableye. And Cerulege and Gengar don't really do anything to Mega Tyranitar. Oh well. That's probably Annihilape, Sableye, Sinistcha, Basculegion, figure it out. It's usually how it goes. Maybe I can find a way to lead Basculegion in this matchup. Think about overcoming Frostlass Kingambit. Well, if my opponent doesn't show up, that is consistent with how I solved that matchup in the first Grand Champions Festival. But they still have more than 5 minutes to show up, and I hope they will. I'd obviously rather play than not play. I guess I'll just put the room code. There's no reason not to just put the room code in the chat now in case they show up. But they have to check in before they can do anything else, so let's see. 4.5 minutes left. I can't Thunder Wave a majority of their team. Not that Thunder Wave is massively important, although I've been clicking it more in Champions than I was in Scarlet and Violet. But literally 4 of their 6 Pokemon are immune to Prankster Thunder Wave, because 3 of them are Dark types, and then there's Goldango. Thunder Waving the Sneasler could be pretty good, though. It's also not Unburdened Sneasler, it's Poison Touch, holding a Black Belt. So the Black Belt is useless to them, because my whole team's immune to fighting. But my Basculegion should be able to... They do have Tailwind on Whimsicott, but otherwise my Basculegion should always be able to outspeed the Sneasler, right? How would I beat a team like this? How would I try to handle a team like this in the Builder? I don't know if there's a good way. And you're not going to see a ton of teams like this. It makes me think about Aegislash a little bit again, although Aegislash is kind of pressed for move slots. Like, I wanted all 5... There's the other issue when I had it on my team. I wanted all 5 of Shadow Sneak, Poltergeist, Ironhead, Sacred Sword, and King's Shield, and obviously something has to give there. You can't have all 5. And Sacred Sword was the one that I was dropping, so it would be bad into Kingambit if I still had it here. I was keeping Ironhead because I wanted it to be a fairy check, mainly. Although, Poltergeist is probably good enough into the fairies that people use. Maybe I could have dropped Ironhead if I'd workshopped it some more. Then I went Cerulege anyway. Cerulege is good into Kingambit because I have the Colbur Berry on it, and I can Bitter Blade. But then Cerulege is just terrible into Incineroar and Mega Tyranitar. So yeah, maybe a team like this is just always going to be a bad matchup for 6 Ghosts. And again, Annihilate is super good into their Dark types, so it's not even that terrible a matchup, but the Goldango is a threat, and Coaching is a threat. But I don't know, hopefully we'll play this matchup and I'll figure it out, but my opponent has... Oh, they've checked in, let's go. We're going to play, I assume. They really cut it close there, but they have now shown up. And here they are. You got the Shadow Ball drop on Kingambit. Awkward. I say good luck, have fun in the Limitless chat. I did make a double battle room, right? Yeah, okay, I see the word double up there. Okay. I think I've... Once again, there's probably a case for Mega Gengar in this matchup, but once again, my last 2 Pokemon are so bad into most of what my opponent has that we're definitely going to start with this. Incineroar Whimsicott lead. Okay, Whimsicott. The Incineroar has Parting Shot, Fake Out, Close Combat, and Darkest Lariat. The Whimsicott has Tailwind, Dazzling Gleam, Giga Drain, and Encore. Okay, so I cannot bulk up in front of this. It is nice that they've gifted me Defiant, turn 1. Does Incineroar not have Parting Shot? Oh, it does. It's in the first slot. Okay. Neither one of my Pokemon on the field right now is weak to Dark, but both are weak to Fairy, so let's go ahead and go for a Light Screen here. Moonblast. That is a team sheet error. Uh-oh. Their team sheet says Dazzling Gleam, and it doesn't say Moonblast. Oh, that did so much. That's really bad for me. Okay. Well, here's how I can play around it. Yes, it's Encore Whimsicott, I think. I mean, clearly I don't know its moves. If I go Sinistcha and try to take out the Whims. What do I do if there's a team sheet error? I think I play out the game and then call a judge, right? I probably should have saved the instant recording of that Whimsicott using Moonblast, but I'm thinking of that right now. It would have been fine there to just attack with Annihilate, and that would have been a lot less awkward than what's probably coming. I'm going to fish for a double protect, because I would like to not get Encored if I can avoid it. Okay, I don't get it. And I click Matcha Gotcha to get the KO on Whimsicott, so they do Encore me into Protect. That does a bunch to Sinistcha. Whimsicott's gone. But Annihilate is locked into Protect, and if I switch it out, I lose my Rage Fist stacks. And I don't especially have anything to switch it into anyway, and who knows what's coming in. The nice thing is, because my double protect just failed, the next protect is guaranteed to succeed at least. King and Gambit, okay. They have no reason not to double the Sinistra slot, but I'm going to go Sableye, because that way I can bring Sinistra back in for some more hospitality. And if Sableye does somehow survive this turn, I can also go for a Reflect, but I don't love my chances of that. Darkest Lariat also ignores defense boost, right? Maybe they thought it'd switch Annihilate there. So even if I were to bulk up with Annihilate, which I've so far not gotten a chance to do this game, it still wouldn't reduce the damage from Incineroar. I don't know how Reflect interacts with that, though. Darkest Lariat into Sableye, okay. Kowtow Cleave into Annihilate. Tailwind ends, that is good. This is the last turn of Encore, and I'm guaranteed to get a successful protect here. I'm going to leave Sableye in. I think they might knock it out. And it would be nice to get Sinistra back in and also be able to click Rage Powder next turn. If it doesn't work, I don't think it's the end of the world. But it looks like it does work. Yeah, so I'm sacking Sableye to get Sinistra in safely. And the Encore is over after this turn, so I can start clicking Drain Punch. It Annihilate's at what, like +1 attack? Because I think I did get Intimidated. Yeah. What's the item on King Gambit? Citrus. I'm down to Drain Punch, King Gambit, and Rage Powder. Yeah, they're protected. That was the one downside of that play. It's a pretty significant downside, actually, because if they knock out Sinistra here, they can force in my Basket Legion and Sucker Punch it. Oh well. Oh, they don't knock out Sinistra. Let's go. 6 HP. What could they have in the back? That's not the way to check. They could still have Goldengo in the back. I'm going to take my chances. They don't switch. Knock out King Gambit. And get back to full. Do they have Sneasler or Tyrant? Or probably Tyranitar in the back, right? Probably not Sneasler. If we haven't seen it yet. I guess for as much as I'm worried about this coaching Sneasler, it also has trouble in this matchup doing anything other than coaching. So it's not the easiest bring for them. Now, am I right on what to do with the team sheet error? I think I should, as soon as game 1 is over, call a judge. Something about it feels a little dirty, but I mean, it's not my fault that they have an error. Drain Punch, Tyranitar, and Wave Crash, Incineroar. is their only Mega. But I don't think it can win at this point. And it protects this turn. Yeah, Incineroar's just knocked out by the wave crash. That'll be GG, and then, yeah, maybe an awkward interaction coming up. They forfeit. Okay. So I don't know if I'm following exactly the right procedure. Oh, they've already marked game 1 as a loss, so okay, I'm going to call a judge now. I guess opponent's deck does not match their deck list is the reason I should select. Heads up, you have a team sheet error. Now, in a massive tournament like this, I would imagine it's going to take a while for a judge to show up, so it's pretty awkward. Asking what? I say Whims, Moonblast isn't on your sheet. Honestly, I'm okay with playing it out if the judges will allow that, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know what we do here. Maybe we just sit here for a bit. Opponent says, ah, damn, you right, man. In the Limitless chat. It was a misclick. Oh, they selected the wrong move. I wonder if that was a misclick in the team builder on Showdown or a misclick in Champions, because Dazzling Gleam and Moonblast probably are right next to each other in that type-based list. It's unfortunate. 2-0. Robbie, do you know what I'm supposed to be doing here? I won game 1, and in the process I noticed my opponent had a team sheet error, so now I've not started game 2, and I've called a judge. I feel like I haven't been in this position before, even though I've been playing for a while. Opponent says in the Limitless chat, if you load up another game, I'll give you a walkover. But, like, I probably should wait for a judge to address this, right? I don't think you get an extra win for this. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm fine with that. But, like, notifying a judge does still seem like the right thing to do. I think they mean they would just forfeit instantly or something like that, which I don't think is necessary. I'm okay with playing it out, but I think we should wait for judge first, is what I'm typing. You also just noticed a team sheet error, but you never clicked the wrong move? Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, you had a team sheet error. I see. Now, in this case, my opponent's Whimsicott on their team sheet has Tailwind, Dazzling Gleam, Giga Drain, and Encore, so it was a real surprise for me when they clicked Moonblast. I was like, it's not a huge deal. Oh, opponent says, to be honest, bro, I ain't got time for the rest of the tournament today. I mean, they could drop if they want, but I don't want to influence them to do that, so I don't know if I should say anything. You had Dazzling on your team sheet in Primarina, but played with Moonblast, so you made exactly the same mistake as my opponent, except on a different Pokemon. Did you... They said it was a misclick. Did you, just select the wrong move? Oh, hi, Squirrel. Did you also select the wrong move in Champions, or in the Champions Builder or something? Moonblast, and that isn't on the sheet. Yeah, Squirrel, are you here because I call? Are you in my stream because I called a judge on Limitless, or what? What happened? Oh, yeah, someone else has shown up to deal with it. That does make sense, I guess. So far, the judge has just said, okay, after we said what the issue is. The way my opponent was talking, they might just end up dropping, but... Like I said, I don't want to influence them to do that. If this judge just says, play game 2, but don't use Moonblast, or, well, now your opponent knows about the Moonblast, so just play it out, but tell your opponents later, or something, I think that would be a reasonable outcome here. But so far, they've just said, okay. Default is you must change Mon to match team sheet. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I guess that's easy to do in a tournament like this where you're not sending in a rental code beforehand or something. I didn't think about that. That does actually make the most sense. Robbie, I understand why this happened, because it can be used as a slur, but my stream dock in OBS censored the word ape when you said that. I do find the automatic censorship a little silly sometimes. And again, that word can be used as a slur, not in reference to an Annihilate, but... I had to check what you had just said there. So keep an eye on. I don't know what's going on. Opponent says, "Hey man, can I just back out?" And the judge responds, "Please don't leave chat. Please don't leave the chat if finished." So I don't really have a clear instruction on how to proceed still. Opponent says, okay. what do we do right now? There we go, I can just ask. I guess the judges must be crazy busy today, so I'm not really bothered if they're taking a while to give answers, but I do kind of just sit here for now, I suppose. Over 100 judge calls this round already. Yeah, that checks out. In that case, hey, someone was pretty quick to show up at least. Maybe please don't leave the chat if finished meant that the judge isn't sure whether we're done or not, but wants us to stay here either way. That's a sensible interpretation of that sentence. We're not done, we've only played game 1. My opponent seems like they might want to drop. But I'm not going to be like, yeah, you should drop. I think that would be poor sportsmanship, to put it mildly. The opponent says, hello? That's alright, I know the judges are busy. Oh yeah, well, it's Saturday. Wolf uploaded. I entered a tournament with Megastoraptor. That's probably a fun watch. I'm so far behind on Wolf's content, though. I haven't even finished his Month of Champions from like 3 months ago yet. But I'll watch that Staraptor video eventually. Queue it up to get to someday. Megastoraptor is super fun, though, from what little I've experienced of it. It's probably a good video. Robbie, I just saw your comment on my Gen 3 OU, my most recent Gen 3 OU round. Shaboogles didn't post it in the Discord. That's true. He's kind of a walking spoiler on these, isn't he? If Shaboogles didn't say, yo, W hype and aura, fire goat 100. Oh, my food's here. Fire goat 100 judge calls. It'll be a game oh, whoops. You have to change Whimsicott to fit the OTS Whimsicott, blah, blah, blah. It'll be a game loss for the game where this was found. which I already won the game without that. So we can go ahead with game 2 now. All right, let's go. Hang on. W. Did you leave a third comment, Robbie? I see the W on the Gen 1. Did you leave a comment on the Gen 2 one as well or something? Let's not leave my opponent hanging. Okay, I don't know what else to do here, so 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a spider on my wall. Got Goldango. Uh-oh. Do I just lose to Goldango? It's Nasty Plot Goldango. Maybe. Let's tickle it a little bit. I can't even Thunderwave Goldango. I can't Thunderwave 2/3 of their team. We've been over this. Okay, they fixed their set. That gives me a Rage Fist boost, though. And they make it rain. They don't Shadow Ball Annihilate. So they take out Sableye, but they give me 2-stack Rage Fist immediately. And I did just click Rage Fist into Goldango because I didn't know what else to do here. And it's Life Orb Goldango, so it gives me 10% of its HP right there. I was so much more scared of some kind of Nasty Plot setup. But okay, Goldango's already gone. Life comes at you fast, I guess. And they forfeit. Okay. Alright, well, maybe they still just wanted to give me a walkover after all. I didn't ask for that, but that's their business. GG's. And they complimented my Ghost Gym Leader title. Alright. That opponent was nice. It's an I mean, it's obviously they created the problem themselves, but it's an unfortunate situation with the team sheet error. But okay, 1-1 now. And my food is probably... Yeah, shame for it to go like this. It is, yeah. But hey, 6 more rounds. My food is probably waiting outside my door, so I think I'm going to mute and start eating. I guess I'll put the team up on screen. That's not the right button. You can tell I haven't been playing very much MB. My MA teams here and stuff. You won on Rough Skin. Congrats, Raymer. You're 2-0 now? Or are you 1-1? Yeah, me soon. Eating like a Morpeko. Yeah, I'm gonna go do that. So, I don't know. I'll be back soon. Alright, I'm back, and pretty close to time. It looks like 4 matches left, although last round, the last 2 took a while. I've been coming up with shiny hunts for Raymer in the chat. Excadrill? Nice. Three matches left. And now just 2. You're hunting Drillbur and Hippopotas. Okay, fun. And you've already got 2 Hippo? Am I understanding that right? You got the wrong Hippo? What does that mean? You have a preferred gender form you're going for, or you just caught one that isn't shiny? Because I know the Hippo has one of the more visible gender differences. So maybe that's what you mean, but I'm sure you'll let me know. One isn't shiny? Hmm. $21 shiny Numel? You didn't catch all those today, did you? Okay, that's a lot more reasonable. What are these last 2 matches? Oh, never mind. They're finished. So we just have to wait for the round.
The timer goes up instead of down once it's timed out, yeah. Just to show how far above we are. Though I don't think it matters in any way. I don't know, maybe it's somehow useful to the host to track how long each round takes. Victory Scream, what are you talking about, Raymer? Is there something I don't know in the Battle Pass? We're winning a little bit. We're hydrating a little bit. Sure, Raymer, you can tell me the champion, the shiny you got in Champions earlier, and I've just started the Wordle myself, and yeah, I'm not doing great so far. Shiny Mamoswine, the early riser, that is W. Okay, Wordle's done. Ninja got it in 2? Wow. I wonder what's taking so long to start the round this time. I mean, it's probably like 100 more judge calls. Squirrel was in here earlier saying that they'd had 100. But it's been a little while since the last match seemed to finish. I think I just sent a funny message in Wolf's Discord. If I can laugh at my own joke. We keep getting melodic? Yeah, that checks out. But I'm saying it's been probably close to 10 minutes since the last round was the last match was marked finished, and the round hasn't started. So that's probably judge calls or something. I don't know Latin. So the message I was replying to said it feels good to get to 2-0 because when push comes to shove, you know you at least... Oh, no, they ruined it. They said you at least played average, but the original version of their message said you know you at least played. And so I'm riffing on the René Descartes thing. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. That's why I sent 1 and 1. Therefore I am. But now the person I responded to has edited their message, so they ruined the joke. Or stream stuff. Yeah, that could be. I haven't tuned into the mainstream at all. Yeah, absolutely, Raymer King. That would be wrong to say here. Their message is clearer with the edit. The stream's still on the BRB sign, huh? Probably judge stuff then. But I think it's been at least 10 minutes now since the last match was marked finished. It happens, though, in such a huge event. I looked at the tournament questions Discord channel, and the first post I saw with a lot of activity is just people in Asia talking about how playing this out will have them up all night, and then if they make day 2, they have to do it again. Someone wrote, "Hello, fellow Asians. Haha, hope none of us fall asleep mid-game." You're fine being up late, but early sucks. When I was your age, I'd probably say the same thing. At this point in my life, I'm very happy that the tournament starts at like early midday for me, but given the choice, I would probably rather be getting up at the kind of time that you are than playing overnight. But at a younger age, I probably would have given a different answer. Yeah, I'm youthful or something? Exactly. I used to pull all kinds of all-nighters, and now I think one ever would wreck me. Does round 3 even exist is the newest question in the Discord. Well, not yet. It's only hypothetical right now. And then that Asia thread is going crazy. It has almost 200 messages and several people typing. Normally you're completely fine with waking up early, considering it's the middle of vacation, kind of shifty. Yeah. That makes sense too. Already messed up your sleep schedule? Yeah. Sometimes I do that even when I'm not on vacation. It's turning into a real problem. I'm working on it. It doesn't always come easily to me. Could have caught at least 3 Drillbur if you didn't jump ship. Well, you'll definitely get other chances then if it's that fast. Oh, here's a good question in the questions channel. Is Aaron or Wolfie join this tourney? I wonder which Aaron they mean. Probably Cybertron, because he's the one who uploads. I'm really not sweating the delay, but at this point I can see why people are, and in a tournament meant to be friendly to new players, the judges probably should say something. If I'm being honest. It has been a long time with no word on what's happening. Probably because they're super busy dealing with something else, but if I were to give any constructive feedback to the hosts on this, they said it's judge calls in the stream chat? Okay. If I were to give any constructive feedback to the hosts, there probably should be someone whose job it is, in part, to make an announcement if things stretch out like this. Like, it's obviously not their whole job, but like one judge should be designated the person who does that so that it doesn't get forgotten when they're slammed. That's not me complaining, but I can see why new players are getting antsy because they don't know what's going on. Wouldn't say this is meant to be the most newbie-friendly tour. Fair enough. I guess I'm a little bit influenced by Scraw's video about the first one where he said that was a goal that he had. To make it welcoming to new players. That a lot of the branding around it and so on were sort of geared toward that. Maybe that's not the intention this time. Scraw at least has said that it was part of the intention for the first one. We're in? We are in. A couple hundred people have dropped already, but I guess that's to be expected. Charizard Y Staraptor. With Glimmora, Garchomp, Whimsicott, Basculegion. It's like a strong MA team, but with a Staraptor grafted onto it. Oh, can't click close combat into me, so that's something. And this Whimsicott does not have Encore, so that's also something. It is Moonblast, Grass. It's Life Orb Whimsicott. Modest nature. I haven't even been remembering to check people's natures, but it's modest. With Moonblast, Grasswind, Tail Knot, and Protect. So that could do a lot of damage to my Annihilate, but can't lock it into bulk up. Kind of a mixed bag there. Ability? Prankster. It's still their Tailwind setter. I'd be very surprised if it didn't have Prankster. I like the first part of that room code. Very easy to remember. Saves me some mental load for the second part. Anything else weird on this team? It's a standard Charizard. Well, it is Solar Beam. I don't know if that's standard on Charizard Y right now. It probably is. Staraptor, Sash Glimmora, 3 attacks. Citrus Berry, Garchomp with 4 attacks. Earthquake, Rock Slide, Poison Jab, Dragon Tail. Oh, they have Dragon Tail. Wait, that's actually an issue for an Annihilate setup. And then Mystic Water, Adaptability, Basculegion. Okay, my Basculegion goes crazy into this, mostly. Annihilate is a mixed bag, but I mean, I definitely think well, do I think I'd try to go for it, or do I... I mean, Ceruledge is my best answer to Charizard Y. My opponent has joined... They've checked in for the round. Ceruledge is my best answer to Charizard Y. It's bad into Basculegion and Garchomp and Glimmora. Totally shuts down this Whimsicott. I think I lead Annihilate and bring Ceruledge in the back in game 1. Maybe. But I think I also want Basculegion, so something has to give for me to make room for all that. Opponent's here. They say hi in chat. I say good luck, have fun to them. Yeah, I don't know. I could just stick to what I know. Or I could try to get Ceruledge in here somewhere. Which is excellent into both of their megas. And unexcellent into most of the rest of their team. The Shadow Sneak is nice to have too. Well, when in doubt, I'll stick to the classic mode for game 1 at least. Don't know what to expect. If it's Whimsicott Charizard lead, then I'll wish I had a Ceruledge in the back to switch in. Garchomp Whimsicott, okay. Four attacks Chomp. It has that Dragon Tail. I think I will take my chances turn 1 though. I'm going to bulk up and Light Screen. I can at least land a big hit into something before I get Dragon Tailed out. Probably. Moonblast. Does some damage, for sure. Because it's Life Orb Whimsicott. Right, I forgot. Oh, they Dragon Tail turn 1. Okay. So I took a bunch of damage on my ape for nothing. I gambled on that, and I lost the bet. Basculegion's forced in, though. I'm not mad at that. Because I want to get this Life Orb Whimsicott out of here. The problem is I don't have anything good to click into it, because I don't have any stacks on my last respects yet. Well, let's just go for damage. There's no Tailwind, so they went for an attack. Is it Grass Knot into my Basculegion? Probably, right? Yep. That does so much. Oh no. I'm running out of win cons already. So they're going to knock out my Basculegion early. That's not something I'm used to with this team. I doubt that crit mattered. Back to Ape. Probably straight to... I think I just protect and switch to Sinistcha to get some health back. Then I still have to worry about the Moonblast next turn. I could Thunderwave Whimsicott instead of switching, but obviously I've locked in my move, so I can't right now. But that was an option, I suppose. Go for the Tailwind here. Just Rock Slide with Chomp, okay. Well, I'm gonna need those screens to come through for me. Rage Fist Whims. And I could sneak in a Life Dew here, or maybe I could set Trick Room. Get Tailwind up, but not for much longer. But I only have my slow stuff left at this point, just about. So I think Trick Room is worth a shot. I really do. This is gonna hurt. But then the question is, what does Garchomp go for? I did not know that Life Orb Whimsicott was gonna be one of my... Earthquake. Oh no, oh, my Rage Fist is gonna go into Garchomp. Am I gonna lose my Ape to Rough Skin? I didn't think about that. I did not know that Life Orb Whimsicott was gonna be the nightmare matchup today. No! Alright, Sinisha and Sableye can sometimes win a game, but this is not looking good. They can still have their Charizard Y in the back. Yeah, they do. Let's see what Foul Play does to it. Honestly, no. The Wincon is full paras forever. So is Thunder Wave Charizard, even though I have Trick Room up. Burn? Okay, I get the Mancha Gotcha burn, but I think I'm just going to lose to Charizard anyway. Yeah. Alright, well both my Pokemon survived the turn. Let's see what a Foul Play does to this Charizard. What do I do in game 2? I think I need Cerulege. But I need that to not just lose to Garchomp if it's gonna work. Okay, got the full pair this turn. And the burned Garchomp isn't doing much damage. It did crit my Sinistcha, but couldn't really tell. It has to be Cerulege in game 2. But how does it work? Cerulege, Sableye, Reflect, Bitter Blade, or even Swords Dance? Probably just Bitter Blade. Okay, Sableye dodges Heat Wave, but Sinisha doesn't. And with their Tailwind being over, I don't even get the Life Dew this turn. Dragon Tail into Sableye. And I have no recovery left, so that is GG. Because they can just use Earthquake, they won't even miss. Oh, they didn't even let me get another Foul Play into Charizard. Alright, that's game 1. Gonna have to do something different in game 2. One too far. There we go. Try this. Sadly, leave the Sinistcha behind. Okay, same lead from them. Well, let's see. I'm probably going to take a lot of damage from this Garchomp. I guess I have to be afraid of Charizard coming in. They protect their Whimsicott turn 1. Swords Dance was tempting, but I just didn't know. That does so much. Oh, it crit me. What does a foul play do to this Garchomp? Will I get to find out, or is Life Orb Whimsicott gonna knock out my save life first? I do have an idea starting to form, though, if I'm being honest. No, I should have gone for Light Screen. I'm just falling apart in this matchup. Light Screen would have been way more helpful in the longer run of this game. Yeah, I think what I need to do is basically try to win with Annihilate when I have few enough Pokemon left that they can't Dragon Tail it out. So Light Screen would have been a lot more helpful. Instead, I'm going to try to aggressively get rid of this Whimsicott, I guess, so that it can't click Moonblast into Annihilate. Okay, that works. They also don't set Tailwind. If they knock out Ceruledge here, that boosts my Last Respects. They don't knock out Ceruledge here, it actually survives. Who's coming in? Their own Basculegion. Uh-oh. Okay, but they're not Scarfed. Okay, but they're not Scarfed. So, let's see. Get protected this turn. I thought they might, like, Aqua Jet snipe my Ceruledge. Now they can do that next turn. Oh well. Might have been actually better to let Ceruledge go down this turn. Get Annihilate bin when there's no Charizard on the field. Alright. I will sack my Ceruledge to this Rough Skin. If they don't Aqua Jet me first. That's a silly idea. I'm going to make my Basculegion take extra damage for nothing and lose the game. Oh well. Kind of the only way forward. Knock out their fish. One of their fish. They still have a shark. Basculegion survives. I still have my ape. They can't Dragon Tail it out anymore. The problem is, like, the obvious thing for me to do here is Last Respects Charizard and count on Annihilate to beat Garchomp in the endgame. But given that that's obvious, I think they protect Charizard, so I'm actually going to Last Respects Garchomp. Is Last Respects a contact move? My guess is no, but I don't know. I feel a lot better off if I have Basculegion after this turn, but I don't know that I will. I'm calling a Protect on their Charizard. I think that makes a ton of sense for them here. Okay, I got that right. Knock out the Garchomp with the Last Respects crit.
And it's not a contact move. Let's go. That should win game 2. They forfeit. Okay. There's still game 3. What do I even do in game 3? I'm gonna lead Basculegion. No. Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna go back to the Ape lead, but I'll bring Ceruledge in the back. I don't know what my opponent's gonna throw at me because they just led Whimsicott Garchomp in both of those 2 games. I could see them doing it again, but I could see them doing something different. To be honest, Chad, I'm already getting a little tired, which is not a great sign. In round 3 out of 8 today. Whimsicott Basculegion. Well, that's immediately very threatening right off the bat. What do they have on their Basculegion? The usual stuff, I think. Yep. The nice thing is it's not boosted Last Respects yet. So I feel okay to Light Screen. The one thing that's awkward about leading Basculegion is it doesn't have any of those boosts. Still a very threatening Mon, obviously. And there's still this Life Orb Whimsicott, but at least the Dragon Tail Garchomp isn't on the field right now, so I have clicked Bulk Up. But I don't have Sinistcha in the back this time, so damage on Annihilate is a bunch more awkward than it otherwise could be. Also, if they just Wave Crash me here, that might be trouble. Last Respects, but it's just raw 50 power. It still KOs. No! That's really, really bad for me because I can't safely go to my Basculegion yet because I can still set Tailwind. Which is why I'm going to try to put pressure on this Whimsicott, and I'm actually just going to Thunder Wave their Basculegion right now. I don't think Reflect even does enough for me here. Okay, they Moonblast Sableye. Is it with Light Screen? It still KOs. Why is Life Orb Whimsicott so strong? Well, I get my Bitter Blade, though. Which is good, because I think at this point I'm counting on my Basculegion to sweep. If there's any Pokeball that could do that, that's the one. But it's probably going to be an uphill battle. If they Wave Crash me, he's going to one-shot. Yep, so I just have Basculegion left against 3 Pokemon, but I do have my fully boosted Last Respects. If they have Staraptor in the back, they can just not Mega Evolve it and win, because I have to lock into Last Respects here. So that's a great adjustment by them if that's what they've done. Charizard first. Oh, that is Solar Beam, doesn't it? So, I mean, wherever this Last Respect goes, I'm in a lot of danger from the other Mon. I'm going to target Charizard because I think their Basculegion is marginally more likely to protect this turn, and because it also is marginally more likely to be fully paralyzed.
Okay, they Mega Evolve. I don't think Charizard is doing that just to protect right now. Last Respect's not gonna sit out. The downside to this is I'm giving them the boost on their Last Respect, so I actually do need a full para here. They didn't protect their Basculegion. I don't get the full para. GG's. 1 and 2. This was a tough one. Life Orb, Whimsicott, and Dragon Tail Garchomp was actually a pretty big problem. I still had Light Screen up. Maybe I needed to attack their Basculegion there and try to take a Solar Beam. Although then I'd still probably lose to whatever their Pokemon in the back was. So maybe it was I did just need to hope for a full para, that I wouldn't take any damage there at all. Put Quicksilver in a box for now. The boxes are a mess. And let's see if I can get a Cloth. Glad you approve. Bacon Salty Sour. There's some chunky pieces of bacon. I'll go open face because I'm scared by the way they're piled up. 2 and 1, lost to Flower Power and Ceruledge. Okay, where do I want to be? Over here, right? Oh, there's a Cloth already. I could end up getting Knackley instead. But Cloth is what I'm looking for. Does it always look like they throw up when they eat a sandwich? I haven't noticed. But maybe I'll notice now that you said that. Well, that is a Cloth right there. I thought it was blue, but it's not. Never mind. I was about to say, well, that was quick. This is probably the Titan. Unless that's the Titan. Can't seem to lock onto this one at all, so maybe it's the Titan. I forgot that Cloth has such a funny cry. Outbreak method? That requires either luck or resetting, right? I'm good with luck. Got a Magikarp outbreak down here. There's so many Knackley. And not very many Cloth. Not sure this is going to work out. Nope, done with you. It's not time for you right now. Where are you back? I must have found this Gimmighoul earlier. I thought I saw a shiny Cloth again, but this time it was just a rock. L Rock? It didn't do anything wrong. Get a vantage point. See a bunch of Cloth, but none of them in the color I'm looking for. I didn't mean to fall all the way into that pit. Oops. I think I will go back up. Out of the way, Gimmighoul. There we go. How are we looking for the next round? Yeah, we're getting there. This cloth is floating in the air. Look at that. Oh, never mind. It just jumped at me. What on earth? Did you see that, Raymer? It was floating in midair. I got up close to get a good look, maybe a screenshot, then it just jumped at me. All that to not actually start a battle. You got a Drillbur? Yeah, I didn't think it would take you long. Once you got moving on it. The first of hopefully a few. That's the spirit. We are within 200 matches of being ready for the next round. Let me in! Oh, no, can't have a sandwich in there anymore. Two and one. Getting dinner. Good plan. Someone ping me in the tournament if the Discord's in the Discord if the tournament starts before you've reported back. Raymer, can you handle that one? What's that? Just a gulpin? Whoa, whoa, whoa! That one ambushed me. Oh, you're finding all kinds of shinies, Raymer. Okay. Well, ground type shinies specifically, so I guess not all kinds. Whoa, there it is! Oh my god, that actually worked. Why do I think a dive ball would look incredible with this? It's a really silly ball for this Pokemon, but then it is a crab. What do you think, Raymer? Peak? Yeah, I mean, look at that. Blue and white. And it disappeared again. Alright, move over, Mega Crabominable. There's a new crab ready to dominate the meta once it's allowed in the game. Any nickname ideas? No inspiration? Alright, we can park that question for another time. I still have a rock type sandwich active. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this button. Let's also save the game first. Can I search by type in this Pokedex? Maybe not. You know what? I kind of just want to go to Area 0, just for the vibe. I'm not sure what there is in there for rock types other than Glimmet and Glamora. I guess Iron Thorns, but I have a shiny Iron Thorns already. Well, let's just see what we find in here. I have that shiny already, too. A lot of wild Pokemon here, but no rock types yet. I guess I'd have to be at a cliff area or in the cave, probably. There's a cliff down there. Iron Thorns, Knackley Line. Lycanroc. And if I go... Lycanroc is good, hunt that. It's not a bad idea. If I go into the cave, though, what do I find? Garb, Glamora. Lycanroc is definitely the one that's speaking to me most. I don't know how huntable it is. I don't know what you're saying, Raymer. Oh. Hey, maybe. Where's that cliff? So many spawn here. I am noticing that, yeah. A little bit lost. Oh, there's a cliff. I think it's not the same one I was just on, but it's the same kind of area, spawn-wise. Bunch of Floette, but not the kind that's good in VGC. Speaking of which, is that a random shiny Medicham? I have a rock type sandwich on. I was about to go check on the tournament. The tournament's fine, like 30 matches left. Recover. I did not sandwich this. Here, let me take away my own psychic weakness in case it wants to target that. Might need sleep. I clicked Spore this time. Alright, what's the ball for this? Dive isn't the worst, but it's more yellow than white this time. Quick is honestly not the worst, despite the stigma. Lure. Beast is very reasonable, but obviously it's not very likely to work. Do you think I should try Raymer? Try one Beast Ball. Expected outcome. Didn't even shake. So even if I'd crit that catch, it wouldn't have caught. I think Quick is reasonable. It does match. What do you think, Raymer? All right, do we have any nickname in mind for this? Okay. About 8 minutes left on my sandwich. Oh, that's just a Raichu that I saw over there. Uh, 20 matches still going in the tournament, so it could still be a little bit. There's a Chansey. I didn't remember that could spawn down here. I remembered Farigiraf, though, and Girafarig. There are a ton of wild Pokemon here, most of them not influenced by my sandwich, but we've seen that could still pay off. Maybe I should go to the other cliff. Maybe there's some other unexpected shiny over there. Oh, it's over here, right? A lot of rock types here. Not, I guess, crowded out by other things spawning. Sleepy Iron Hands. I got fooled by them sleeping a long time ago. I didn't know what was going on. I was like, is that a shiny? Okay. Just a giraffe rig here now. So many Knackley and Knacklestack. But I don't think any of them look unusual to me. Used all the luck on Medicham? Maybe. I'm not complaining. Is that a shiny Lycanroc? Did I just find 3 shinies with 1 sandwich, one of which was not even affected by the sandwich? You know what? This one's also blue and white. This could be another dive ball. See, this is what this Breloom does that I find so silly. Because it loves me so much, it expels the poison that I want it to have, hence it holding a toxic orb that immediately poisons it again. In a couple rounds, you might hunt Terrakion. I guess rock types are kind of the theme right now, huh? And that's a fighting type. You can get some residual Medicham luck. I woke up. We can fix that.
What do you think, dive ball? Okay. Nickname? You got inspiration? Sea Rock or Coral? I'll go with Sea Rock. I'm good with Coral. I like Coral. Two matches still going, by the way. The sandwich is almost done. I want to go to Blueberry Academy anyway. Let's just go to the canyon biome and see if I spot something immediately. I just don't know if that was the best place for me to go to when I just said the canyon biome. I guess it works. I'm in Chargestone Cavern. There's stuff here too. The problem is I don't think you can tell whether Minior is shiny when it has its shell on. The reason I wanted to go to Blueberry Academy is I used a Beast Ball earlier. I didn't catch the Pokemon, but I did try a Beast Ball. And whenever I use one of those special rare Pokeballs in this game, I like to go do the item printer until I hit Pokeball Lotto and maybe get something back. I think I can do that right now. If my sandwich even still exists, it's about to end. I don't think it's worth it to mess with these Minior. One match still going. Okay, what do I have a lot of? Magikarp scales. Your Switch hit low battery. Uh-oh. The downside, I guess, of continuing to use it between rounds. Doesn't really matter what I get from this. I'm looking for Pokeball Lotto. Why do I have so many Dratini scales? Not that I'm complaining. Oh, something happening? Yes, but it's not what I'm looking for. But this is still nice, I guess.
That's a lot of items. All matches are finished. And something's happening. Double item again. I'll do this, and then because matches are finished, I'll turn this game off for now. Okay, back to champions. Been live for almost 4 hours, which means we're probably creeping up on an hour over one per round. Although, of course, I started a little bit before. I started streaming a little bit before the tournament started. So that benchmark is still probably a ways off. Oh, Pokegame uploaded with Houndstone 12 hours ago. That answers part of my question, I'm sure, on why people are using it. Quick question, did I have to schedule a draft recap for mid-tournament? Ha. I didn't have to, but also I wasn't thinking about that at all when I scheduled it. This one's 3 hours, they just keep getting longer. It's because so many people joined for their own team breakdowns, mostly. Although I think my breakdown of my own draft also took me a long while. But I mean, it's featuring Trico, Sari, Shadow, Ninja, Shaboogles, Ghost, Lazy, the Irish Taco, Panda. I don't even know if I've forgotten anyone at this point. What names did I just say? Oh, Mario Man also did one. I get, yeah, I follow. There's definitely been some creep. I think I've also gotten better at spotting what the teams are trying to do, just from the list of Pokemon, so I have more to say on some of them now than I used to. Oh, yeah. Good point. I'll try to remember to do that. Maybe I can do that right now while we wait for the round. What's your channel? There you are. Live for 4 hours now, by the way. But again, I did not start right at the start time of the tournament, so we're not quite an hour over an hour per round yet. But we're getting there. I have no idea, Raymer. Could be anything. New round. Oh, okay, another couple hundred people dropped. This is what it is. I have an opponent. They've already checked in. They were quick. It's Mawile Trick Room. How do I beat... It's Mega Mawile and Mega Blastoise Trick Room. How do I beat this? Yeah, ping Robbie if he hasn't checked in. For sure. I almost forgot. How do I beat Mawile Blastoise Trick Room? It's Psy Spam too. It's Psychic Terrain for Farigiraf. It knows Expanding Force. And their Reuniclus also knows Expanding Force. Colbur Berry Farigiraf. Colbur Berry Farigiraf is their only Trick Room setter. So that makes it relatively easy to deny Trick Room. The question is, what do I get to do then? What do I do from there? I think leading Gengar makes a lot of sense into this. But Gengar and what? Basculegion in the back, for sure, 1,000,000%. I think maybe this is a matchup where I leave the support Pokemon behind. It's Hypercut or Mawile, not Intimidate, so that's worse for Annihilate, better for Ceruledge. But it is Intimidate and Incineroar. I'm going to try something. I don't know if it's going to work out for me. I think there's a good chance it doesn't, but we're going to try this for game one. Good luck, have fun. Why do I keep rolling Canary's music? Not that I'm complaining. Here's Farigiraf Mawile. Knockoff Mawile. Kinda scary. A little bit scary. I'm taunting this giraffe and hoping for the best. Maybe doing Gengar Basculegion could have been good here, but I think I prefer Basculegion in the back in this matchup. But that is my immediate turbo offense lead with this team. That could have been worth considering. They didn't switch anything, by the way. Expanding Force, so they didn't try to pull anything when I had Taunt on the board. They just double Gengar and knock it out, okay. But that does give me... I was gonna say Basculegion, but I actually think I'd rather go Ceruledge here. Save Basculegion for the late game. Let's see a Bitter Blade into this Mawile. I'm worried that they'll switch... I could have Swords Dance here, actually. I'm worried that they'll switch Farigiraf out. I think Swords Dance here was probably better. Oh well. Might be playing too quickly. Might need to slow down. It stayed in. The +1 Drain Punch is not a 2-hit KO into the Farigiraf. That's good to know. Mawile narrowly survives the Bitter Blade. Expanding Force into Ape. They never got to set their terrain. Knock off into Ceruledge. My one use of the Colbur Berry. Now I think I double Farigiraf because I'm in a way better spot if they never get Trick Room. They don't seem to be switching this thing out. Never mind. Machamp, okay. They protect the Mawile, so they don't do any damage this turn. Farigiraf is always threatened, as long as they still have 2 Pokemon when it comes back in. Okay, Machamp surviving that is probably good, because I can look for the chance to knock out Mawile now. What does this Machamp have? Expert Belt, no guard, of course. Rock Slide, Dynamic Punch, High Horsepower, Detect. Oh, it's nice that this team doesn't have to worry about Dynamic Punch. They just letting me have 2 KOs here? Wait until I get hit with Soak? I don't think this opponent has that, but hey, maybe someone does. Okay, Farigiraf and what? Hopefully something not very threatening, because I would love to just knock out the Giraffe. I've already Mega'd. That's just Incineroar. So it'll give me Defiant. So then Drain Punch probably does knock out Farigiraf from there. But I see no reason not to Bitter Blade it anyway, just to be sure. But yeah, of course the KO's at +2 at that range. We got a bit of damage into Incineroar with that -1 Bitter Blade. I'll take that. Throat Chop into Ceruledge. KOs, but I have Basculegion in the back. I guess I do now have to reveal that. Okay, so that went very smoothly, but I don't know if I can pull off the same stuff in game 2. I think I'm going to try my Turbo Offense lead in game 2. Does that make sense? Again, that's Basculegion Gengar. I don't know if that does make sense. I could try Reuniclus stuff in game 2, maybe. I think I'm going to do same Pokemon, different order, and see what that gets me. The thing is, I gained a lot of advantage in that last game just by taunting Farigiraf turn 1, but they don't have to let me do that again. But the last minute change to taunt Gengar definitely paid off in that game 1. I swear it feels like this music is not even random. It keeps doing the same 2 tracks. Blastoise has Dark Pulse. Machamp, you might recall, has high horsepower. And it cannot miss. I think I'm down to try to get my ape in on this. These look like reasonable setup food. I should probably have attacked the Blastoise to weaken its water spout. Oh, this was silly of me. I should have Sludge Bombed the Blastoise. Instead of protecting for no good reason. Oh well. Maybe they'll Dark Pulse the Basculegion slot? If they Dark Pulse either slot, that's good. If they Water Spout, I'm less happy. Dark Pulse into Ape, okay. That's a free Rage Fist stack. High Horsepower into Gengar, okay. Bulk up and... I could preserve Gengar, but yeah, I think I've convinced myself that damage on Blastoise is pretty valuable at this point. And even if things blow up on me and I lose my Gengar, I mean, that helps Basculegion in the back. Although I have to be wary about locking into Last Respects because they probably have their Farigiraf. It seems like a massively important Pokemon to their team. So the fact that they didn't lead with it doesn't mean they don't have it. Okay, the Sludge Bomb weakens the Water Spout a pretty good amount there. High Horsepower. This time we'll connect with Gengar. And yeah, I know that my +1... I'm gonna go Cerulege. I know that my +1 Drain Punch is unfortunately not a 2-shot into Farigiraf. Cerulege gives me a little bit more offensive edge without committing anything on Basculegion. We'll see how this goes for me. Nice that they've attacked Annihilate a couple times. There goes their Mega. And the main thing that Cerulege was afraid of. Although Machamp has a couple of attacks to hit Cerulege pretty hard. It does survive a Bitter Blade. And goes for High Horsepower into Cerulege. And almost KOs. Wow. That did some damage. I'm actually kind of vulnerable if Farigiraf comes in right now. And it does. Well, let's just double into it and see what happens. They detect on Machamp. They could definitely be trying to set Trick Room here, and my taunt is no longer available. I don't think I'm going to knock out Farigiraf this turn. Wow, that does even less than before. That was a bad roll, I think. And they do get their Trick Room. I'll protect through the first turn of it. But I am kind of vulnerable because they can knock out Cerulege pretty easily with Machamp. Actually, I'm going to attack Farigiraf with Gengar, but I'll protect Cerulege, or with Annihilate, but I'll protect Cerulege. That way I'm not leaving myself open to like Psychic Terrain into Expanding Force, unless their last mon is Reuniclus, which it could be. Keep Cerulege for this turn. No Psychic Terrain, just Expanding Force immediately. Okay, that's good. I get rid of the Giraffe. Annihilate, I don't know why I keep calling it Gengar. Annihilate is not very afraid of Machamp, so that much is nice. Farigiraf being gone means Cerulege can at least click Shadow Sneak, and Basculegion can click Aqua Jet. What's their last? Incineroar. Okay, free boost. Does Incineroar do anything very threatening? I mean, a Flare Blitz could hit pretty hard. I'll protect my Ape just to be safe. And I might as well take the KO on Machamp if I can with Shadow Sneak. Before Cerulege goes down. That does KO. It crits. And what does Incineroar go for? Throat Chop into Ape. Nope, into Ceruledge. That just was delayed because of the berry. Still KOs. That's fine. I go Basculegion. I click Aqua Jet and Drain Punch. And there we go. This was, I guess, a showcase of another way to play this team. Now that I have somewhat stronger Pokemon in the last 2 slots than I had before. GG's to my opponent. That's a scary Blastoise Mawile Trick Room team, but yeah, I had some answers to it. Taunt Gengar, a late change to my team, definitely paying off here, as it looks like we were in the first... Only about 200 matches have finished. We were in... I was going to say we were in the first 300, but like we're way closer to 200 than 3, so I might be waiting for a bit here. Robbie, you won. That's good. Raymer, should you make a trade for PDL? Yeah, I have no idea. All right, I'm 2-2. We're halfway through day 1. It's going all right. I'm kind of tired. Genuinely, I think I'm just going to mute for a few minutes and go lie down on my couch. And then I'll be right back. Let me catch up with chat first. Don't know what my opponent was doing game 2. They protected their Delphox, I think, because he thought he'd be slower than my Raichu. But he was timid, so he shouldn't be. Alright, yeah. Well, good stuff. What are you, 3-1 now? Amazing. Alright, well, yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll mute up and I'll be back soon. I will put the team up on screen at least. I don't think I said 5 minutes. I might have said a few minutes. I'm here now. We're getting kind of close to the next round, but we're not there yet. Bunch of games 3 still being played. You get 3 Drillbur, 5 Hippopotas, and you got a Numel. Alright, are you going to keep hunting ground types, or do you have something else to do? Oh yeah, Terrakion, I forgot. You did mention earlier. I'm back. 9 matches still going. Still a bunch of games 3. time for donuts. You probably mean in-game. For a moment, I thought you were getting donuts in real life, and I was happy for you. Maybe you mean both. You do have a box of Timbits? W. Bash 1L. 3 matches left, by the way. Last one. as I come up on 5 hours live. Keeping a fire type, Donut. You hunting a fire type? Last match finished just as I looked up at the screen. Round 5 anytime now, one hopes. Let's hope for not many open tickets. I mean, it should go down each round, right? We definitely have a lot fewer players than we started the day with, and a lot of people's team sheet errors and stuff will be caught by now. But probably not all of them. This one is taking a little while again, huh? Stream gets boring when no shinies. Wow, I don't have the energy every round, it turns out. And at this point, we're just waiting, right? So if I started shiny hunting right now, the round would probably start as soon as I switched over to Violet. Also getting tired, but it's only round 4. Yeah, it's really hitting me this time. I don't know what it is. Granted, it was also hitting me harder last Grand Champions Festival, but I was kind of sick that day. I don't have that excuse this time. So I don't know. Rounds up. Another few hundred people dropped. My opponent has Mega Metagross. Oh, Psychic Fangs are actually kind of a problem for my screen stuff, huh? Oh, and they have their own screen stuff. They have their own Light Clay Sableye. But it's got Quash and Rain Dance to get our Chaldon going. Wait, how do I beat this? Metagross, Sneasler, Pelipper, Chaldon, Sableye, Meganium, Mega Meganium as well, huh? Well, they have an answer to everything I can throw at them. Ceruledge looks really good here, though. It's kind of a shame that I have Bulk Up Annihilate instead of Bulk Up Ceruledge on this team for this game. Oh, they have Throat Chop on their Sneasler. That's good to know. Life Orb, Poison Touch, Throat Chop. That could do a lot in this matchup, where normally my team does not have any trouble with Sneasler. Ceruledge looks super good into like everything. Oh, they have Stomping Tantrum on the Metagross. Well, I don't know, but they've checked in. So it is time to play. Mega Gengar might be able to win this as a late game threat. It might even be better here than Basculegion. Crazy as that sounds. But yeah, with Psychic Fangs I can just clear my screens, which is not something I ever thought about before today, to be honest. Maybe I can Thunder Wave or Foul Play the Metagross. Or maybe it's Basculegion and Gengar. Leave the Sableye behind, but then what's the other lead with my Ape? It's probably Basculegion if I do it that way. I don't think that's what I'm going to do in game one. Try this. Psychic Fangs is Brick Break's ignored cousin. That's not true. It's younger, but then it was the new baby that got all the attention. Brick Break is the ignored one. This person plays a lot of standard stuff, huh? You saw those badges? That's Green Bulk Up. Whose music is this? I don't remember. Oh, it's Tawny right before you fight the tower, right? Or Urbane if he's in your game. I think that's what this one is. Electroshock goes into. Ape? Sableye. They just made sure to get rid of that quickly. Okay. Well, okay. But kind of want to go Gengar immediately. I don't know if I can actually do that. I think I need to save Gengar for late game. What's the Pelipper's item? Sash? Okay, kind of awkward. Does our Chaladon have Protect? Yes. I'll take my chances here. Could see like Protect Tailwind. I think I saw that the Pelipper has Tailwind. It does. See if I can do something about that. No Protect. Okay, I knock Pelipper down to its Sash. I poison it, so the Rage Fist is a little redundant now, but oh well. We do set Tailwind. And what's this Electroshock going into? I prefer Ape, but my opponent probably doesn't want to do what I prefer. Now it's Gengar. Okay. Who comes in? It's been really awkward so far for me. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, that's really not good for me. I think I do need to try to get Sinistcha on the field. And then obviously it can't redirect anything from Meganium, but it can from our Chaladon. Downside of protecting Ape there is I don't get any Rage Fist boost from this Dazzling Gleam. But they don't get massive damage into Ape right away like that. Only 2 turns of Tailwind left, so Trick Room really doesn't do a whole lot for me at this point. I think it has to be Rage Fist into Meganium. Okay, Sinistcha takes a Weather Ball. So our Chaladon's attack will be redirected and probably knock out Sinistcha. They're just spamming that Electroshock. I think they're at like +4 now. Oh, and that means they never hit Annihilate still. So my Rage Fist is just has the +1 stat boost, and that's it. Oh, man. I can get out of their Tailwind now, but I don't think I have enough left to win this. I'm gonna double our Child on because that thing's are like +5 special attack. But that means they're free to knock out Gengar. Then I probably lose, but we'll see. I also don't know their last Pokemon. Special defense drop. Unfortunately, that's not helpful to my next attack. Does like nothing. Alright. That's game 1. Surely. I don't think there's a way to get back into this game. I'll play to my outs, though. Oh, who's this? Sure. Oh, what are they cooking? Getting a Reflect up to play it extra safe? In that case... Or they could Quash. I think without the light screen I'm cooked anyway, but maybe I crit if I crit this... No, if I crit this Drain Punch I still lose to Meganium. Oh well. Okay, that's game 1. I'll lead more aggressively in game 2. Let's see what that does for me. Pelipper Showdown again, but this time. Let's flip turn and Sludge Bomb Pelipper. Winning off a para is hype, if you say so. Hey, maybe that's my key to this set, except I didn't bring Sableye to this game, so never mind. Okay, take Pelipper out turn 1. But now what? Sinistra here against the Arch. Maybe I should go. Oh well. I like Sinistra for the Rage Powder and Electric Resist. Does nicely tank that Electro Shot. If I brought Annihilate Bane on that would be my first Rage Fist stack right there. But I have no Light Screen this game, so whatever. Okay, this is no attack Sableye. I'm tempted. It might be better to just attack our Chaladon. Let's go for the shenanigans. Also, just attacking Sableye was a reasonable option there. But anyway, Light Screen. Kind of saw that coming, yeah. Another Electro Shot into my Sinistra. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the thing right now. I think I let our Chaladon set up a whole bunch. But I don't give it stamina boosts. And then I hope that my fast attackers can deal with it. Might even be able to take another Electro Shot at this point. Now, what do they have in the back? Because they can switch Sableye out of the Shadow Tag, of course. Alright. Shadow Ball's fine. It's also my stronger attack into Sableye. Not strong enough, though. That's a 3-hit KO. That's not exactly what I was counting on. Oh yeah, but if they struggle, at least they take the damage from that. That's true. Will they let me get rid of the Sableye now? Or will they switch it out? I know which one I prefer. Yeah, and it's not the one I get. Ganium. Okay. Nice crit. Electro Shot into. I hope it's Abe. It's not Abe. No. That's a problem. Probably gonna run out of gas too quickly again. Because they have Sableye in the back. Let's see. They can bring Sableye in and Quash, and that probably wins them the game, but we'll see what kind of position we get out of this turn. Last respects, big crit. Nope. Mecania moves next. Aw, man. Ah, I crit with the wrong one. A last respects crit there would put me in a way better position. Okay, I think I lose the Dragon Pulse now, but I'll try not to. But it's probably going to happen. Let's get back whatever HP I can. And then I think Drain Punch is still stronger than Rage Fist into Archeldon right now. Have one with Basculated, or if I'd last respected Meganium instead of Archeldon, maybe. But I think the Quash Sableye is always a giant problem, either way. So yeah, I just bet everything on the one-shot into Archeldon there, which I didn't really think I'd get. That's close. Alright, GG's. 2 and 3. I put Ceruledge on my team because I was scared of Mega Pyroar, and I haven't run into a single Mega Pyroar. And I have run into 2 Rain teams. Oh well. That's Pokemon. Mega Pyroar was just specifically having a moment when I built this team, I guess. Should have used Armarouge. Not legal on my team. But you know that. Well, no day 2 for me. But if I win 3 in a row, I can still go positive. How many Pyro are in this thing? There are a ton of Charizard, and they're mostly Mega Y, so that's something. $87 Pyro, about 2% of the field. That's also something, I guess. If I do anything more with this team, maybe I should try Frostlass for the Mega. Gengar was partly here to deal with fairies, and I haven't been running into very many fairies, except Whimsicott, but Frostlass beats that one. I do wonder how that last set would have been different with a Frostlass. It's worth thinking about, I think. Actually, yeah, Frostlass with Aurora Veil and a different Sableye set. There might be something interesting there to try on the ladder or something. But I don't know, it's not an easy fix. There are definitely still some issues that come with it. Flinched twice and high rolled on your Raichu in game 3? That's rough. Oh, you're also 2 and 3? Maybe we'll pair into each other. Probably not in this massive field, but maybe. Oh, it's finally Terrakion time. All right, keep us posted on how it goes. Easier than you thought? I have heard, I think, that it's a relatively easy one. We're getting kind of close to round 6, by the way. There's still quite a few matches left, but like well under 100. You already had the donut you needed? Is that what you're saying, Raymer? Is that what you mean by I'm realizing why do I have a Rock 3 donut? I did extra labor. Alright, got it. $18 matches left. Good luck with the hunt in the meantime. You might not have a lot of time. Hopefully, you don't have a lot of time to do it right now. One of these sets looks like it's only in game 2, though. Wow, it looks terrible in this scene. And also, I don't think you can hear it. And also, I think you could just go watch it yourself.
And the same thing happened in the recent VG Seri draft league. Again, I had the idea, well, why don't I just draft Mega Gengar and then figure the rest out later? And again, Gengar was taken before my pick, so that wasn't an option. And so I think you can see where this is going. I will say there were other Pokemon that I thought about. I thought about drafting Annihilape because someone did that early in Pool A, and it made a lot of sense to me. Annihilape is a pretty broken Pokemon that needs not a ton of support to just be extremely difficult for opponents to weaken or remove. I thought about taking Mega Staraptor. Mega Staraptor has been one of the most attention-grabbing new Megas.
That's in the same window, I forgot.
In Regulation MB.
Fix that.
It stood out as a very powerful threat immediately and one that players have had a lot of fun using. I do think it's probably a lot weaker in Draft League because Mega Staraptor has like one thing that it does especially well, right? Spamming close combat to take advantage of contrary and maybe getting boosts from side stat drop moves from its teammate. And in a draft league where you're specifically building to counter team your opponent's draft, the fact that Mega Staraptor doesn't do very many different things and kind of just has one thing that it does extremely well definitely opens up some weaknesses because players can prepare for that, and then what does your Staraptor do? But I really felt like, one, it'd be good content to get the most attention grabbing new Mega, and two, there was probably a way that I could make Mega Staraptor work. I felt like if I found the right supports, it was well worth
I forgot the
trying out,
in the
and
same
maybe I
window
could
as
even
this.
find more than one thing for it to do. Staraptor is not quite a one-trick pony, although it kind of mostly is in current VGC. And so I was very interested in that idea. I got pretty close to pulling the trigger on that one. And I'll tell you now, Mega Staraptor ended up going undrafted in my pool. Not one person picked it, which I kind of understand because, like I just talked about, it's probably a lot worse in draft than it is in regular VGC, but it's too bad nobody gave it a chance after I chose not to. But as I was weighing my options, I thought, well, if I had some really strong, compelling other plan, instead of just Mega Gengar figure it out, there was something really grabbing my interest in this format, then maybe I say, okay, I'm more interested in this, I go for it. Mega Staraptor got kind of close to being that, but it wasn't quite there. Without something really pulling me in onto a different path, I thought, okay, this is my third draft league.
Oh, you could hear the echo
with Mega Gengar
well, that
in it.
Didn't work then.
I keep saying I'd like to just draft my favorite Pokemon with this Mega Evolution and figure the rest out.
Let's try to
I had the opportunity to actually do it
window.
now. It'd be kind of silly if I didn't. So my first round pick was Mega Gengar for a whopping 20 points. 1/5 of my budget already gone, but I get a very good Pokemon out of it, and not just design-wise. Mega Gengar, as you can see from the stats there, is a fast and very powerful special attacker. Honestly, I used it a bunch last regulation, and I forgot that its special attack is that high. It has a bunch of disruptive tech options, bunch of weird support moves. It can run Perish Song, although I have not indexed very heavily into that with the rest of my draft. It also, of course, gets Shadow Tag, one of the strongest abilities in the game, preventing opponents from switching. So, one thing that's nice about Gengar, and again, there wasn't any specific plan that I had in mind when I drafted it, but one thing that's nice about it as a Pokemon is it's just so good that there are a lot of different things you can do with it, and it can show up and play its role regardless, right? This is not to say that I didn't think about supporting Gengar with the rest of my draft. I did think about supporting Gengar, and I took some steps to try to do that, but my final draft might not look like exactly what you expect from a Gengar team, and that's partly because I felt like Mega Gengar is just such a strong Pokemon in its own right that one thing that could make my draft better would be to focus on building out other modes and trust Mega Gengar to play its role independent of the supports around it to an extent, although I do also try to have some good supports for it, right? Team building is complicated, but it's kind of like... People draw analogies all the time between draft leagues and actual professional sports leagues. I mean, not usually very seriously, right? We just use references like coach and roster, and we would make reference with our team names. But I am, to some extent, looking for Gengar to be the star player that can show up and do its job, regardless, while I try to have the right structures in place for the role players. Again, it's more complicated than that. I did try to have some things that complement Mega Gengar, but that is part of the approach that I took in building this team. This is supposed to be Austin Matthews carrying his own line while the other stars are gathered on another line, or something like that. I don't know. That said, another reason this might not look like a typical Mega Gengar team right now is that I kind of wanted Incineroar in round 2. Incineroar is a Pokemon that I'm generally pretty suspicious of in a draft league. I have had it before when I was the replacement coach for the Alaskan Absols in PDL Season 6. Stepped in mid-season and took over someone else's draft. They had Incineroar, and I found Incineroar not actually very useful to a lot of the game plans that I was workshopping there, and I kind of came away with the impression that I think a lot of people have gotten playing VGC-style draft leagues, that in a draft league format where you're workshopping a specific game plan that you're trying to use to counter your opponent's team and impose your will in the game, Incineroar doesn't always complement that as well as it does as a role-compressing answer to a lot of different threats in standard VGC where you don't know what you're going to face round by round. So I found Incineroar kind of underwhelming in draft in the past, but it complements Mega Gengar so well that despite everything I've said in the last couple minutes up to this point, I was pretty sure that I wanted it in round 2. Fake Out Pressure is a strong support for Gengar. If I wanted to build a Perish Trap mode, the Fake Out and Parting Shot from Incineroar does a lot of work there. Intimidate makes it easier for Gengar to stick around and take hits. Incineroar is a Dark type, covers some of Gengar's weaknesses. I've used Gengar and Incineroar as a duo a fair bit recently. I think we get the idea here, but the problem was Incineroar got drafted in round 1. I've now learned a coach who's very new to competitive Pokemon, but likes that Pokemon and figured because it was expensive in points, it was probably good and should be grabbed early before getting sniped, because it's one of their favorites. So with Incineroar not being an option, I went in another familiar, pretty similar direction, and in round 2 I drafted Grimmsnarl. Now, Grimmsnarl doesn't bring everything to the table that Incineroar did, but I'm really not upset about this being my Incineroar substitute. I think it was a very solid option here. Grimmsnarl gives me screen support. It gives me speed control with a bunch of different speed disruption options boosted by Prankster.
Not as many as I thought. Turns out it doesn't get Thunder Wave anymore.
The Dark and Fairy typing is really interesting next to Gengar because, of course, Gengar is weak to, among other things, Ghost, Psychic, and Dark. Actually, that's all of its weaknesses other than Ground. But Grimmsnarl, with its Dark and Fairy typing, covers 3 of those right there. And you don't think of Grimmsnarl generally as an offensive Pokemon, but it actually hits pretty hard with that base 120 attack stat. And it gets some strong Dark and Fairy moves that I can tech on if I want. That said, most of the time I probably want Grimmsnarl to be a Prankster support, and what do you know, it's not Incineroar, but it gets Fake Out, it gets Parting Shot, and then it gets a few options that Incineroar doesn't, like notably, again, those screens and various speed control options. What's crazy to me looking at the information that I've gathered here for the slide is I will probably run Prankster on Grimmsnarl every single time that I bring it. It's kind of crazy to imagine that I possibly wouldn't, but it gets multiple good abilities. Like, Frisk is a solid... This is a closed team sheet draft league. Frisk is a solid ability to scout items if for some reason I'm ever running a turbo offensive Grimmsnarl and I don't want Prankster. Pickpocket's not that bad either for stealing an item. Most likely I'd run Frisk if I ever didn't run Prankster, but most likely I'd just run Prankster every single week. That's probably what'll happen. But yeah, I think Grimmsnarl is a solid complement to Gengar in the ways that I described. And the other thing is, when I was thinking about what I wanted to build out around Gengar, Gengar is a fast, frail attacker. I was kind of feeling like I maybe wanted a slower, bulkier mode as well, and maybe I would want a Trick Room mode on this team to complement Gengar and give me a few different things that I can throw at opponents, make it hard to prepare for this team. And Grimmsnarl enables those things very well with all of its Prankster disruption options and with the ability to use Fake Out and screens to give cover to a Trick Room setter or something like that. So it was another kind of expensive pick right after I spent a lot of points already on Mega Gengar, but I was pretty sure Grimmsnarl would be well worth it. And I did not waste time from here getting to that the basic idea for that bulky setup mode. As my 3rd round pick, I did save some points on this one, was Hisuian Goodra. And by the way, saving the points was something I considered. In the VG Seri Draft League, the Regulation MA League I played recently, I did not have an issue with my points budget. I felt like I didn't have to worry about it very much, and I still got a lot of strong Pokemon and a pretty broken team overall. But part of why it worked out that way for me was that without stressing too much about my points budget, I was keeping an eye out for value picks throughout the draft. And so I got Pokemon like Palafin and Jolteon that I thought were probably priced lower than they should be, and they turned out to be pretty cost effective over the course of the season. And so although I was not stressing about my points here either, I was keeping an eye out for bargains. And that's not really why I landed on Hisuian Goodra. There was a lot that I liked about it independent of its point value, but I was very happy when I saw how few points it cost as well. Hisuian Goodra, as we can see from the stats, is massively bulky. And especially that high base special defense is good to see, because Hisuian Goodra has multiple ways to boost its physical defense. So you get one turn of setup. You know, I buy time for it with like Grimmsnarl Fake Out, or a Parting Shot to weaken something, or Gengar trapping something not very threatening on the field, maybe disabling an attack that it has. Already I have multiple ways to buy time for Goodra to set up. And I get a couple defense boosts, and like, what is knocking this thing out? I mean, some things are, right? But it's not going to be easy, especially because I can run Shell Armor on it, which I didn't even realize during the draft. I didn't remember what its abilities are, but I can run Shell Armor on it, and then they can't even crit it. And you also can't poison it because it's a steel type. You can burn it. So already I have excellent supports in place for Goodra to be enormously hard for my opponents to remove. And then it complements Gengar because it does get body press, right? Hang on. Why am I doubting myself right now? I definitely drafted it believing that it gets body press, and that gives me some more cover into Gengar's Dark type weakness. Dark types being especially threatening to Gengar. Yeah, of course it gets body press. I don't know why I was second guessing that live while recording. So I was pretty sure I wanted a fighting type of this draft, but for quite a while from this point on, I was open to the idea that Goodra was going to be my fighting type. We'll see how that idea aged. On top of that, Goodra also has pretty reasonable attacking stats. Like, they're not crazy high, but they're not bad, right? So I can run an offensive Goodra and just click Draco Meteor into something, or whatever. I'm focusing heavily on the defense boosting body press stuff because, like, that's the main value I see in this Pokemon, and I think it's okay to say it out loud because I think probably most opponents could see that coming. But there are plenty of other things that it can do if I think the matchup is right. And I've already talked a little bit about the synergy with Gengar. I'll also note that Hisuian Goodra being a steel type means that if for some reason I want spread damage with Gengar, I can click Sludge Wave next to this. I don't know that that's ever going to be worth a Gengar move slot, but the option has crossed my mind. Now, it's not perfect synergy all around, right? Like, Gengar and Goodra do have a shared weakness to ground, which I do have to take seriously, but still. Already, with the Pokemon that I've drafted, it's going to be really hard for opponents to remove this thing, and if they focus heavily on doing that, then they might leave themselves open to Gengar offense, getting knocked out by that because they're focused on trying to remove Goodra, but if they focus on trying to remove Gengar, then maybe they leave themselves vulnerable to Goodra setting up. Already, I feel like I have a pretty hard team here for opponents to deal with. But let's talk about that ground weakness, because the next Pokemon, well, it helps to cover that. It's definitely, in part, an answer to ground-type attacks, but it also brings a lot more to the table in this draft. And a funny thing happened, actually, in round 4. I was almost sniped by the person drafting immediately before me, but they didn't manage to snipe me, and the reason was I changed my mind pretty last minute about what I wanted. I was thinking I wanted Maushold for Friend Guard, for a normal type to pair with Gengar and give it some more cover from ghost type attacks and whatnot. For Population Bomb hitting things hard. I thought Maushold could be pretty strong on this team. It could enable some Perish Trap stuff as well if I ever want to go that route. And then, like, before I went to bed one night, and when I woke up the next morning, it was my turn to pick. Before I went to bed, I was looking at the draft board again, and I realized there was something a little bit cheaper than Maushold that brought a lot of other things to the table that could be pretty valuable to what I've built so far, and I decided that Maushold was not what I wanted, which was good, because Maushold was taken immediately before my pick, but that still left me able to get Vivillon. So there we go. There's a bit of an answer to ground types, but like I said, Vivillon does a lot more than that. Those stats are not much to look at, but it gets Friend Guard, much like Maushold, so it can make Goodra even harder to remove just by sitting next to it, or make Gengar harder to remove, right? Gengar's not as frail next to Vivillon as it is in other situations. But I can also run Compound Eyes and get the accuracy boosted Sleep Powder. If I want to add a Trick Room mode to this team later in the draft, which I was thinking I probably did, then Vivillon can create openings to set Trick Room up by just putting threats to sleep, like it does in regular VGC these days. Or, you know, it can create openings for all kinds of other things, like Goodra setup or like Gengar just attacking. There's a lot that I can do by putting an opponent to sleep quickly. Otherwise, yeah, I have the Friend Guard. I have Rage Powder, so I can redirect attacks away from one of my more threatening Pokemon and into Vivillon. Rage Powder is, of course, worse than Follow Me because it doesn't work on grass types, but that is specifically the only exception right now compared to Follow Me, because Safety Goggles and I don't think Safety Goggles are in the game. Terra Grass certainly isn't, so Rage Powder is still pretty good. Vivillon also gets Pollen Puff, I believe. I think I've checked that, so I didn't get Sinistcha in this draft, but I have a way to heal something if it'll help me with a slower, grindier game plan. And Vivillon can also be an offensive threat itself. I can set it up with Quiver Dance. That'll suddenly some of those stats will look more impressive, and maybe, you know, that's probably not like plan A with this Pokemon, but maybe some of the supports that I have on this team, like Grimmsnarl, like Gengar, forcing non-threatening not as threatening Pokemon onto the field, mean that I can find openings in the right matchup for Vivillon to set up. I think that's the less likely thing that I do with this Pokemon, but I have the option any given week. From here, what did I draft next after Vivillon? Hang on. I actually don't remember, so we're just going to go to the next image and see. Oh yeah, I drafted Serena. Okay, well, it's kind of fair that I forgot this one, because I was pretty sure I knew what two Pokemon I wanted next. This happens to me sometimes when I draft. I have at least a couple of picks in mind, and I want to make them quickly so they don't get sniped, but then as my pick gets closer, something else comes to my attention on the board, and I go, oh wait, that could actually be really valuable to have, and oh wait, that might get taken before something else that I'm thinking about and is harder to replace. Maybe I should move those other picks down, still hope they don't get sniped, and grab this thing that I'm just thinking about now. And sometimes that's a good idea, sometimes it's not. But that is what happened with Serena. I wasn't thinking about Serena until pretty close to
Matches
my pick,
are done.
and then I was thinking about it. But I like Serena mainly for Queenly Why am I struggling to say it? Queenly Majesty. That's the main thing I like about Serena here.
Did the audio get messed up, or did my headphones get messed up? I can suddenly only hear in one ear.
Grimmsnarl with Fake Out and Vivillon with Sleep Powder to enable some of my game plans, right? To disrupt what the opponent wants to do so that they can't mess with whatever I'm trying to do with a Pokemon like Gengar or Goodra. And
you think it's fine? It's probably my headphones. They're probably due to be
a
replaced.
faster Fake Out from an opponent. So something like the Incineroar that was drafted could give me trouble if I don't specifically cover for it with the game plans where I'm trying to disrupt in similar ways with my own Fake Out, but maybe it doesn't work out for me. I also was planning to get a second Fake Out user at this point in the draft, so... but especially when I just picked Vivillon.
We're down to about 1,000 players, huh? Garchomp, Glamora, Mega Glamora, Alolan Ninetales, Basculegion, Whimsicott, Scarf Basculegion. Uh-oh. Also Adamant like mine, so we could tie. We could speed tie. Whimsicott and Charizard Y. My opponent said hello, and then they said my name in all caps. I can't hear the game audio. Can you hear the game audio? Oh, I can hear it. It's very faint, and I think it's only in my right ear. So I think it's my headphones that are messed up. That just happened suddenly. Oh well. Yeah, I think I'm due for new headphones. I'll tell my opponent to make the room. This Garchomp doesn't have Dragon Tail, so that's nice. It does have Helping Hand, of all things. And their Whimsicott doesn't... Wait, their Charizard has Roar. Wait. Okay, wait. It's not Dragon Tail Garchomp, but it is Roar Mega Charizard Y. I'm in trouble. And it's not Life Orb Whimsicott this time, so that's nice, I guess. What do I do? I only have audio and... Oh, they also have dual weather. They have Alolan Ninetales and Charizard Y. And I only have audio in my right ear. What do I do? What's good? What's up, Raymer? Is it bad to just not use headphones? I don't know what the mic would or would not pick up. So I don't think I want to try it. I think I'll just tough it out with this situation for today. 'Cause if I just have the sound coming out through the speaker, I don't know if the mic will pick it up. And Annihilape's good here. Except they have Scarf Basculegion, and again they have Roar Charizard Y. I could bring my Basculegion, gamble on the speed tie. I could bring Ceruledge to be able to Shadow Sneak their Basculegion. That is something I was thinking about when I put that Pokemon on the team. Don't know for sure how much good it does me though. Oh, Thunder Wave Sableye. I can also paralyze Basculegion. So maybe I just play it straight. Game 1 with my Basculegion. Okay, they made the room. Good luck, have fun. No Rock Slide Garchomp, but have you checked for Dragon Tail? Does this give me enough into their Charizard? Never mind the Basculegion. Yes, if Tailwind isn't up. They don't have any kind of Ghost Resist. Okay, I'll try this, game 1. Poison Jab. I think the one I faced with Dragon Tail also had Poison Jab. I think it was 4 attacks. This one's 3 attacks and Helping Hand. What is their Charizard? No Roar. Why does that actually pretty badly mess with my Annihilape? This is doubles. I don't expect to run into what singles players used to call probably still call pseudo-hazing moves. Moves that force the opponent to switch. Getting rid of any boost they have. That doesn't come up much in doubles unless you're running it as a really janky way to stop Trick Room. What, 2 out of 6 opponents so far today have had pseudo-hazing. Often abbreviated to phasing, and I'm not sure today's players know where that name comes from. They're using it like haze to get rid of stat boosts. Canary again. It's like at least half the games won today. Okay, I'm kind of relieved to not see Charizard in the lead, or Basculegion. Oh, but Bulk Up doesn't work because they do have Encore. Do they have an attack on ones? Yeah, they have Moonblast. Still Light Screen first, though. Because that's more threatening than anything Garchomp has, before I even account for the Helping Hand. Right, of course. Into Sableye. I think I'd prefer it be Annihilape so that I could start boosting my Rage Fist. But oh well. It does like nothing. What? Tailwind? Is Garchomp gonna do something? Please attack my ape. Dragon Claw into Sableye. Okay. If I had either Gengar or Ceruledge, I'd be in a better spot here. Tailwind up. Alright, I think I have to pull this trigger early. Oh, yes, correct, Robbie. And they have Roar on their Charizard Y. They all caught me into Rage Fest. That drains my PP, unfortunately. But I'm glad I didn't click Bulk Up a turn earlier than this. And they're just focusing down the Basculegion. Which I understand, it's a giant threat to them. I hope this Last Respects does a ton of damage. It's not really a ton. I hope the Rage Fist goes into Whimsicott. I didn't get to choose the target this time, but okay, it works out. You're being checked by the auto mod? What does that mean? There's the Nightmare. Your message saying Roarzard didn't send? I don't know what that's about. I'm gonna preserve my Basculegion because it's a lot better for the rest of this game when their Tailwind is over. But my Annihilate is stuck clicking Rage Fist. Helping Hand Last Respects. It is Sinistra. No! Okay, I think I just lose game one. I think I got bodied here. Try something. Robbie, if you weren't here, I also only have audio in my right ear right now because I think my headphones are broken. So things are a little messy. That crit absolutely did not matter. Okay, the hope is dash immediately. The hope involved Annihilate. Oh, they helping handed, didn't they? The hope involved Annihilate taking a hit from Basculegion. And getting the KO with that Rage Fist. No show at X and 2. Wow. Okay, so that was game one. I have no idea what that title on my opponent's means. Robbie, you just sent something that's been automatically censored, so let me check what it was. Absolutely not. Scarfed Basque. Okay, I have an idea for kind of a cheesy mode here. We'll leave the Sableye behind and see if this can do something. Oh, Robbie, I think I know what's happening to your messages. It's not just the word ape, it's your ape. I think you're getting Scunthorped. Oh, they changed their lead. Which music is this? I can't tell with only my right ear. Oh, it's Corbeau. Nice. Let's go. What does this Ninetales have? No fairy move. It has Roar? They have Roar on 2 Pokemon? What am I... Where are we? The Ninetales also has Roar. I'm going for the bulk up anyway. We'll see if they Roar turn 1. Last time I made a play like this against an opponent with Dragon Tail, they did use it turn 1 and I was sad, but we'll see. It's the Mega Glimmora. Great for a Power Gem into Ceruledge that just one-shots, okay. Does Ninetales not having moved yet imply that it did go for Roar? No, Aurora Veil, okay. I mean, that's not great for me, but it's a little bit better, I think. Okay, go Fish. I think I'm down to just try to get this Glimmora out of here. Oh, okay, that was a bad double up. Freeze right into Basculegion. Doesn't KO at least. Try to preserve Basculegion. But I'm already falling behind again. Who's coming in? The Whims. Okay. Okay, they locked me to Drain Punch. It's not okay, it's pretty bad. But what can you do? Is this Ninetales super slow or did they go for Roar here? Burn Whimsicott, okay. Roar, confirmed. Why did they do that? I don't understand that play, but okay. Burn on Whimsicott is nice. Now they set their Tailwind. That KOs. That had to be a bad roll. Oh, it was a crit. That makes sense, yeah. I think that crit was necessary, judging by the earlier freeze dry damage. Well, they have Tailwind, so I guess I will lock into Aqua Jet and probably just lose to their Basculegion in the back. I didn't see your message anyway, Robbie. But if you influence the crit... Check Whims. Okay, hold on. Now what? Takes the Aqua Jet. Knocks out Basculegion. Now I'm down to just Annihilate, but they still have their own car on the board. So that'll be GG's, I think. Wow, I got absolutely beaten down this set. Encore ended. The problem is they can just do another one. But maybe they mess up somehow. They don't. Alright. Wow, lucky targeting, but it makes no difference here. Alright, it is now at 2 and 4, it's now impossible to go positive. I can still go 500, so that's the goal now. But I guess we found the limits of what I can do with a team like this. It's nice to test them out, though. Does anyone know what that title means on my opponent's character there? Because I don't have the slightest idea. Oops.
Will be. And I thought to myself when going into it, I don't really want to use one of the main megas known in
Oh, the monthly singles tournament?
Regulation MA or MD.
Okay.
And I had a lot of fun when at the NAIC side events using Mega Gardevoir. So that's what inspired me to use Mega Gardevoir for this draft and build the whole team around it. So then as first pick, of course, I have Wheel Pick as well. So I'm able to get a bunch of different duos. So when it came to round 2, I was like, okay, I need something to support Gardevoir, so we'll go with Meowstic. And Goldango is something that is able to kind of defensively support Gardevoir while also providing ultimate offense.
Yeah.
But I think the real surprise to me was being able to pick up Whimsicott in round 4. Round 4 or 5, because Tauros had picked up along with it. I wasn't initially planning to get Whimsicott on this team, but I needed speed control, and I figured Whimsicott would just be able to provide very nice speed control, which then paired nicely with my next 2 picks of Rotom and Ariados. These were 2-point mons, so I was able to get a very cheap budget core to help offset my point cost, because the first half of this team is pretty expensive. Whimsicott, Goldango, Gardevoir, even Meowstic, I think, at 11 points. So being able to get cheap redirection and even like cheap Electro Web from Rotom Fan felt like it was very good for the budgeting. But from the start, when I picked Gardevoir, I always knew I was going to pick up Mega Feraligatr.
Okay.
Because I have been a big Mega Feraligatr believer since the day one of MA. I was using it on day one of MA ladder, but the problem that Mega Feraligatr has, at least in regular ladders, is its typing isn't really good on ladder. Because it's got a really alright speed tier at 78, it kind of needs that Tailwind support, needs to get a Dragon Dance off to really get its speed up. And you just have stuff like Mega Floette, you have Garchomp running around, which makes Mega Feraligatr a little hard to maneuver in regular ladder, but it's got base 160 attack coming off of a Dragonize ability boosting its Double Edge, which, I mean, it's KOing a lot of things, and even before it Megas, it has Sheer Force, so I could like leave it in base form, go with Sheer Force, Ice Punch, or Liquidation for coverage. The Hisuian Samurott pick was something because this team has no Ghost Resists. It is a big weakness of the team. It is very prone to being just breaking down by like Shadow Ball, Life Orb Shadow Ball from other threats.
Oh, yeah,
So I needed
right.
something to cover for ghost types, and for 4 points I think it was relatively cheap. Could go Scarf, could do Focus Sash, Life Orb, whatever. Just pairs nicely with Gardevoir. And then Vanillix, I felt like I needed some form of way of combating weather. Like, I have that with Sunny Day on Whimsicott, I have it with Rain Dance on Meowstic. But having an automatic weather setter for cheap felt like a good thing to do. And there was no way I could get sniped on that point in the draft, as there were still... all the cheap weather setters were still available. And it just felt like Vanillix was the most interesting one. Because, I'm not sure if you know this, but it gets Ally Switch.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. I was looking at its Champions moveset, I'm like, wait a minute, what? So, this could be a very interesting Pokemon. I'm not sure if I bring it to every match, but maybe we can try something cool with it, which is the main reason why I went with it. And that's essentially the team. I didn't mention Tauros that much, but Tauros is just there for another physical attacker, also pairs nicely with Gardevoir defensively. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I like it. I'm a little curious on what you meant about not being able to get sniped on Vanillux at that point. Of course, it was the very last pick of the draft.
Oh,
That's correct, I think.
Yeah, well...
But if you're talking about
up in-
round... Well, I'm just going to tell you, if you were talking about round 10 generally, I was very strongly considering Vanillux for my last pick.
Well, I was more so meaning that I was also looking at both Abomasnows as my backup, if Vanillux
okay.
was sniped. So there was no real way I could get sniped for a Snow Setter. I just happened to be able to get the best one out of the three options I was looking at.
I understand now. Yeah, I was thinking about Vanillux just to probably put a Choice Scarf on it and click Blizzard next to my Gengar or something.
So I'm actually in an MA league at the moment, and that is exactly what the person who does have Vanillux uses it with. And then they have like Mega Dragonite, who also will be clicking Blizzard right next to it.
Oh, wow. That's fun.
It's a really interesting, fun team. But Vanillux is more here for a flex role, and I think for a round 10 pick, I'd say that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. I mean, everything you explained makes perfect sense to me. Looks like a solid team. I was kind of surprised by the back-to-back Water-type starters during the draft, but I hadn't noticed. You're right. You have... Your main offensive pieces probably are Mega Gardevoir and Goldango, and then they're both weak to Ghost, and you have that
And then
one
the
resist.
supportive option in Meowstic is also weak to Ghost. So I don't really have much in terms of defensive profile against Ghost. I
Yes.
was initially going with Mega Sharpedo initially, and just do 2 Megas back-to-back, just because I thought maybe having a 3 Mega team would be fun. But Seri from Pool A convinced me that Samurott would be a better choice for cheaper, which makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, fair. I mean, I didn't find the nerve to draft 3 Megas without even talking with Sari about it. But, yeah, I do like a lot the Mega Gardevoir, Goldango, both very powerful attackers that could use some strong supports. Being surrounded with, let's see, Meowstic, Whimsicott, Ariados, Rotom, as you said, can give them some support options as well. You have the Psy-Spam option with Meowstic, Psychic Terrain if you want. You have Tailwind for them, Cotton Spore. Pretty much anything you need. Oh, who's this?
Hello.
It's me. Hello. Tis
Oh, it's
Mr. Irish Taco.
It's you. Welcome. We're just going over Trico's team for my draft recap. I guess you could chime in if you want.
Holy. I mean, I don't have a lot to say. I mean, I like the Gardevoir.
For sure, I like the Gardevoir too.
And I like the ice cream one.
We were just talking about the ice cream one for a while.
Oh yeah? Nice. What's your kind of take on it?
On the team?
My take
Go ahead,
My
Trico.
take on my team is it either is able to support Goldango and Gardevoir or I lose, and that's the team.
Yeah,
I see.
there are probably some other things you can do, but that's the main thing you're set up to do. I have, in the bottom left corner, I always have one Pokemon that I'm looking forward to seeing over the course of the season. Really, I just do that so that corner isn't empty, but Mega for Alligator caught my attention because I don't think it was drafted in the other pool, and it's
Well,
not...
the regular for Alligator was drafted though, which I think is interesting because MB actually introduces the Life Orb. I think it might actually be undervalued at 3 points because that's Sheer Force Life Orb boosted, Ice Punch, Liquidation, and I think it gets a few other moves like Body Slams that could
Yeah.
be very interesting on base for Alligator.
It gets
So it's actually
crunch.
putting out very solid. Yeah, it gets crunched. It's putting out very solid offense with Sheer Force Life Orb. So I think there is a trade-off between Mega Feraligatr and regular Feraligatr now, and I'm just hoping to see that the Dragon coverage is something that was worth it.
Yeah, and I'm definitely interested with this team being largely built around Mega Gardevoir. I mean, pretty clearly it was the first pick. I'm definitely interested in seeing what Mega Feraligatr can do here and there. And you have a good Fairy Dragon Steel core, right, with Goldango and even non-Mega Gardevoir.
Mm-hmm.
So they can definitely complement each other in that way. All right, unless you have any last thoughts, I guess I'll move on to the next one.
No, that would be all. Thank you for
All right.
having me.
All right, thanks for being here. Next, we have the Revolting Raichus, and I said there was a sand team in my pool. Here it is. Mega Tyranitar, Mega Garchomp,
You didn't
Corviknight,
send your logo in the form, Robbie, so I couldn't get it from the doc.
Arena, Toxicroak, Mega Steelix, Houndstone, and Hisuian Quillfish. Is that right? I think that's... Oh, no, that's not even Hisuian. That's Jotonian Quillfish. Whoops. No, regular Quillfish. I didn't even use the wrong image. I don't know why I got mixed up there. That mean look on its face, I guess. Anyway, it looks like a dark type. Anyway, yeah, this is a pretty standard sand team, except they did go 3 megas. They have all 3 of Mega Tyranitar, Mega Garchomp, and Mega Steelix. Notably, that means that none of them have any other items they can use. They are required to hold their Mega Stones, but I don't think that's going to be much of an issue for this team because all of those Megas are super strong. And the Pokemon will probably be able to get by without other items. And Steelix is kind of more of a niche pick anyway. You're probably focusing on Mega Tyranitar or Mega Garchomp most weeks. Being able to Mega Evolve either one of those, depending on the position at hand, is a pretty strong bit of flexibility for this team. And Steelix, I don't know if it's specific, if it's a matchup piece for certain specific matchups, but yeah, if they have some game plans for it, that could be a solid change of pace, being, of course, a much slower and bulkier threat. I also like that the 3 types that are immune to sand damage are Rock, Ground, and Steel, and they have a Mega Rock type, a Mega Ground type, and Steelix is also a Ground type, but for my purposes here, I'll call it a Mega Steel type. That's a lot of offensive power already, especially with 2 of their Megas having Sand Force. They get some extra weather control from Mega Tyranitar, because if the opponent changes the weather, they can Mega Evolve to get Sandstream back up immediately. Corviknight is a great complement. There's a reason it's run in standard sand teams pretty often. All of their Megas on this team are weak to ground. Corviknight is immune to ground, and it's a setup threat that opponents have to take very seriously because it can get boosted and run away with the game. It also has Mirror Armor to bounce Intimidate back on the opponent, so the physical attacking Megas have less need to be afraid of that. It also, being a ground immunity, can sit next to its partner Mega Garchomp and not be afraid of the Earthquake. It also has its own weaknesses to fire and electric covered by Mega Tyranitar and Mega Garchomp. What do you know? So the Corviknight Garchomp synergy is especially strong. Heat Rotom brings a lot of the same things to the table. It also is immune to ground. It also can sit next to Earthquake clicking Garchomp. Rotom and Garchomp is generally a pretty strong combination. They complement each other pretty well. Rotom can give this team some extra speed control. Corviknight can do that too because it gets Tailwind. But Rotom can click like Electro Web or something if it wants. I guess Trevenant gives them a Trick Room setter to pair with Mega Steelix, so that explains part of what Mega Steelix is doing here. It gives them a pretty credible Trick Room mode. Primarina, of course, synergizes well with this team as a strong special attacking water type. This team is largely pretty physical offense heavy. Rotom's a decent special attacker as well, and as a fire type, it's complemented by Primarina's water typing.
You know, Robbie, I think I did just say that Mega Garchomp is weak to ground.
Fire, water, grass core, but they do have that synergy. Primarina also not the slowest Pokemon, but pretty slow, so it can play in Trick Room if it wants. But yeah, it just has a solid complementary role to the Sand offense as well. Quillfish gives them Intimidate, and I don't know, it can like poison stuff. Quillfish isn't a bad mon, but I don't know exactly what it brings here. Toxicroak is interesting to me, but I could see the fighting and poison typing being valuable for certain matchups. Notably, it covers some of Tyranitar's weaknesses. And I could also see Toxicroak being very strong into rain teams with, what does it get, Dry Skin? So those may be some of the things that they were thinking about, but I don't know for sure all the details. But the Pokemon that really caught my eye for this one that I featured in the bottom left Pokemon I'm interested in slot is Houndstone, because I think Houndstone is going to take some people by surprise. I think it's a Pokemon that is kind of forgotten in standard VGC and maybe slept on by some players. I don't know that it's very good there, but I think some players have forgotten what it does, is my point. It gets Sand Rush, it gets Last Respects, so that's a fast in Sand. Not a fast Pokemon, but in Sand it's fast. Late game sweeper, right there. But it also can go bulky with whatever is the other ability it has. I think it has an ability that helps it take hits, and it can run a support set. It gets things like Will-O-Wisp and Ally Switch, I'm pretty sure. I'm second guessing whether I remember what Houndstone does as I say this, but it definitely has strong support options, or it can just go fast with Sand Rush and Last Respects. So very different roles that it can play that can be very valuable to this team. Could make it pretty hard for opponents to deal with. Next we have the Hisuian Houndstones. This team took Mega Metagross, Tyranitar, Aerodactyl, Hatterene, Hydreigon, Gliscor, Scovillain, Toxapex, Mega Meowstic, specifically male Meowstic with the ability to Mega Evolve it, and Heliolisk. So unlike in the VG League, although it never came up there, the Mega Meowstic forms are split. They're drafted separately. I don't think anyone took the female this season. The Wolfie Draft League also did not have them split, but this one does. So we've gone from a Sand team to a Sand team, but this one is focused on Mega Metagross. It has some other strong Sand pieces in Tyranitar and Aerodactyl, of course. It has that fast Tailwind option in Aerodactyl. It can also just spam Rock Slide with two strong Rock types, taken both in the first 3 rounds. It covers some of their weaknesses with Mega Metagross. Hatterene stands out to me a little bit here because it's mostly a Trick Room Pokemon. I was going to say they have a Trick Room mode, they have Hatterene, but honestly, the Trick Room mode seems to mostly just be Hatterene. I like Tyranitar. Some of these Pokemon are not super fast. Like Tyranitar will probably underspeed some threats from opponents. Honestly, maybe this is a little bit like my so-called Trick Room mode where Conkeldurr and Snorlax are the only super slow Pokemon that I have. But as a change of pace option, if the Tailwind stuff doesn't work in a certain position, it's not the worst thing. Hatterene might find itself kind of awkwardly positioned in some matchups, but on the other hand, it could flip some matchups on their head if the opponent is focused heavily on dealing with the fast mode. That's the main obvious threat from this team. They also have that Fairy Dragon Steel Core with Mega Metagross, Hatterene, and Hydreigon. That should be pretty strong. Those Pokemon complement each other pretty well. Honestly, this team feels like it could have used a stronger ground type than Gliscor because you have multiple ground immunities in Aerodactyl, Hydreigon, and Gliscor itself. Something like a Garchomp clicking Earthquake on this team could be pretty strong, but maybe Garchomp wasn't available at the time they wanted it or something. Maybe they didn't want it. I don't know. But Gliscor can click Earthquake next to Aerodactyl or Hydreigon. They have Redirection from Scovillain. This is not Mega Scovillain, so Redirection is kind of the main thing it does. But when you have offensive threats like Mega Metagross, Tyranitar, it's not the worst thing. Scovillain I could also see enabling some kind of mode with Meowstic and Hatterene. This is again male Meowstic, so it can run a Prankster support set before it Mega Evolves, or even instead of Mega Evolving. It does have to carry the Mega Stone, but you can just focus on whatever, Fake Out, Yawn. You can set manual Psychic Terrain for Hatterene. You can set manual Psychic Terrain and then Mega Evolve your Meowstic and click Expanding Force, and also click that with Hatterene. What does Toxapex do? I don't know exactly what Toxapex brings to the table on this team, but like poisoning things is not the worst. Like obviously it's a strong answer to fairy types, but they have Mega Metagross already. Maybe they felt like they needed more to support Pokemon like Tyranitar and Hydreigon. They have other grass answers already as well, but on a team like this, I mean poison damage could be valuable to a team like this because you're trying to chip things down with the Sandstorm. Maybe get some flinches with like Rock Slide, Aerodactyl and accumulate damage over time. Maybe you open up some KOs for like Mega Metagross Bullet Punch. That's the main thing I see with Toxapex. I think Poison Chip and like Infestation Chip, if you run that kind of set, could create some openings for the more offensive Pokemon on this team to get KOs or stack with sand damage to wear things down over time. So that's I can definitely see a case for Toxapex in some matchups off of that. And then Heliolisk, it's a fast electric type. Those are always pretty good. This is my team. Now I'm here with Mario Man, coach of the Azure Bay Chadots, with a draft of Mega Aerodactyl, Farigiraf, Ditto, Mousehold, Mega Chestnut, Skeledirge, Manectric, Politoed, Fortress, and Mega Swampert. Triple Mega jumps out at me right away, but why don't you just tell us what you've cooked up here?
Yeah. As I tend to do, I have a bit of a well-rounded type combination. Got a Fire, Water, Grass core of starters with two of them Megas in Swampert and Chestnut. All three of my Megas coincidentally have Wide Guard, which is interesting. I've also got flexible speed control with Fast Tailwind from Aerodactyl and Trick Room from Farigiraf, and Farigiraf also helps block priority, which keeps my speed control intact. I think I've invested more in support pieces than I usually do, so we'll see how that plays out. That's, I think, broadly the idea.
Okay, yeah, we can take a look at the support pieces. So Mousehold, obviously, I mean, Mousehold can be a strong offensive piece, but I see it on this team, and I imagine it's probably meant to enable Chestnut to set up, or even Skeledirge Torch Song setup, or maybe a Trick Room plan with Farigiraf, redirecting threats away from that Pokemon so that it can set the Trick Room. In terms of what else jumps out at me as a support Pokemon, I mean, Chestnut could play that role if you're not relying on it as your Mega Carry. Manectric, I don't know what Manectric does exactly, but I don't think it's meant to be an offensive piece by itself. I really don't know what Fortress is here to do, so... and of course, Farigiraf itself is one of the best support Pokemon available, so feel free to maybe... I mean, you can keep your secrets if you want, but I'm really curious about the Manectric and the Fortress for sure.
Yeah, well, the Manectric is mostly here because you sniped Pikachu from me like one pick before I was going to pick it.
That's true, that did happen.
It can do a lot of the similar things with Lightning Rod being a fast electric type. Doesn't get Fake Out, which would have been nice, but I think it can still do stuff. Also has stuff like Snarl, kind of a fast support that can also be offensive. And Fortress, maybe a bit of overlap with Chestnut, but it's got good defensive typing, even better in the rain, and can be a powerful defensive wall or body presser.
Okay, yeah, that does make sense. That's true. It does complement the rain mode. You kind of threw together a rain mode in your last 4 picks. I could even see the Manectric clicking Thunder or something, but overall it looks like I mean, you have some strong synergies here for sure. Like you mentioned, a very strong Fire, Water, Grass core. A few different kinds of megas that do different things. The raid mode tacked on at the end is kind of funny. I think a lot of people, I don't think that happened in this league, but a lot of people playing a draft like this would take Politoed and Mega Swampert early, and you were able to just grab them in the last few rounds. But it's interesting that all spun off of, basically you just started with two of the best speed control Pokemon with different speed control options. Then Ditto is a wild card, and then Mousehold is a great support for basically anything, and then you had a lot of options still on the board to build out something flexible from there. So it looks like things came together pretty nicely for you, if that was roughly what your plan looked like.
Yeah, I think that is the thing that my first Ferrograph, Ditto, and Mousehold all do things that no other Mon on the board really can. Couple of them are supportive pieces, but yeah, I think I was able to build something good around it, especially toward the end when all the rain stuff was still available. Yeah, I will say about halfway through I was looking like, what do I want as my water type? I was interested in Primarina, that was taken. I was interested in Mega Gyarados, that was taken. It's like, you know what, maybe I can throw on Mega Swampert. And at that point I wasn't even convinced I wanted rain. But I was like, you know what? How would the budget work out if I were to pick up Politoed? And it was like, okay, I can make it work if my other two Mons are 1-pointers. So that's what I did.
Great. So yeah, it sounds like things came together nicely there, and this definitely is. I mean, I feel like you draft this way pretty often. This is a team that can throw a lot of different things at you, so it's going to be hard for opponents to stop everything that it can do, with just such a mix of strong Pokemon that, as you mentioned, do unique things that nothing else can, that you can mix and match in a lot of different ways. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the season plays out for you, for sure. Otherwise, if there's anything else you want to tell us about your draft, I think I can let you go there.
Nope, I think that's it. Thanks for having me.
All right, well, thanks for being here, and good luck this season.
Yep.
Next, we have the Great Barrier Garchomps. Okay, yeah, I think probably the Houndstones don't have a Garchomp because all the Garchomp were taken, because we already saw that the Raichus took Mega Garchomp in round 2, and now we see that the Great Barrier Garchomps took their mascot in round 1. They started off with a very strong duo in Garchomp and Talonflame. And actually, looking at this team right away, something that jumps out at me is that they've grouped Garchomp with a bunch of ground immunities. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ground immunities in their draft. So I think this team wants to click Earthquake. I'm almost surprised that they didn't take Mega Garchomp to hit harder, because you have Talonflame giving it speed control anyway, but then you can pair this Garchomp with Mega Electros and do a Disquake game. That's actually one of the first things I tried in standard regulation MB. Disquake with Mega Garchomp, or with regular Garchomp and Mega Electros. It was pretty fun. If they just knock out Electros, that can cause trouble, but a lot of opponents didn't. But yeah, this team looks like it wants to click Earthquake with Garchomp. The Great Barrier Garchomps want Garchomp to sweep opponents. Talonflame is a great complement to Garchomp. It covers 4 the grass types that resist the Earthquake. It gives it Tailwind, most importantly, and is immune to the partner's Earthquake, and it's one of the best Tailwind setters in the game because Gale Wings gives it priority while it's at full HP. Covering grass types is pretty nice as well. Garchomp can handle grass types, but they resist the Earthquake, so it's nice to have that threat into them. And then I said there are 5 ground immunities on this team. Talonflame is 1. Let's go through the others. Wash Rotom, pretty solid complement to Talonflame. Also pairs very well with Garchomp. Water and electric type. Gives you some speed control. Gives you some cover into, I don't know, some things that Garchomp has trouble with. Mega Electros, as I already said. I said that you could do Disquake. For anyone unfamiliar with the term, that's using Discharge and Earthquake. Spread electric type damage with a strong paralysis chance, and spread ground type damage on the field at the same time. Mega Electros has Elevate, so that has the combined effects of Levitate and Beast Boost. It's immune to its partner's Earthquake. And Garchomp, of course, is immune to the Discharge, being a ground type. And you can paralyze opponents, get some KOs, And most importantly, if you get KOs with Electros, you can boost its strongest stat. That kind of says it's probably special attack, but Electros also can go physical. It can set up with like Coil or something. It has a lot more options than just spamming Discharge next to Garchomp, so they're not all in on that game plan. Earthworm is a ground immunity. It's actually healed by taking a ground type attack with its Earth Eater ability. It can be a bulky setup Pokemon, so if your opponent is heavily focused on stopping like a Garchomp offense mode, then Earthworm could get some openings to set up and be hard to deal with, especially since it covers Garchomp's, as a steel type, it covers Garchomp's, all of Garchomp's weaknesses, Fairy, Dragon, and Ice. It's definitely feels like Earthworm is one of the likely Fairy type answers on this team. Talonflame is of some help into Fairies. And Earthworm can also use Shed Tail to gift a substitute to some offensive threat. In fact, you could use it to get Mega Electros in safely and start a Disquake game plan or something. Somewhat more safely, get your Electros to start snowballing, but you can also set up like any other attacker with Earthworm. And then the last ground immunity is Emolga. It's not as strong as some of these other Pokemon. It's the third electric type on this team. It gets like Motor Drive or something, right? So, wait, Emolga gets Motor Drive, I think, so you can... It's another electric immunity you can put. It's a ground immunity and an electric immunity. You can put it next to Electros, boost its speed, and then it gets speed swap. You can give it speed stat to Electros. I'm sorry, Garchomps. I might have just leaked what you're planning to do with Emolga. That actually makes a lot of sense to me. But we'll see, I guess. Chestnut is the third fighting type on this team. They have 3 electric types and 3 fighting types. I'm going to call it out here because it's another possible Earthquake immunity. It gets Wide Guard, so it can cover itself with Wide Guard. Obviously, it uses its action to do that, so it's not as good as the others at this role. It's a setup Pokemon that can benefit from Earthworm cover, although they're both weak to fire. It gives them a Grass type, which they don't have otherwise. It's a decent tanky support mon. I don't know what Mr. Rhyme does, I'm going to be honest. I'm a little lost on that one. I'm going to have to brush up on that Pokemon's kit when I take on this team. But it does give them some good cover into opposing Dragon types, which could be a little bit hard for a Garchomp and Electric type game plan to work to break through, so that's something. Scrafty's a strong support mon with Intimidate and Fake Out and whatnot. And then the elephant in the room that I've been ignoring up to this point, Mega Lucario. Now, notably, I said that this looks like a very Garchomp-focused draft, but since it's not Mega Garchomp, they can Mega Evolve something else. The one that jumps out at me is Electros because of the synergy with Garchomp, but Mega Lucario, what does it do? It's an offensive check to Fairy and Ice types to threaten Garchomp. Actually, Lucario also synergizes pretty well with Mega Garchomp. You can't click Earthquake so safely next to it, but it does cover a lot of Garchomp's weaknesses, so if I think they're all in on trying to make Garchomp go crazy this season, Lucario complements it pretty well, but also, of course, Lucario just gives them another strong offensive option that they can build game plans around, and so the opponent can't just stop Garchomp and win the game. They also have to get through one of the 2 Megas, Lucario or Electros. That makes this a better rounded team, and they have some slower, grindier game plans available as well with stuff like Earthworm and Chestnut. Next we have the Louisiana Hypercutters. It is Louisiana, I asked the coach. This team looks pretty Trick Room focused, but it's got some tricks up its sleeve in that Trick Room. I will tell you, this is my first opponent this season, and at the time that I'm recording the draft recap, I've already thought some about the matchup, although I haven't built my team yet. But yeah, this team, it's not a hard Trick Room team, but it's pretty Trick Room focused. Pokemon like Mudsdale, Mega Heracross, Mega Chimecho are mainly threatening in Trick Room. Chimecho itself being a setup threat that can also set the Trick Room. They have another strong Trick Room setter in Weirdeer. And where they do have some fast Pokemon as well, those Pokemon are also largely helpful to a Trick Room mode. Infernape gives them a fast Fake Out. Staraptor, as we saw last season with Halifax Masquerade Man, I was using Final Gambit Staraptor to just knock an opponent out and create an opening to set Trick Room. Hisuian Zoroark can disguise itself as a Trick Room setter or something like that to play mind games with the opponent, maybe flush out the opponent's anti-Trick Room tech and then deal with it. Sinistcha is also a strong Trick Room setter. But this team doesn't have to be all in on Trick Room. They just have a ton of supports. to that kind of plan, but they also do have some fast threats and things like Staraptor and Infernape. They can play Zoroark Mind Games. They can do a setup mode with Chimecho or Melodic. I haven't talked about Melodic yet. They could do Coil Hypnosis setup, or they can just attack stuff with it. But Coil Hypnosis Melodic looks super strong here for actually a lot of the same reasons. They have 2 Fake Out users. They have Zoroark to mess with the opponent early and throw them out of position to deal with Melodic. They have Sinistcha to heal Melodic or redirect attacks away from it. And then Melodic not being super fast, it benefits from Trick Room setup as well. So I could see a lot of Melodic-focused game plans from this team, but they also just have solid Trick Room offense if they want to go with that, with stuff like Mudsdale and Mega Heracross. And yeah, they have a ton of supports in place. Tinkaton notably gets Mold Breaker, so I've started thinking about this matchup already. I can't even stop its Fake Out with my Serena. So this is a really interesting team. I think this one looks weird to some people at first glance, but to me, it's maybe a little bit more linear than some of the other teams we've seen so far, but it looks very, very strong. And it's not super linear, because they do have some multiple clear game plans that they can run here. But mostly I'd say, having thought specifically about this exact matchup, this is a team where I can kind of tell what it wants to do, but I'm not sure how I'm going to stop it. Stay tuned to find out, I guess. Well, I hope. Now I'm here with the Irish Taco, coach of the Fluffy Friends, with a draft consisting of Incineroar, Meowscarada, Salazzle, Greninja, Raichu, Dragapult, Pangoro, Blaziken, Mega Scolipede, and Garbodor. This would be a crazy Pledge team if Pledge teams existed in Champions. I'm kind of sad that they don't, but why don't you walk us through what you were cooking here?
Well, I mean, I haven't played Pokemon before.
Oh, okay.
Like any of the games. I mean, I've played Pokemon Go, but that doesn't really count.
Is that it?
That is it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just kind of going with whichever Pokemon that I've historically enjoyed the look of, and think that, I don't know, you might be able to be strong. I don't know.
Okay, that's not a bad approach.
Yeah, so it's like my all-time favorite Pokemon is Meowscarada, and so I was like, okay, I gotta draft that one. It's like a must. And then, I mean, I also really like Incineroar. Incineroar is pretty cool. And I was also planning Garbodor from the very beginning. Even though it was my last pick, I was like, you know, I really, really enjoy Trubbish. Like, Trubbish is my... I think Trubbish is actually still my, like, buddy Pokemon in Pokemon Go. So, yeah, it's... I don't know. I'm a big fan of Trubbish, so I was like, okay, Garbodor, we can make that work.
Okay, that's awesome. And you were pretty confident that nobody would take Gardevoir before that last round?
Yes, because I was like, well, they're like, well, for one, they're like a one cost kind of draft, and I was like, okay, then they're like kind of bottom of the barrel last picks kind of thing.
Yeah.
But, and also just Garbodor is like, I feel like not super popular, so I was like, okay, chances are pretty good I can get this one, I feel.
Yeah, makes sense. So, obviously you're new to the PDL. That's clearly come out already because you said that
Yes.
you haven't played before. How did you end up here?
Honestly, that is a very good question. I am friends with Nimda. Or Shadow, I guess.
Oh, okay.
So essentially he was just like, he DM'd me one day and was like, hey, we're doing like a Pokemon draft league and we need one more person. And I was like, well, shit, sign me up. Like, I don't know. I was kind of figuring that I was kind of okay, you know? Could be fun.
Yeah, all right, that'll do it. What else did I want to ask you? So you said you never played Pokemon except Pokemon Go, is that right?
Yep, that is correct.
Okay, so how did you end up getting into that then? Was it just the 2016 Pokemon Go boom?
Yeah, I think it was mostly that. Like, it was, like, at the time, I was kind of looking to kind of get into Pokemon at some point. Like, I was wanting to get, like, one of the original games and try and start there. Because, I mean, like, one of my first, kind of, I guess, should I call it a console? Not really a console. I had, like, one of my very first things to play it on was a Game Boy Advanced.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, they made the, I think Pokemon, oh shit, what was it? Was it Red, Blue, and Yellow? Were those the first games? I can't remember.
Yeah, in this part of the world at least, they were the first ones.
Yeah, so I remember seeing those, like, locked up in a case at a video game store, and I was like, well, shit, I need to get my hands on some of those, because those would be fun. And I mean, I've always heard good things about Pokemon, so I was like, okay, why not? And so I got into Pokemon Go, because I still hadn't, like, actually, like, went out and bought a Pokemon game, so I was like, well, a Pokemon game for free? That's kind of nuts.
Yeah.
And plus, I mean, I'm big into running in general, and, like, I do a lot of shit outside anyways. So I was like, well, it's kind of perfect for me, so that's kind of how I got into that.
That's great. So, talking a little bit about your draft here. So, you took Incineroar in round 1, which...
Yes, I did.
I know you said that's one of your favorite Pokemon. You wanted to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Meowscarada is your very favorite. You knew you wanted that one. So I'm not sure your knowledge level of VGC because you tell me you never played it before. I guess, did you have some idea about what kind of reputation Incineroar has in competitive formats that motivated you to take it number 1?
No.
Okay.
No, I honestly, I still have no idea how good he is.
Okay.
But I saw that he was pretty expensive, and that's kind of why I was like, okay, I need to, like, people will be gunning for those, like, expensive picks first, so I was like, okay, I need to pick that up soon.
That makes perfect sense. Incineroar has for a long time been considered one of the greatest competitive Pokemon ever, if not the actual greatest. I'd say
Really? That's wild.
I'd say in a draft league it's a little bit weaker than it is in a standard format where the field of Pokemon is more open. You don't necessarily know what it's going to throw at you. But that said, I was kind of hoping to get Incineroar in round 2, so you kind of got me with that one.
See. Shit, I sniped you. My bad.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, that's fair, right? It's draft. I wanted it because it pairs well with Mega Gengar, but...
oh, I see.
It's not a bad first pick, for sure. It has a lot of different tricks up its sleeve. So you can use it to support some of your other strong Pokemon, I think, extremely well. I'm also curious about the Mega Scolipede. That's what I've picked out as the one I'm interested in, because it's the only Mega you have, and I don't really know what it does.
Yes, that was more of a group decision. I was like, oh god, what was the circumstances? I mean, just in general, I really like Scolipede. They're very cool. Just in general, like I don't know, I like the look of them. And so, like, I think, who was it? Was it Panda? I can't remember. But somebody, like, I was sitting in a VC with somebody, and they were like, "Oh wow, you're going for like the no mega like team or whatever." And I was like, yeah, I mean, I don't really know, like, I had no idea what megas did, so I didn't want to like draft any and have to, like, I don't know, like, learn a whole bunch of shit when I'm still just like learning the basics.
Yeah.
But yeah, so but then the person like explained that megas were like you just press the button and they're like kind of just better Pokemon.
Pretty much.
And so then I was like, okay, then I probably want at least one of those. But yeah, so it's like I enjoy Scolipede. I kind of required a mega pretty late in the draft, so there wasn't a whole lot of options for me left. Like I only had a certain amount of points to spend, and like there's a whole bunch of factors that played into it. But yeah, I think it was between Mega Scolipede and one other. Let me take a look at the draft board.
Sure.
Let's see, who was it that I was trying to decide between? Oh, right. It was also Aggron, Mega Aggron.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, I was trying to decide between those two, and I was like, well, I just like Scolipede more, so I just picked it up.
That's fair. I think, again, I don't really know very well what Mega Scolipede does. I haven't looked into it much myself. I think it probably is a better fit for your team than Mega Aggron.
That is fair.
Because looking at your team, so just to give my thoughts quickly, I will say right away, I think the weakness of your team is that you don't really have a broken combo to fall back on. You have a lot of very strong Pokemon, but they are kind of just a mix of strong Pokemon. I'm not sure there's a specific overwhelming game plan to lean on, but on the other hand, this is the reason I say Scolipede maybe fits better than Aggron. You have a lot of Pokemon that have high speed stats and have a lot of different offensive things they can do. So Pokemon like Meowscarada, Greninja, Dragapult, those three especially, they're very fast, they're going to hit hard, and they have a lot of different moves they can run, a lot of different coverage options, different surprising sets that you can throw at people. So if you really dig into what all of these do, I could see you bringing some fast-paced offensive game plans. I'm not saying that's all you can do, but it's what stands out to me most, and really catching some opponents off guard. And you have some good supports for that as well. You have Incineroar, Salazzle, and Raichu all getting the move Fake Out, which can create some openings. They have some other support options as well. Blaziken can boost its speed with its Speed Boost ability. Scolipede, I think, gets Speed Boost before it Mega Evolves, so it can fit that kind of playstyle as well. But you have a lot of very versatile Pokemon here, so if you dig in, you'll probably find some things I haven't called out. But, I mean, also, it's generally considered strong to have a core of a Fire type, a Water type, and a Grass type, and you have Meowscarada, Greninja, and take your pick, 3 Fire types. So definitely some synergies you can work with there.
That is true. I was like, that was a factor playing into getting my team together, is that I was like, okay, I need like a decent spread of a couple different typings and stuff.
Yeah, so I think this team will be... I think it might be tricky for you to use sometimes, but I think it will also be tricky for opponents to deal with, because there's so many different things that you can throw at them. The last thing I'm wondering before I let you go here is, you said you were interested in Pokemon, you kind of wanted to try picking a game up and seeing what you thought of it, and Pokemon Go caught your interest, partly because it got you outdoors, but also partly because it was Pokemon and it was free. Are you thinking about picking up Pokemon Champions at all and dabbling in competitive play some more?
Maybe. We'll see. Like, it's I'm kind of on the fence about it. Like, it seems like fun, but also I feel like there will be a big learning curve, which honestly it like that hasn't like discouraged me in the past. Like, I fucking like I mean I'm a DBD fucking player. Like,
oh, upset, the mic muted. The round's gonna be up soon, so I'm gonna make sure I'm ready. 1 sec. I had you scared the round had started. Oops. My bad. Not just yet. But the matches are all done for the previous round. Ten more minutes. I mean, I don't know. I'm being more optimistic than that, but we'll see. Probably less than 2,000 people the next round. Could be, yeah, at the rate they've been dropping. Good chance of that. Looks like a ton of people have dropped in the 2 and 3, 2 and 4 area, so we could be coming up on a much smaller round actually. Oh wait, is the round up? It looks like I have an opponent. You were probably trying to tell me, Raymer. Only about 400 people still playing? That is a ton of drops. Alright, well. My opponents checked in. They have Whimsicott, Mega Blastoise, Mega Blaziken, King Gambit, Scarf Vivillon, and Absol. That looks really hard to deal with. This just looks like a nightmare matchup. But we'll see what happens. Scope Lens Super Luck Absol, so it can crit through my defense boost and stuff too. Oh. Okay, opponent's ready. Try something a little different here. Gengar lead. To try to threaten things like Whimsicott and Vivillon immediately. Annihilate in the back for sure. They have two different Sucker Punch users, which makes Basculegion kind of scared. I'll try Cerulege. I don't know what lead I expected, but not this. Gonna switch Gengar straight out to Annihilate and go for my Reflect. I think that's the best thing I can do in this position. You're facing Sand plus Frostlass? That's interesting. I wonder what they're cooking. It's a shame I don't get to bulk up turn 1 here. They just went for Sucker Punch into Gengar, I assume. Probably not a Disabli. But what's the Blaziken gonna do? Rock Slide. Okay. That's a Rage Fist stack. Life Orb King Gambit, by the way. I'm willing to go for a bulk up here. Now let's go for Light Screen for later. Rip a Flare Blitz into my ape. Oh my god, that must have crit me. Oh no. That might lose me the game on the spot. I'm not even kidding. Because how do I beat their King Gambit now? Okay, they have absolutely loved clicking Sucker Punch so far. So yeah, I'm going to try for a Greedy Swords Dance. This works a lot better if I get a full Para on their Blaziken here. And I feel like I deserve it. Not that that really enters into the equation. I don't get one. Alright, well, moment of truth. Can I get this Bitter Blade off into their King Gambit? Sucker Punched into Colbur Berry. Does not KO, but what about Blaziken? It's been speed boosting for a while, even though it's paralyzed. Gets the Rock Slide. That's GG. Gengar is never beating this King Gambit. Okay, I'm taking a calculated risk in game 2. That's the calculated risk. Just lead with the ape this time. Try not to get crit again. Same lead from them. Let's see. Committing hard to the Mega Blaziken again. Kind of nice, because honestly I think I was more afraid of the Mega Blastoise, but hey, for all the good this is doing me so far. That does a lot regardless, I guess. But it's okay, I think I can switch to Sinisha if I want. Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable thing for me to do here. Try to get rid of this Blaziken before it crits me again. This is still gonna hurt. Okay, I was expecting a burn there, but they didn't get one. Good. Blaziken's gone, now what? Whimsicott. That's awkward when I wanted to click Protect. It's also awkward for Drain Punch into Kingambit. The point is they can Encore me. It's also Sash Whimsicott. I'm going to risk going for the Drain Punch into Kingambit here. And just Rage Powder to stop the Sucker Punch that they love to click with this thing. They just Moonblast my ape. I didn't cover for that, did I? No! And they finally stopped clicking Sucker Punch every turn. Alright, it's gotta be Ceruledge. Bitter Blade. Life Dew. Just try to keep my stuff healthy as much as I can. I guess they know not to Sucker Punch in this position anyway. They Encore Sinistcha. Okay, so I can't Life Dew. I'm stuck clicking Rage Powder. But that's not bad. So that's okay. They locked me into Rage Powder and they went for Sucker Punch, so that's a strange set of plays there. I don't get the KO on Kingambit though. But Kingambit is so vulnerable now. It's not really in a good position to do anything here. So just Bitter Blade and Rage Powder again. Protector Kingambit, but what does Whimsicott do? Moonblast. Looked like that was into Ceruledge. That's not going to do very much, I don't think. Nope. Okay, same thing again. They stayed in. Set Tailwind. So they get their Kowtow Cleave now. Need a Sinistcha. KOs, not great. But I need Ceruledge to win the game at this point anyway. Oh, it's Life Orb Kingambit, so that knocks itself out. And now my Bitter Blade is redirected into Whimsicott. It'll survive because it has the Focus Sash, but that's still progress. Okay, I have to go Sableye. We'll see what their last mon is. Absol. It's Crit Absol. It's Crit Absol. End of thought, honestly. I mean, I have the Colbur Berry. But if they crit me, I don't know how much that helps. The Moonblast goes into Ceruledge, which is an interesting choice. Just trying to make sure they can get that KO. Night Slash, there's my Colbur Berry. It doesn't KO. With a crit, let's go. Okay, so I get a Bitter Blade into Absol, and I get... I knock out the Whimsicott because I clicked Foul Play into it, and oh wow, that did so much. Okay, I think that's a win in game 2, because I can click whatever into Absol next turn. I could do probably Shadow Sneak, Bitter Blade. It doesn't matter. I just attack Absol with both of my Pokemon and I win. So we are going to game 3 by the skin of my teeth, honestly. We'll knock out Ceruledge. We get the Absol with a Foul Play. Okay. Game 3 time. Can I beat this team a second time? I don't know. I'm gonna try leading Ceruledge, because I think a Whimsicott lead is an adjustment they can make. Yeah, Whimsicott Absol, that's so bad for me. But I am down turn 1 to just Bitter Blade Whims. I think they... No, it doesn't have Protect. Okay. Bitter Blade Whims. And Reflect. Okay, they Tailwind. A Night Slash crit should not knock out Ceruledge. But it does put me in a tough spot for the rest of the game. I get a ton of damage into their Whimsy now. Do I have to just let my Ceruledge go down here? I'm going to try to Shadow Sneak the Whims, but I'm also going to Foul Play the Whims. This way there's a chance that Ceruledge gets the KO, yep. And so my Foul Play gives me some damage on Absol. This will take out Ceruledge for sure. You did your best, Ceruledge. Hopefully it was enough. That's good damage. Unfortunately, it's just short of KOing with another one. I go Ape now, for sure. There's their Kingambit. Real problem, Mon. Can I just double Absol with Drain Punch and Foul Play? I hope so. That's what I went for. Oh, I forgot they have Psycho Cut. Oh, it does so much. Maybe I needed to... I might have thrown here. There was a better play. Oh, that sucks so much. I think this was winnable.
But I think I had to protect Annihilate that turn and switch Sableye out to Sinistcha. The foul play knocks out the Absol. I was fine if I just protected there. I just had to protect there. Oh, that's so sad. For me, obviously. This is over. I can't win now. I don't think. I just did not have it today, huh? There was a way to win this game, and I just found it a moment too late. Well, I'm really bummed about that, honestly. That's not even the right target, but it doesn't matter. I'll drop the Sucker Punch here. GG's. If I protect Annihilate and switch to Sinistcha on that other turn, there's a very real chance I win this. I guess it's still hard. I'll be honest, I thought I would go 4-4 today. That was about my expectation, and even that's now not possible. We got there. You have Mega Floette set up, you have 2 different redirectors, you have Incineroar with everything that it does. And then a few strong Pokemon to cover certain matchups. Makes sense. And then you're making the most of your points later on. What makes Emolga and Camerupt 2 of the best 1-point Pokemon? What do you see in them that you value there?
I think it's. I don't think I'd ever use it, but like I think Camerupt, just base Camerupt Eruption would be doing good damage. I like Emolga for its. I thought it had Tailwind, but turns out it doesn't. But I still think it's the GOAT with Speed Swap. If that's an each I can pull out, it'd be cool.
I probably would have guessed that it had Tailwind too, so fair enough.
Yeah.
Speed Swap could be fun. I'm also, now that I look over this, I mean, we talked about certain matchup pieces, but I mean, you also have support options with Melodic and Serperior, at the very least, that could help Floette get going in certain matchups. I mean, I don't think I'm leaking much here. I feel like Serperior...
No, Serperior does have nice moves, yeah.
Mostly is used to set screens and paralyze things when it shows up in main format VGC. And we know what Melodic does, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I was also thinking, like, could be, like, one of the mons I have, like, next to Follow Me or Faker, you know, it says Coiled and Hypnosis, and then, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, pretty clearly Mega Floette is the main game plan, but for a main game plan, you can't do much better.
Yeah.
And then you have a lot of supports for it, you have matchup pieces, and you have value picks later. Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see what game plans you come up with when people are prepared for Mega Floette, because that's the one thing, right? It does, like, 2 things that people will try to make sure they're ready for. It's not going to be easy for them to be ready for it, but it'll be interesting to see how you adjust to their adjustments, I guess.
Yeah.
I was just talking with Ghost about her Annihilate focus draft. Do you think you'll win when you two play?
I think it really comes down to the Toxifix. I think the Toxifix is a really good counter to me, but like I think if it's like a 1v1, like yeah, if it's just a 1v1 against Toxifix, I think I can handle it. It's just at the start of the game, Toxifix is gonna be really annoying, but besides that, I think I can handle everything else.
Okay, well I didn't cover her trades yet, so you just leaked one of them. She has
Yeah.
Toxpex now.
Oh.
All right, well, yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot else to say. I think this is one of the more straightforward teams I've gone over so far, but it's very, very good at what it does. So, good luck this season. You think you have a W draft?
I think I have a W draft. In fact, this is what I was planning on saying since the start of this interview. You know, we did a few tier lists behind the scenes. Some people like to do a tier list of the teams and what they thought of them and stuff. And like what I know is like, you know, my team got put on in like B tier and C tier pretty often. Not much above that really. I don't think anyone placed it above B tier. And like what I have to say is that I genuinely believe I can take on anyone except for Ghost.
All right, well,
If you're not
heard-
Ghost, you're going down.
You heard it from the man himself. The Ontario Ogres can take on anyone except the
The
East
reigning
Coast
champ.
Esper. The reigning champ, that's true. Well, good luck defending your title then. You did also tell me you were going to Aura Farm before we started. Alright, thanks for joining me.
Yeah.
Good luck this season. Next, we have the Oceanic Oshawotts. Once again, a mega that stood out to me, grabbed my attention, was not drafted in my pool. Was drafted in the other pool. This is the only Mega Charizard Y team so far this PDL season. Of course, I was not very interested in Mega Charizard Y, if only because I just had it in the VG Seri League and I wanted to do something different. But what we see here is, to start with, pretty typical Mega Charizard Y stuff, right? Like, it's very common to group it with Pokemon like Raichu and Garchomp. Garchomp complements Charizard extremely well in that they have solid type synergy, and Garchomp is a physical attacker that wants to click and stab Earthquake, and Charizard being immune to the Earthquake has no problem with Garchomp doing that. But then in terms of the type synergy, Garchomp especially covers rock types that are very threatening into Charizard, so that's a duo we've seen many times in this draft league and elsewhere. And then Raichu, apart from the fake out support, obviously, it gives Charizard Lightning Rod cover against electric type damage, and it also has speed control options with things like Nuzzle and Electro Web. So Mega Charizard Y, not a slow Pokemon, but not one of the very fastest, can certainly benefit from that speed control. This coach also just likes Raichu. This is, by the way, the same coach who eliminated me last season, Season 10, with the Yosemite Jolteons. And we saw Raichu put in a ton of work throughout that season, so makes sense that they would draft it again so soon. Do they have a Fairy Dragon Steel Core? They do. Garchomp, Sylveon, and Skarmory. Okay, Mega Skarmory is interesting because it's another... It fits that core, and it's at the same time as a Steel type, it's another Earthquake immunity that they can put next to Garchomp. So if they want, they can leave the Charizard Y behind some week and focus a core on that basic... Focus a game plan on that core of Garchomp, Mega Skarmory, and Sylveon. Sylveon being the special attacker of the group as well as the fairy type, able to put out a lot of damage with those two teammates. It also just nicely complements the Charizard mode because it's a strong Pokemon, and Charizard can have some issues dealing with dragon types, but Sylveon takes care of that. There's a reason Mega Charizard Y tends to be run with powerful fairy types in standard VGC. So Sylveon's not slot... Both Sylveon and Garchomp slot nicely onto either a Mega Charizard Y or a Mega Skarmory focused game plan. Raichu does as well, actually, because Raichu gives Skarmory cover from electric type damage with Lightning Rod. So that's the main thing I see here. They have two strong flying type Megas, and they have a few other complementary Pokemon that work well with both of them. So they can very easily pick whichever one is most advantageous in a given week. Scrafty, just a generally strong Pokemon. Intimidate, Fake Out, you know the drill. Gallade is sort of a favorite for this coach. This coach notably drafts Gallade often, to the point where people were talking about it in the draft chat when they made the pick. Like, oh, of course, it's not a draft if this guy doesn't pick Gallade. But Gallade is pretty good. It gets support options like Wide Guard, notably. Wide Guard's pretty notable. when you want to like protect Charizard from Rock Slide or Skarmory from Heat Wave or something. That's pretty valuable on Glade already. I think it also gets Quick Guard. I might be misremembering. It can set Trick Room. There's not a lot on this team that wants to take advantage of Trick Room, but Pokemon like Sylveon and Midnight Lycanroc certainly can.
You got your shiny Terrakion? Let's go.
And then, I guess it's a harder hitting fighting type than Scrafty for whatever that's worth. Scovillain is interesting here. It gives Redirection is generally strong, but also Scovillain gets Chlorophyll, and it's a fire type with Chlorophyll, so it gets that and the boost on its stab fire type damage in Sun. So it's a Pokemon that could pair pretty well with Mega Charizard Y, but maybe it could also use Redirection to create openings for Skarmory for some kind of game plan. I think Skarmory gets like Sword Stance, right? So I can see it benefiting from Redirection and Fake Out support and all those good things. I don't know necessarily what the last two Pokemon are here to do. I mean, I guess Quillfish gives them a Fire, Water, Grass core of sorts with Charizard, Scovillain, and Quillfish, but as Fire, Water, Grass cores go, it's not an amazing one, but it does give them a second Intimidate. It gives them some options to poison things if they want to do as like a slower paced Sylveon or Skarmory game plan or something. That might be part of the idea, but I wouldn't bet on it. Maybe it was just a late round budget pick. Lycanroc, I don't know, it's a rock type. It hits reasonably hard. That's kind of nice to have. But yeah, the main thing I see here is Mega Charizard Y, Mega Skarmory, and a bunch of other Pokemon that complement both of them, which is a pretty interesting way to do this draft. The trade-off, I guess, is that Mega Charizard and Mega Skarmory have some of the same things holding them back. Notably, they're both weak to Electric. But there's a fair bit that they don't have in common as well. Like right, like one's a special attacker, one's a physical attacker. Charizard doesn't have to worry about fire type damage like Skarmory does. Skarmory is not afraid of rock type damage. And then things like Garchomp and Raichu complement either one. Interesting draft. Look forward to seeing how it does. I'm joined now by Lazy, coach of the Minnesota Marshadows, also my opponent in the VG Series final, which, unless I change my mind about how I'm doing this, is probably going up tomorrow. With a draft of Mega Blastoise, Mega Frostlass, Oranguru, Hydreigon, Metagross, Florges, Houndoom, Toxicroak, Mega Sableye, and Vileplume. So a lot of interesting combinations here, and I noticed 3 Megas. I guess just to start, what have you cooked here?
Yeah, so I started with Mega Blastoise because in my head, the first pick should always be something that I can go in a lot of directions with. I like having options when I'm in the middle because I don't really know what I'm going to end up with by the end of the draft. So I picked Mega Blastoise because it feels like it's fairly team agnostic. It does its things regardless of what I put around it, and it's pretty easy to support. So I wanted to have that, so I just have a strong center for the team. And then by pick 2, shockingly, there was still Mega Frostlass available. I was thinking that I was going to end up going with like a Pyro direction with this team because I thought that Blastoise Pyro seemed really strong, but Blastoise Frostlass seemed stronger to me in the moment. Because with Frostlass, I can set up screens for my Blastoise. I have Aurora Veil access. And I don't necessarily need to Mega my Blastoise to make it strong in that case. I can run non-Mega Blastoise and still do damage with it that way. And then for my pick 3, Oranguru, the idea was that I wanted to have a strong Trick Room setter, and I felt like there are only so many really strong Trick Room setters that are not Ghost types, and it's pretty much just Farigiraf or Oranguru, and Farigiraf got picked before I got a chance to get to it. So Oranguru was my option there. And I felt like Oranguru had the support tools that I wanted out of just a general support Pokemon and not just a Trick Room setter. Like, it has access to Encore, it has access to After You, which can be really interesting. It has also its signature move Instruct, which I think will be devastating combined with both Frostlass and Blastoise as an option. Even if the Frostlass mode is going fast, it can still Instruct and Blizzard a second time potentially, which seems really, really strong when I have it behind screens. So with that, my slow mode felt like it was already fairly fleshed out with Oranguru and Blastoise, and I wanted to have Hydreigon there because I wanted something that could be faster, and also an option that had Tailwind if I really, really wanted it. Obviously, Blastoise can Shell Smash to be a fast mode, so I don't necessarily need Tailwind. and Frostlass is naturally fast enough as is, but Hydreigon just adds that extra dimension to it. Metagross feels like it is the obvious partner for Hydreigon. Golden Go was already taken, and Aegislash was just too expensive, so I wanted to have Metagross there just to kind of get that same type synergy, but also save my budget a little bit because I felt like it was going to get pretty tight towards the end. The second half of my draft was all much less expensive. I picked Florges to round out the fantasy core. Hydreigon, Metagross, and Florges together are pretty bulky, and they combine really well with screens from Frostlass, and I think they just have generally good synergy. Houndoom was there to make the rest of my point budget work mostly, but it's also there as it's a sneaky Heatwave spammer. It has access to Sucker Punch. It's pretty good at clicking Snarl, and it does some Destiny Bond things that can be kind of nasty. And it's also in a fairly decent speed tier. For 1 point Mons, I felt like it was the strongest one available, so I wanted to get that before anybody else did. I needed a fighting type on this draft. There were a few things that I had considered. I had considered a Crabominable. I had considered Conch Elder, both because Oranguru is pretty strong with them, and at that point I knew I wanted a third Mega of some kind, but I wasn't entirely sure what. And it was at this point that I decided that I wanted to have Toxicroak so that I could afford a higher point value second Mega, or a third Mega rather. And my higher point value third Mega was sniped out from under me about 4 or 5 picks before me, something like that. I had wanted Mega Male Meowstic because that had access to Prankster Rain Dance and Prankster Sunny Day, as well as a bunch of other tricks that it could go for. And at this point, I had decided that I really wanted to try running a triple weather team. But since that got sniped from me, I had to think about what my other options were going to be. And initially, it was going to be like a Mega Female Meowstic, so that I could have something that's even faster than Frostlass and still threatens Sunny Day, Rain Dance when it's not Mega. But I decided in the end that Sableye was more interesting. Last season, I had Mega Sableye, and I forgot that it didn't have the options that I wanted on it. Now it has Encore, it has Disable, it has screens of both kinds, and it has access to Thunderwave, Wisp, the normal things that it would run. And it has access to both Sunny Day and Rain Dance. So I do have Snow, Sun, and Rain on this team, with Vileplume there to round it out. My thought behind picking Vileplume over any other grass type were that Metagross is already here to sit in front of fairies, and I really wanted something else that sits in front of fairies because the rest of my team is very fairy weak. I don't have any fairy resists, and Float looks really, really scary. So with Vileplume there, I can have at least one board available on my team that does not care about taking Dazzling Gleams all that much. It generally felt like it was the strongest option that was available to me in the end, and I feel very happy with it. I think with this as well, the Firewater Grass core on my team, it looks a little weird with Houndoom, Vileplume, and Blastoise, but it exists and it's strong. And I have the Fantasy core that's pretty strong, and I also have a sneaky offensive core with Toxicroak and Hydreigon and Frostlass, where I hit that Fighting Dark and Ghost coverage, as well as the Psychic from Metagross and Oranguru. So I feel like I gave myself a lot of options. The team looks relatively unassuming, I would say, but I think we're going to do some really, really strong things with it.
Yeah, that all makes sense. You said the team looks relatively unassuming just now, and someone could say triple weather, triple mega. Seems a little out there. Seems like the team could be pulled in a lot of different directions, but as you pointed out, you have a lot of very solid fundamentals backing up everything you've done here. That is a very strong fantasy core. The Firewater Grass core definitely looks a bit weaker, but like you said, it does exist, and that counts for something already, and I'm surprised to hear that Houndoom was only 1 point. I don't think I noticed that. It feels like a Pokemon that should be worth at least 2 points. But I'm curious. You said specifically that you wanted a third Mega late in the draft.
Now, I only drafted 2 Megas. I thought about a third one, and I wasn't sure how well that would work. What was it that drew you to specifically wanting 3?
I think it's just a bit of a novelty thing. There are obviously a lot more strong items in Regulation MB than there were in MA. Now that we have like Iron Ball and Wide Lens and Zoom Lens and Life Orb back. But we also had a limit of 2 Megas the last time that we played this, and generally I felt like drafting more than 2 Megas could be interesting if one of them didn't have to Mega very often at all. And I think Sableye fit that, and Meowstic would also have fit that. And it was just kind of a cool option, I think. It limits my options for items a little bit more, but it's just there for fun, I feel. Also, it's a little bit cheaper drafting Sableye Mega than it was to draft regular Sableye, so that was a bit of an attractive point for that as well.
Yeah, that all makes sense. It seems like there are probably a lot of matchups where it won't Mega Evolve, but you get most of the benefit of the other one at the cheaper price. And the novelty for sure is appealing. I was definitely weighing that quite a bit through the draft, and even now when I think about trades. Overall, yeah, I agree. It might not be the team that jumps out the most at people, but I do think it's very solidly constructed. You started off saying that you chose Mega Blastoise because, if I'm paraphrasing right, it's a good Pokemon that can go in a lot of different directions. It's not particularly tied to a specific team style. I find it kind of hard to draft that way. I've tended more recently to go for teams that are built around some specific strong combination to begin with, although that's not what I did this time because I just wanted Mega Gengar. But I think this team looks to me like a good example of how to build that way and get something very solid out of it. So I think you're going to have an interesting season for sure. I wish you luck with it. Unless you have anything else to add, I think we can wrap this up here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm happy to wrap this up here. I am very excited for the season, and I hope that we both make playoffs. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Actually, I did have one other thing, which is I've drawn attention on the image here to Oranguru because I hate facing Oranguru. That Pokemon has messed me up so many times in so many different matchups. So that's something for me to worry about if we do meet in playoffs. All right. Anyway, thanks for joining me here.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm here now with Sari, coach of Pendragon United, also the creator of the VG Sari Draft League that I've been playing recently. As we're recording this, I'm supposed to play the final for that in like 45 minutes. But anyway, for this league, you have a draft of Mega Mawile, Farigiraf, Politoed, Mega Dragonite, Pikachu, Kangaskhan, Clawitzer, Sarina, Mudsdale, and Emboar. So I definitely see some synergies here. And we have a couple of the same Pokemon because we're in different pools. But want to go ahead and explain what you were cooking here?
Yes. So I didn't come into this draft with like a huge detailed plan, but Mega Mawile was my first Mega of choice to go with, just because it's stupid powerful. And I enjoyed Trick Room and Tail Room stuff a lot, so Mega Mawile made sense. Despite the fact that I was kind of in a bad spot in the draft. It was a kind of an odd draft where none of the like really big stuff went immediately. So when it got to me, it was like, you know, Mega Mawile was still there, and it was only like Floette and stuff had gone. So I got Mega Mawile early, and then I've gone big on Mega Mawile. I need a Trick Room setter. I may as well go big and get the best Trick Room setter in the game with Farigiraf. There's no point, you know, pissing that with lower tier Trick Room setters when you can just get the best one, and there's no replacement for Farigiraf with the stuff it does with priority blocking and so on. So I had those two. It came back around. I knew I wanted Weather. Politoed makes a lot of sense. It was on all the 2014 Mega Mawile teams back in the day, so you know that's good synergy with Trick Room as well. So I grabbed those three. Fun fact, if I didn't get Politoed, I was going to go for Torkoal and go in a completely different direction.
Oh, wow.
Go fully with the blow stuff up in Trick Room kind of team and go Sunny, but we didn't go Sunny, we went Rainy. And so I grabbed those three, and those three felt really good as a core. And it came back around. I'm like, I need something solid that goes with these three. And I knew I wanted an option for Tailwind. I kind of thought about it a lot, and in the end we settled on Mega Dragonite, which was very expensive. I spent a huge amount of points in the first 4, but the stuff that Mega Dragonite could do with being a bulky dragon type to complete the 2-mon Fantasy Core with Fairy Steel, Morwell was really good. It doesn't need to Mega, because it can just be a regular Dragonite and do ESP things, which is nice in Trick Room. Nice and bulky. It likes rain because it can Hurricane stuff and it can Thunder stuff. It's super versatile. So it made too much sense not to grab it, even with the kind of budget space that it took up. So I grabbed those 4 and then went, oh no, my budget. So I knew I needed a Fake Out user. I knew I needed to really cut back on my spending, and I wanted to do that early whilst all of the like nice low point mons were really good. So Pikachu was kind of stand out there. 1 point Fake Out. I love Nuzzle. I have not gone a PDL draft without having some kind of cute Nuzzly rodent, and we're not stopping yet. Lightning Rod's good in a pinch for like Politoed, I guess. But yeah, just cheap Fake Out Mon. Kangaskhan, similar reasoning. Good Fake Out Mon. Nice and bulky, kind of works well in and out of Tail Room. Gets some nice coverage stuff. Gets fighting coverage for when I probably have to face down a King Gambit at some point or another. That works out. Politoed and then Clawitzer. Again, I knew I wanted a water type to kind of pair with Politoed, some kind of rain user, right? And unfortunately, by this point, Basculegion female had gone. It was my number 1 choice for this kind of position in the team, but it, whenever it went, it got sniped from me, basically. These things happen. And so Clawitzer was there. There was like a few other options for bulky water types, but none of them really fit in the team, like for the price. So Clawitzer was good value. It gets nice coverage. It's good in it's good in Tailwind and Trick Room. It can hold a Choice Scarf, and it has literally been used in PDL before, exactly with Politoed.
It sure has.
Yeah, so then we come to the last 3. By this point, it was like, I've got my main core that you'd expect to see, so we're just kind of covering stuff. Grass type, was looking around to try and get some defensive coverage. I wanted Firewater Grass. I knew there were plenty of Fire type users, so that could be left for last. Just stuff that can click Heat Wave when maybe Politoed isn't around. And Cyrena's a good value grass type. It gets Taunt, which is just good utility, especially in Draft League. And it means I have both of the priority blocking mons and 2 Fake Out users.
I was going to point that out if you didn't, yeah.
Nothing is stopping them. It wasn't a necessity, right? But knowing you have both the priority blockers and you also really like having priority and the extreme speed from D-Knight. If you want to block my priority, you've got to work for it. You've got to spec on Quick Guard or, upper hand in the builder.
And doesn't Pikachu get faint as well?
Oh, maybe.
It does.
This team has plenty of priority. We get Sucker Punch on Morwile as well, which is a fantastic move for it. All of which is really nice when you're relying on Trick Room and maybe your, speed control runs out a turn earlier than you'd like it to. We have fallback options, and you're not stopping them without putting the work in and taking up a couple moveset slots. Mudsdale, I wanted a ground type that will work well in Trick Room. Rhyperior could have gone, but it was a bit expensive. Mudsdale was pretty cheap. It does fun defensive stuff with Body Press. Ground Fairy is like a just really good pin to have. So similar to the fire type, I knew I wanted it at some point, but it didn't need to go immediately. So he picked up Mudsdale. Around this point is when I realized we were drafting 10 Pokemon and not 11.
Yeah, the doc showed 11 slots, right?
The doc has 11 slots in, but for this draft, we're not using them all.
Right.
And that, I had not noticed that, so I had been accidentally planning for an extra Mon well into this draft. It was only the last few slots I noticed, and I went, oh, I'm going to have more points than I need. So we kind of get to the end. But I didn't want, more expensive Mons is the thing. So I get Mudsdale, and then we get to the end, and I go, right, I need a fire type who can click like Heat Wave well, maybe gets nice utility options, and Chandelure was right there. And so I didn't pick Chandelure, I picked Ember.
Right.
Because I think Ember's cool, and I have a shiny of them. Ember was always in the plan because it was so cheap. We got to the end, and it's like I totally could have drafted Chandelure, and it would have been an extra Trick Room user. If we get 1 or 2 weeks into the draft league, and you pop in the video and say, "Hey, Sirius trained Ember for Chandelure," you know exactly what's happened. Ember didn't pull its way, and I needed to pull it. But Ember was always the plan, and I think it's funny. So we're sticking with the plan for now. And hey, I have 5 spare points at the end of the draft. We have wiggle room. I have adjustment header.
There you go.
Not everyone has that.
Yeah, all right, solid reasoning all around, especially the Ember. You were on a real budget roller coaster then, spending so much of the first 4 picks and feeling like you needed to cut back, and then figuring out toward the end that you had more points than you knew what to do with.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I got so worried after Dragonite. I'm like, wow, I've really blown my budget here. We need to make sure that I cut back. Vivian was in the plan at some point, but I thought I couldn't afford Vivian. And in the end, it kind of didn't fit into my draft. I just think it's a really good draft league Mon, but it doesn't quite fit into the style of team I built.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I guess I will understand if Ember disappears for Chandelure at some point. I mean, the end of my draft is a little bit like that, too. I have a Pokemon or two where I might swap them out for something I already know about, depending on how things go early on. Otherwise, I don't know. That was a really solid explanation of your draft, and I'm not sure what I can say that you haven't already, except that Mega Mawile is just... You kind of did say this. It's just so powerful. It wasn't in Reg MA, so I was used to not thinking about it, but... I do run into it on the ladder once in a while, and mostly my team just gets blown up by it. I don't think I have a good record against Mega Mawile.
Enormous. It's like, it comes in, it has a free sword stance.
Pretty much.
Every time.
Yeah, and the fact that you have Farigiraf and... I don't know, maybe 2 good fake-out users is a stretch, but they're not bad ones.
You can say 1.5 good fake-out users, that's fine. But Pikachu, it can do utility stuff and just hold the Focus Sash. This team isn't Focus Sash reliant, which I quite like. It's a lot of bulky bombs. Yeah. None of them need it. So Pikachu can hold it if it wants, and if not, it can blow you up with Bolt Tackle.
Yeah. Or you could run Thunder with your Rain Core if you really want for some reason.
Yeah, or Discharge next to... the horse has also been a thought.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that one.
It all gets the light ball boost.
Yeah. You do have that strong Rain Core. Apart from Pikachu, you can get Mega Dragonite clicking Hurricane. You can just blast things with Water Pulse from Clawitzer. And then I like the Rain complementing Mega Mawile. I'm sure the Torkoal version would have been super interesting to see as well, but of course Politoed probably make some use of Trick Room itself. It gets Mega Dragonite going, so you have that Tailwind game plan available, or just overwhelming special offense to complement your overwhelming physical offense from Mawile. And of course, you also wipe out Mawile's fire weakness with the Rain, so there's a lot here that's hard to deal with for sure.
That's the plan.
Yeah, if I'm going to nitpick at all, I just don't see very many fast Pokemon here, so it's indexed a fair bit into the Trick Room stuff, I think, but I mean, just having the Tailwind Dragonite as a change of pace for opponents who aren't ready for it should do a lot.
That is a valid concern. There's not a huge amount of speed sandwiching going on here. But it's not like... I don't think there are other drafts that run, like, super fast. A lot of people are kind of on the slower end. There's a few things. Murder Metagross goes faster, but, like, I can Sucker Punch that dude all the way to Sunday.
That's
Like,
true, you also have all the priority.
Dusk Rock is another fast user, but once again, like, it's got 2 hit points functionally, so I'm not too worried about that. Politoed's going to be really nice when I have to face down against the Charizard wide draft that the Oceanic Oshawotts have put together.
Yeah.
Sneasler, Goodmon, doesn't love Farigiraf, doesn't love Mortwile, so we'll see. I'm not too concerned.
Yeah, makes sense. This is going to be a tough draft for opponents to deal with. I think I'm glad that we're in different pools.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll meet anyway.
Hopefully. All right, well, thanks for coming on to go over your draft, and good luck in the season ahead.
Thank you. Good luck to you too.
All right. I'm joined by longtime PDL staff member Ninja Meerkat, this season the coach of the Dapper Diglets, with a draft of Pelipper, Mega Swampert, Aegislash, Galarian Slowbro, Hydrapple, Weavile, Kleavor, Ariados, Steelix, and Mega Gardevoir. I hope that's correct. Sometimes in the draft channel you write silly things other than the actual name of the Pokemon, and I've just assumed that I've interpreted all of them correctly here.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, well, obviously I see a very powerful Rain Mode right off the bat, and I see some very powerful Trick Room options right off the bat, and I see that you got one of the strongest Megas in the game with your last pick, but just like I've been asking everyone else, why don't you start us off here by walking through exactly what you've cooked?
So, my brain is... I've done many draft leagues in this server, so I've kind of just decided... I figured that it's always best to not go in with a plan, because plans never go to plan.
Okay.
And then you always end up with some random mix of Pokemon anyway. But it kind of works out because points-based drafts, they're much more mixed compared to like a tier-based draft. Like, people have many more options to get like specific strategies and specific builds. So teams are arguably much more varied in points teams. So I like having multiple options. So I kind of just like look at my draft. I get like 2 or 3 Pokemon at the start that just pair well together, and then I just kind of add pieces that it's missing from there. So starting off with Pelipper, Swampert, Ghosts themselves, and then kind of just went from there. Aegislash, strong, mix attacker. Slowbro gives me a Trick Room mode, good mix attacker. Hydrapple, strong, good in Trick Room. Draco Meteors go Burr. Weavile's fast fake out. Kleavor's a Tailwind setter. Gardevoir's a Trick Room setter. Loads and loads of options. Point is, I'm going to make it a nightmare for people to build, and I'm just going to make no one have any fun.
Well, that's definitely a strong approach. I definitely like the drafting method of starting with some powerful combination and then figuring out what fits around it. So I don't remember how many points Gardevoir cost. It must have been a lot. At what point did you figure out what you were doing in that last round?
It was when I drafted Hydrapple, I realized I only had 1 Mega. So I kind of just went from there and realized that there was only about 2 other people in my pool that still had like 1 Mega that wasn't special. So I was just like, you know what, I could go for Gardevoir. I could also... I can't remember which other one was, but it was just another strong special type Mega, or special attacking Mega. And I was kind of just like, I'm just going to leave it till last and see which one is left. So I focused on Weavile because I thought I was going to go, and Kleavor as well, and Ariados, etc. Just picked it last.
Okay, makes sense. So you had multiple options there, so you weren't too bothered about which one you got?
Pretty much.
Okay.
The one time that plan has actually worked out.
Then yeah, I see some strong offensive synergies there. I see Weavile is very interesting to me on this team because I can complement some of its teammates coverage-wise, especially threatening some of the things that threaten Mega Swampert, and then it also gives you a fast fake out if it still has that in this game, which I'm sure it does. You have the redirection from Ariados. You took 2 bug types in a row. Not a lot of people have done that probably ever, but they're strong ones.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for pointing that out for me.
I don't know how much else I have to say here. You have a strong rain mode and a strong trick room mode and some good Pokemon around them. It's pretty solid stuff overall.
Yeah. The basis is it's because I just in VGC in general I like to play balance. I like to try and have as many options as possible to me, so I go into a matchup not like just immediately losing. It's the same kind of idea here. Like I've got a fighting type in Steelix, my body press user. I have options here. I have options.
Yeah, for sure. I guess the one other thing I look at with Mega Swampert is how well you can spam Earthquake, but I mean, you pair it with Pelipper, that's good right off the bat. You can have Telepathy on the Gardevoir if you're not Mega Evolving that. You can click Wide Guard on Aegislash if you really want to.
Spilling the secrets here, damn.
Well, I mean, I'm calling out what I could see just looking at your roster. What's that?
Yeah. No, you're totally right. There's random synergies here and there.
Yeah, that makes for a strong draft. All right, unless you have anything else to add, we can call it here because I think it's pretty clear what this team wants to do, and it's probably going to be good at doing it.
I think I've won this before. I've reached finals twice, I think, as well.
Yeah.
I am here to have fun. I'm here to make other people not have fun. Because that is how I have fun. Because I'm an evil person. So just be ready for that.
Well, that kind of personality does well in competitive Pokemon sometimes. All right, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Next, we have the Drampa Grandpas. This is hilariously late to be mentioning that some teams have logos that I just couldn't get because the way signups are done was changed this time, and I used to pull everyone's logo from the sign-up channel for these videos, but I was not as consistently able to access them this time. I'll use logos where I can, but this team has one, but I just don't have a way to get it that I could find. Anyway, Sneasler, Kingambit, Mega Delphox, Sableye, Female Basculegion, Mega Slowbro, Espathra, Ampharos, Mega Ampharos. So that's 3 Megas. Torterra and Drampa. So mostly this looks like a Trick Room team, right? Well, I shouldn't say that because they have some serious fast threats as well. That's what this looks like. It's a Trick Room team with some serious fast threats. Mega Slowbro, one of the better Trick Room setters you could ask for here. There is a trade-off compared to regular Slowbro in that it can't hold like a mental herb to stop it from being taunted or something. But it's very bulky, hits pretty hard, extremely slow. Set up the Trick Room itself and then do a lot of damage under that Trick Room. Or you can use non-Mega Slowbro. Again, you don't get the item slot, but you can use it to set Trick Room and get Mega Ampharos going. I, of course, had Mega Ampharos last season. It exceeded my expectations. It was very much the second Mega in my draft, but I think it was the one that performed better over the course of the season. I'm definitely kind of rooting for it. I hope it's going to go crazy in that Slowbro or Espathra set Trick Room in some matchups. It is a very strong Trick Room attacker. They also have things like Kingambit and Torterra to hit hard on the physical side. Drampa feels to me like a mascot pick, but it's also a slow Pokemon that can hit reasonably hard and has a pretty broad move pool. So I could see Drampa putting in some work in a Trick Room mode as well. But, as I've already called out, this team is not limited to a Trick Room mode by any means. And what's interesting is some of the fast threats here, although they're not Trick Room dependent Pokemon, they're able to enable that mode to an extent, right? Like Espathra can be a surprise Trick Room setter. Sneasler can give cover to the Trick Room mode with Fake Out. Sableye can also do that, but it can also set screens or quash something or Encore, disable. It has a bunch of ways to help Pokemon like Slowbro get going, and also to enable things like Swords Dance Kingambit or some kind of setup Slowbro. But this team also can go turbo fast and beat you that way, so you can't focus only on stopping the Trick Room mode. Pokemon like Drampa and Torterra and Mega Ampharos are not as interesting if this team wants to go fast, but they have Sneasler, one of the strongest fast threats in the game. They have Mega Delphox, one of the strongest fast threats in the game. They can click Priority with Kingambit. They can boost Espathra's speed, maybe set up Calm Minds and stuff, maybe even Baton Pass out to Mega Delphox, or maybe Baton Pass out to Mega Ampharos and throw fast Mega Ampharos at an opponent. Now that I think about it, that could be a fun thing to see sometime. They could even It's kind of too bad they don't have Sinistra, because they could even, like, Calm Mind, Speed Boost, Espathra, Baton Pass out to Cotton Guard, Mega Ampharos. Just make that Pokemon fast and hard to remove, while it also hits very hard. I don't know that that's something they planned. It's probably a really hard thing to pull off, but it'd be kind of funny. And something like that with Mega Slowbro could work too. But they can also just straightforwardly, like, click Sunny Day with Sableye and blast through a team with Mega Delphox, relying on that Pokemon's speed stat while their opponent has loaded up something to stop Trick Room, right? They have female Basculegion, which I think was more affordable points-wise than the male because it's weaker, but it can still hit pretty hard. I think it still gets that last respect, so it just has a lower attack stat. You can click Rain Dance with Sableye if that's what you're focused on, so a couple different manual weather options there. Sneasler can close combat and Dire Claw things and whatnot. Sableye could even give them... There's no Tailwind on this team unless Drampa gets Tailwind. But they have speed control with Espathra being able to boost speed and maybe Baton Pass. They could also use Sableye for speed control. They can click Quash or Thunder Wave. So, the Trick Room stuff stands out to me at first, but they have ways to go turbo fast as well. That makes this team a bit more well-rounded and so very threatening and hard for opponents to deal with. Maybe I should have focused on the Sableye or the Espathra in that bottom left corner, because I feel like the varied move pools that those two can throw around are going to make a big difference in some matchups for this team. And it would be really funny to see that Baton Pass into Mega Ampharos. I don't know that that's something they were cooking, but it'd be cool if it is, and we get to see it sometime. I put Mega Slowbro in the bottom left because Mega Slowbro went crazy for the Salt Lake City Toxic last season, but the Toxic were running some specific game plans that do not match the way this draft is constructed. But I could still see setup Slowbro putting in some work. Next is the Minty Meloetta, co-coached by PDL founder Shadow and longtime player Panda. And Shadow was not sure that he would be able to join for the team breakdown. In the end, he was, but he had something else to say before we even got moving on that, just to make sure his voice was heard.
Alright, so like, whoever's ranking Minty Meloettas as like a low tier draft, I'm gonna need y'all to like realize we're gonna prove all y'all wrong. And the way we're gonna do that is by how Panda's explaining this, because I don't have time to explain it myself, because I'm working right now.
I'm here now with both coaches of the Minty Meloetta, Panda and PDL founder Shadow. They have a draft of Goldango, Mega Meganium, Mega Excadrill, Fire Tauros, male Meowstic, Hawlucha, male Basculegion, which I'm amazed was available that late, Umbreon, Gliscor, and Furfrou. And before we even started recording here, these coaches had some things to say about all the doubters that their team seems to have accumulated in the time since the draft. So why don't you start right off and tell us what exactly you've cooked here and how you think it's going to work out for you?
All right.
I'll let Panda answer.
Yeah, I'll answer this. Okay. So, the main thing is that a lot of people are like, oh, hey, I don't really see the synergy with any of these mons here. You have a Goldango and you don't have any, like, weather, really. I guess Meowstic can do that. The entire purpose of this team is to counter every single team. So if you're a weather team, it's our weather now. You're a Trick Room team, you're no longer a Trick Room team. You have these big heavy hitters. No, we're killing them in really quickly. That's why we have. So and the other thing too is our type chart is insane. Like ice is like our only weakness, and we still have counters for that. It's pretty good.
Okay, so your basic strategy here was to try to counter everything else that everyone might be focusing their drafts on to throw at you. Feel free to leak what your plan is for my kind of draft if you want, but otherwise... So, I mean, you said that there's no weather except maybe Meowstic. Honestly, if I'm looking for sort of...
Much as I'd like to hear them leak their strategies, the round is up. This tournament today has not gone the way I wanted, but let's try to end on a win. Incineroar, Whimsicott, Garchomp. No Dragon Tail, no Roar. Alola Ninetales. They have 2 different Encore users. Oh, they've roared for Farigiraf. Oh my god, I spoke too soon. 3 of my opponents today have had forced switch moves. And they have Mega Raichu Y. I think I skipped over that. Alright, well. I don't know what to do to this, so I think it's just Ape Mode. Trick Room Farigiraf, though, with Twin Beam. There's a case for bringing Gengar to this matchup, but Gengar is hard to deal with. Gengar is tough into Raichu Y and Garchomp. Not the Roar. They have Roar on their Farigiraf, which, hey, makes more sense to me than Roar on Mega Charizard Y or Alolan Ninetales. What are people trying to force out? Like boosted Floette or something? Maybe. I guess there are a lot of teams that use stat boosts pretty heavily these days. But still, I don't think this is how you beat them. Save your team from Perish? I guess. Are people running Perish these days? I guess I've heard some are. I haven't even thought about trying to run it in this format, but because I haven't thought about it, I don't really know whether it can work. I hope we don't get a downer ending where my opponent doesn't show up. You fought Perish earlier? Oh, okay, no, they're showing up. They just need a bit of time. I'll make the room in the meantime, I guess. This tournament run has not been what I hoped. Then again, I didn't have a whole lot of expectations with a monotype team in the Grand Champions Festival. But I hope to at least break even, and that is now out of reach. But we'll try to end on a win. Gonna be hard though. 2 Encore users. Farigiraf. Bulk Up and Annihilape just doesn't work in this format like it did in Regulation H, and it's not just because you can't terrestrialize it, although that makes a big difference by itself. But we'll see what Bulk Up and Annihilape can do one more time. Don't know how much chance I'll get to click Bulk Up. We'll see. I might as well send the code to my opponent right now. Do I want to battle you or just log off? I don't know. I'll decide when it's over. Probably just log off because I need to eat. I will probably end pretty abruptly after this round, but I'll think about it. I did also say at the start of the stream that this team was built for best of one, and I feel like a few times this tournament I won game 1 pretty easily, and then I didn't know what to do from there. So that's a factor as well in how this day has gone. I'm a little disappointed, but it's not a big deal. Good luck, have fun. Let's do this properly. Even though I still only have audio in my right ear. Oh well. It's properly for you. Maybe I need to be able to sludge bomb the fairies. Hit dual fairy, and I can't Terra Fire. No. Well, we'll see what happens. Okay. Might be able to work with this. What does the Incineroar have? About the usual stuff you'd expect. Trade for Flare Blitz and Ape. That's probably good for me. That did a lot of damage, actually. Oh, but it could Twin Beam. That actually didn't do too much. Okay. Alright. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So far. Here in Game 1. By the way, if anyone in chat knows whether each individual hit of Twin Beam is a Rage Fist stack, I don't know. Instant out. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. That's fine. I was worried it was going to be an Encore user. That goes through Protect? I don't even know what to say. Life Orb Garchomp, I can do some non-negligible damage to it here. And maybe that can create openings for my Gengar. Missing Machagacha and a Garchomp is pretty bad. That was the one I wanted to hit. At least I burned Farigiraf. Kind of funny that the Farigiraf is nicknamed Hoodie. I got my girlfriend to nickname all the Pokemon on the Scarlet and Violet version of this Ghost team, as I sometimes do with my teams, and she named the Hisuian Typhlosion Hoodie on that one. So as soon as Hoodie popped up here, I was like, wait, I know a Pokemon with that name. Insect's back. Okay. That's okay. I was gonna say that's okay because my Annihilape's not really afraid of it. That's sort of true. We saw that the Flare Blitz can do a lot. Ooh, that almost clean knocked out the Garchomp. I will get rid of that Pokemon now. That gives my Gengar better chances, but Incin's a huge problem, obviously. Raichu is last, so it's gonna Mega Evolve. It's Mega Raichu Y. Mega Raichu Y, do I have to deal with this, am I right? Can I sneak my Annihilate back onto the field? Don't love the chances. Well, maybe. But what's Raichu gonna do if not Zap Cannon that slot? So maybe this was not the right idea. Is that shiny? Is it shiny? I didn't even notice. Oh, it's Zap Cannon Sinistcha, okay. This shiny has like Raichu X colors, which basically are Pikachu colors. Okay, so I don't get my life due. Unfortunate, but probably not the end of the world. How fast is Raichu Y? I don't remember off the top of my head. It's not like I can Thunder Wave it. Instinkt's been hitting pretty hard. I wonder how bulky it is. Not very. Perhaps. Zap Cannon into 8? Really? Oh, and it doesn't even KO. Okay, no full para, please. It's only 1 stack Rage Fist because they nerfed Rage Fist. Switching out does remove the effect, but that is a very good survive there for me. Farigiraf does not have Protect. Wait. Chat. I was about to confidently say that Farigiraf can't damage my Sableye, but are you ready? It has Thunderbolt. Nonetheless, I think my better play here is to attack the Raichu. And try to just have too much firepower for Farigiraf to deal with in the endgame. That Twin Beam doesn't even look like it'll knock Gengar out, so yeah, I'm actually fine here. Well, yeah, that'll about wrap up game 1, but of course, that crit I don't think is important in the grand scheme of things. But of course, the set is not over yet. And I have a tough choice to make for game 2, because they could try to throw their fairies at me so that Annihilate doesn't give them so much trouble. They didn't bring either of their 2 fairies to game 1. But if I'm wrong, that's also kind of trouble. So I'm not going to make the adjustment yet. I'm going to try to take advantage of being up a game. Wrong mon. Ceruledge might be a good bring, actually. But it's a lot worse into Incineroar, and honestly pretty bad. Not great into Raichu either, so let's do the same mode again. See the opponent's adjustment for it, and then hope that I can counter-adjust in a way that works out for me in Game 3, if that's what happens. If we go to a Game 3. I think that's the way to play at this point in this tournament. It did make an adjustment. I'll go for the Rage Fist stuff right away. They might give me some free stacks here with this kind of lead. They might just want to aggressively attack the 8. And I don't think I ever mentioned, this is max special defense Annihilate. My opponent can see its nature, of course. But still. People don't seem to expect just how bulky it is sometimes, even pretty good players. Attack Sableye. That's not what I was hoping for. Aurora Veil. That's going to be a problem. A little bit of a problem. Might actually be better off targeting Raichu. Because it gives my Gengar more trouble than Ninetales does. I could even Thunder Wave Ninetales because they don't have Lightning Rod on the board anymore. Oh, they actually just switched it out. I thought I was better off anyway, going for my Reflect. And sure enough, they do bring in a physical attacker here, so yeah, good call, I think. Now I can't Thunder Wave anything, unfortunately. They do not seem to want to deal with the foul play Sableye again. Okay, I have to bring in Sinistcha a little bit earlier than I wanted, but don't think it's the worst thing. I can Protect here, and I can try to chip or burn things. Oh, maybe the Protect is going to backfire on me. As they bring the Ninetales right back in. Okay, bad Protect. Damage on Garchomp is good. Any burns? Well, the way I get out of the Encore trap is by, unfortunately, clicking Rage Powder here. Oh, I think that was a bad Rage Fist. Oh well. Yeah. Sinistcha getting locked isn't great either, but it's better than in this position than Annihilate getting locked. This looks pretty rough, but I'm accumulating damage on their Pokemon for Gengar, so that much is good. I also can kind of click what I want here. No, I can't, because if they knock out Sinistcha, then I'm still vulnerable to Encore. Okay, finally they hit my Annihilate with an attack. Freezing Sinistcha is okay, better than freezing Annihilate. Okay, Sinistcha's knocked out. That means I get Gengar back in safely. And that Garchomp is pretty low at this point. And the Snow stopped. Okay. So my opponent's a little bit awkwardly positioned here. Especially as their Aurora Veil also ends. Bro's eating that berry and ice like he's a Numel. That's right. Okay, I'm not running out of Rage Fist just yet. They could switch this turn, of course. If they want. Doesn't look like they did. So take out Garchomp. They Encore Gengar, so I'm locked into Shadow Ball. That could be trouble against Farigiraf. I could still lose to Farigiraf, maybe. If they have that in the back. I know they have Raichu, I don't know the other Mon. But yeah, if they're going for that, then it's probably Farigiraf. And that could be a real problem. Raichu. And Incineroar. Okay, that's not such a problem. The one problem here is they can just protect their Raichu. And I can't protect my Gengar. I'll Shadow Ball the Raichu anyway in case they don't protect, which they don't. Oh, it survives. That's bad. I was counting on that to KO. Gengar eats a Zap Cannon. +1 Drain Punch into Incineroar. If I just not split my targets, then I'd be in a great spot here. But there's still a chance for something wonky to happen. As they're gonna knock out my Gengar. Okay, what is the correct Drain Punch target here? I think it probably has to be Raichu. Yeah. Also, the fact that I have 2 turns of Reflect left also could make a difference here. But that Zap Cannon does so little. Maybe I was better off attacking Incineroar. I'm surprised at how little it did, actually. Okay, the Darkest Lariat doesn't do too much either. It's the Flare Blitz that I have to be afraid of, but I get a little bit of Drain Punch recovery from this Raichu. I get leftovers. I have 1 turn of Reflect left. I'm probably okay. I'll finish that thought there. If you know this game, you can fill in the rest. Let's go. No crit, no full para. GG's. And the tournament run, yeah, okay. It didn't go the way I wanted, but we do end it on a win, and we end it appropriately enough with Annihilate beating down a Dark type. GG's to all opponents today. I will say, Raymer King, I see you joking in the chat. It was nice to not ever have to worry about Fake Out today. That was a real plus to this kind of team. Okay, well. We both are ending 3 and 4. That's not correct. There are 8 rounds. 3 and 5. I've gone 3 and 5. You said we have the same record. I guess you have too. It's not what I wanted, but then I kind of went into this without expectations. I just wanted to see how far I could push this monotype thing, right? I'll take 3 and 5. It's all right. There might be a better version of this team to be found in MB, but also maybe I can give it a rest for now because I finally found a challenge that was a little bit too hard for it. But thinking back on those games today, I lost round 1 on a double protect. In round 7, I saw an out a little too late and I didn't take it. The margins are always so thin in a competition like this. I feel like there were ways to go like at least 4 and 4 or 5 and 3. But I was not completely on today. And go figure, making it harder for yourself when you're also not bringing your A game. Yeah, I'll take 3 and 5. This was fun. Annihilate, ignoring fake outs and beating up dark types is a solid note to end on. I am gonna go, I think, Raymer. Yeah, I'm gonna go because I have to eat. I'm sure we'll battle soon. Hey, we've got the PDL coming up at some point this season. I don't know when. If anyone else is still here, hope you had a fun day in this tournament. GG's to you too, even though we didn't play it. I don't know why that was the thing that I said, but yeah, I gotta go. Bye for now. Next stream, maybe tomorrow, but I'm not gonna hard commit, but maybe. I realize I said it would probably be a few days for the Maple Lock, and I've blown way past a few days. Well, we'll see. See you for now.